dear Mrs. Samson, dear Mrs. Dean, dear President of the Senate, dear colleagues, President of Sibiu IT and Cluj IT clusters, dear colleagues, partners, and I can say friends, because with some of you we are now for a long time. I have a colleague and a professor from Vienna, a partner of our university, is Professor Dimitris Karagiannis and his team, and they have a word, Punktlich sein. So it's 9 o'clock, so we want to start this journey, a new journey this year, the 5th edition of Sibiu Innovation Days. Welcome everybody. I hope the people who were here to come again, but also the people who are for the first time in Sibiu to want to come again and to set up new collaboration and, as I said, possible friendships for further development in a win-win collaboration. Today we are at the 5th edition of Sibiu Innovation Days that we entitle The Emerging Technologies as a driver for digital transformation in business and education. What are the contexts where we have this edition? Because in the last 5 years, we go through the pandemic time. We start 5 years ago in an online mode. It was difficult, but people were engaged to meet each other and also to set collaboration. And things were changed in time, but this year, maybe because it's the last, we have different European challenges, different European context, and also national context. So, we can say that the technology is evolving very fast. And fast comparing with the human capacity to adapt to these changes. So, we want to discuss a little bit in 6 panels about AI, about ethics in AI, about some regulation from European level regarding applying artificial intelligence in sensitive context. But also, we want to see a little bit about blockchain and the intention of European Commission to create European blockchain infrastructure for each country to apply in many domains for checking, for using or to see the integration of data or the conformity of some documents. So we are in front of next computing paradigm, let's say. European ecosystem want, and not only now, to obtain the sovereignty to some resource, energy, blockchain industry, or other, or semiconductors. So we are in the face of some pressures from geopolitical or environmental challenges that we need to see how to tackle. So European Union intend to be a strong player in artificial intelligence and blockchain. Also, we intend to apply or develop architecture for our next computer, to apply quantum computing, to create quantum valley in Europe, to create also semiconductor valley in some not so developed countries. It is also a pity that Romania face or is ranked in the last years, or maybe all the time, on the last places from innovation point of view. So our intention is to bring here you as an experts, colleagues, to try together to cover this gap from other developed country and to apply best practices for increase innovation and create a mindset for this. So even when we develop new products, we need to think from sustainability point of view, because we intend to keep this world for our descendants, let's say. From regional context, the Sibiu Innovation Days was an idea of Professor Meinl of the beginning to increase visibility of Lucian Blaga University and to create a knowledge transfer center where to bring, as I said, seeds of innovation, where to help students to develop startups, and where to create collaboration between academia and industrial environment. So, based on this, I have the pleasure to meet colleagues from Cluj IT in 2019, and they have the conference Cluj Innovation Days. So, we can say we are a little sister or brother of this conference applied in the south of Transylvania. So the idea was to, as I said, create a mindset for innovation, for knowledge transfer, and developing collaborative networks between, let's say, entities of the quadruple helix. What means quadruple helix? Probably most of us know. There are parts of academia, parts of industry, parts of local authorities, and also civil society and citizen to work together to develop important things for our society. So I have the pleasure to welcome partners, 22 academic partners from Europe, most of them new from Spain. It's my pleasure to invite you here. We felt very well in Spain this year to Erasmus exchange, and also hope to participate to other projects. Of course, we have a strong partnership with German universities and also with French universities from different places from France. But also we have 27 speakers from industrial partners. And our colleague, and let's say for a long time, I can say a friend, Mrs. Ramona Samson from European Commission, who guide us and helps with some, let's say, hints how to become better and try to apply for different European projects. This year, as I said, we have 6 panels with around 39 lectures, because there are colleagues that are presenting a team. 7 presentations in the blockchain and cybersecurity panel. 5 presentations regarding green digital transition. 8 presentations in artificial intelligence. 7 discuss about innovative partnerships. And 6 presentations with a new topic that we introduced this year about quantum computing and quantum information. And also we need to don't forget that the final purpose is education, upskilling and reskilling, and not also for our students. Our students have a chance to be up to date with the technologies. But for people who finish the study 10 years, 15, 20 years ago, and they don't have a chance, and they need to be prepared for new jobs. Okay, we have 4 sections. One is this conference and moderating panels by colleagues of mine or by also partners from the last editions. And we have 3 keynote lectures. We have the pleasure to have Professor Meinl talk about digital world, digital education, MOOCs as a cornerstone of a digital university. We have also the pleasure to invite Thomas Süße from Bielefeld Applied Science University. We'll talk about artificial intelligence as a driver of innovative collaboration within a Cross 5.0 organization. Also, we have partners from OMILab, this is a community about open modeling laboratories that is created in Europe, and we want to work in small pilot projects with industry, and we will have also and can show in a workshop with company Marquardt this year such a collaboration where we applied computer vision or image processing, design thinking to improve resiliency, because we have a project, it calls CODEMO as an acronym, but it works about increase resiliency, sustainability, and also human centricity when we apply digitalization in any process or services or products. We have also another workshop today from 4 o'clock in the engineering faculty about blockchain education for our students. And we have the partner, Multiversix company, that will have some application, not only for students, for all people who are interested, but most of the master students, our students from the last year of the bachelor are interested in this. A thing that we implemented and we are quite happy about it is the hackathon. This hackathon is for stimulate young generation to put together their creativity, their intelligence to develop projects in different domains. Of course, most of them tailored on panel from the conference. And we have more than 50 participants from 14 teams that are not only from Sibiu. They are coming from Timișoara, from Alba Iulia, Brașov, but we have also from Bucharest and Iași, which are a longer distance from Sibiu, and they cancel in the last moment. But we have 14 teams. From these teams, 3 are from high school. That means we have a fuel of intelligence or a fuel of trust in the new generation, let's say, a sustainable way. We also want that all the project to, to make visible as a session of innovative projects. And I may say, and I will show later, that with the help of sponsors, we can offer prizes for these students with about 12,000 euro. That is not easy, and we know the situation of the companies. As I said, we have the pleasure to have 15 speakers from Hasso-Plattner Institute and German University of Digital Science, from Director General Director of Research and Innovation from European Commission, from countries, from Germany, from France, Italy, Spain, Austria, Norway, and Poland. But also we have clusters, the Sibiu IT cluster and Cluj IT cluster, which are also the main organizer besides university, Lucian Blaga, and also some knowledge transfer center from Sibiu. I learned also in the last period that marketing help you quite well, and we need to promote. Even European Commission asks you to disseminate your activity to make it visible for others, if it is possible to create a good pattern for others to implement your idea or your solution. So I have the help, let's say, from different entities, from Cluj IT, from Sibiu IT, and also there are help from, due to these partners, from European cluster for collaboration, and also from project partners that we have, CODEMO project, For Them Alliance, and others. I have the pleasure to invite immediately 6 another keynote speakers to express their words about this conference, about the intention of university for develop our society and this region of Sibiu from innovation point of view. So later we will see Professor Gabriel Raț, who is the president of the Senate of Lucian Blaga University. Also the Professor Christoph Meinl, the founding president and CEO of German University of Digital Science, and was former director and CEO from Hasso-Plattner Institute from Potsdam. And also Mrs. Samson, Ramona Samson, the Chief Economist Unit from European Commission. Professor Stelian Brad, who is the president of Cluj IT Cluster. Mrs. Maria Vințan, who is the dean of our engineering faculty. and also Mr. Engineer Cătălin Mihacea, the alumni, former student of Lucian Blaga University, who is the Sibiu IT cluster president. All these persons helped me to organize this event. And as in other events, it's better to mention our main sponsors who have different, let's say, help with premium sponsor and support sponsors packages. The company NXP Semiconductors is one of the premium, is the only premium sponsor, but we have also other 6 entities that help us with package support, premium support packages for sponsorship. We thank you all, and due to their help, we can provide to our students these large contributions. Our intention was that nobody to go home with empty hands. So besides knowledge that you obtain from the mentors or from the people who jury your project, it's better to take something with you, from smaller prices but to higher prices. Also, we will provide a prize, a student innovation prize, for the best project that cover the 3 pillars of Industry 5.0, for a project that take care about resiliency, about sustainability, and about human centricity. And could be a different other project. But I have a full team which is placed in the Smart Hub, 5 minutes from here. So everybody is invited to go there when have time, with colleagues of mine that can go there, or also to the workshop from this afternoon and tomorrow. Few technical aspects. The event is broadcast on our YouTube channel from Lucian Blaga University, and we have a network ID and a password. If you didn't see outside, because we put it outside for everybody, we have here. And also, if you have questions, you can send to our team. So, when we finish the opening speech, we will continue directly with the keynote speech of Professor Meinl, and the second keynote speech, and after that we have a coffee break. So everybody can scan the QR code from the badge and see the full program. So thank you very much, and I invite now Professor Gabriel Ratz to say a few words about our event. Please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu. The Sibiu Innovation Days conference is one of over 100 events organized within the framework of the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu in 2024. However, it is one of the main conferences because it is attended by representatives at national or international level of the academic environment, economic environment, or professional organizations. The topics addressed in the conference represent current challenges in our society. It is also a conference that organizes sections and competitions aimed at students. This conference started in 2020, a year when other conferences were cancelled due to the pandemic, and it has grown year by year through the quality and quantity of presentations. For this, the Sibiu Innovation Days 2024 is an important event for Lucian Blaga University, Hasso-Plattner Knowledge Transfer Institute, Faculty of Engineering, and Faculty of Sciences. On behalf of the Lucian Blaga University management, I thank the organizers, the Hasso-Plattner Transfer Knowledge Institute team, led by my colleague, Professor Adrian Florea, the colleagues from the Computer Science Department of the Faculty of Engineering, the colleagues from the Faculty of Sciences, the teams from the Cluj and Sibiu IT clusters. Last but not least, I thank all the economic partners who make it possible to organize this conference in our university. I wish success to all participants in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I invite Professor Christoph Meinl, who support us for a long time for development. I think you can speak from it.
A warm welcome also from my side. It's a great pleasure to be here, and not the first time, not the second, the third, the fourth, it's the fifth time. And this is important to create networks and friendship and cooperation, which sometimes in the daily work is a little bit difficult. If you sit together and say, what should we do together, it's difficult to have an idea and that really something comes out. So one need to know each other, one need to meet several times, one has to look to different projects, presentation, to hear talks and presentations to see. And then if some problem arises, then one can remember, oh, there is this network. And there are in the network eventually some people, some groups, industry, university, from the state administration that could help, could be partners for such kind of cooperation. So a big applause for Adrian and his team to organize this, because to create such networks is not so easy, in particular where I call it traditional universities do not see this as their task. They say, we have to teach students. We have to organize science. Eventually scientific conferences, we have to take care for publication. But innovation is much more than science. We have wonderful scientific results which you can get accepted for great conferences or journals, but which have no impact on how the society is working, is living, no contribution. One example, the great scientific findings with quantum physics. 100 years ago. And now, 100 years later, we start to think, what can we do with such knowledge to produce new computers, to create machines which make use of these quantum effects, new areas, quantum computing and others arise. And this is not pushed inside of the science. This is pushed because industry is thinking, oh, we have some problems we cannot compute, we cannot solve even with the best supercomputers. What can we do? Should we give up, or can we find new types of computers or new types of computing instruments also to be able to solve this type of problems? And for such that science gets impact, and closeness is necessary between science and business world and people outside of the university, and often there are different language spoken. So in the science, unfortunately, we typically use our very special terms. Sometimes in German we say it's Latin. It's not Latin meant. It's special notions that only know scientists which work on this and which need very, very precise definition of notions. But people which are not involved, they hear the notion, but they do not get the context, they do not exactly know what is meant. And so often they are careful and not continue to speak about it. So there is a must for scientific people that like to reach impact, not only to get a good publication record, to like to get impact, that they also try to explain their findings, their situations, their scientific contexts in a more general language. And from the people from outside, I recommend not immediately start to close your eyes if they start to speak Latin, scientific Latin. No, try to hear and see, because I'm quite sure that for any case of application in industry, in society, in administration, science can help with some aspects. For the scientific people, they need you, because when we educate students, we do this with scientific with scientific motivations, academic motivations. And sometimes when new questions are created for PhD students and done research, sometimes very, very specific knowledge is produced. No application is seen and possible. But if the university better understands what are the recent problems in economy in other places, then they can develop ideas, or with our scientific instrumentarium, we can help to solve this, or at least to help to solve these challenges. And if students are involved, it is very motivating for the students, because students like to be part of solving challenges, real challenges, not homework tasks, which after they have written down, they are put under the table, and next year the same question are asked. No, when students have the feeling they can be part of some improvement, of some innovation, then they are also motivated to much better hear in the lectures and in the teaching activities of the universities. So universities, as a representative of the universities, we need you from outside, and hopefully, and I think the program will show that a lot of input also from university could be of interest for you, eventually it could help. So I would encourage you to use these 2 days, and then after the 2 days, the network and the friendship with the people you met here for cooperating and try to make our world a better place.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinl. Now I invite Mrs. Ramona Samson from European Commission, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Adrian Flora, and thank you, Professor Meinl, for this really fascinating dive into emerging technologies and their impact on society and on education. And I have to say that it gives me great pleasure to see many old friends and faces that I have been familiar with in my previous life, and that I'm always pleased to see. So again, thank you, Professor Flora, for inviting me for the 5th time. What I will do is to complement and maybe zoom out a little bit from the European perspective. And I believe it is appropriate for this conference that brings us together here for 2 days, in particular appropriate clearly that we have to focus on the navigating the changing landscape that we're all facing. And let me now turn to the political context that we're in. First, I want to emphasize the work program of the European Commission, which was launched by our president a few weeks ago. That political program has impacted the mission letters of the commissioners that will go through the hearings beginning of November. And all these documents, what they say is that competitiveness is a key priority. A couple of weeks ago, we have adopted the report of Mario Draghi, the former president of the European Central Bank. Last week, we have published a report of Manuel Hayter on the future framework program for research and innovation. And what they do, these 2 reports, they basically say that we have a challenge in Europe. Compared to other advanced economies, we face difficulties when transforming science into commercial activity. And this is why I was really happy to hear from Professor Meinl that indeed everything we do in universities and labs have or should have your ear, in the sense that they have and they aim to solve societal challenges. And what is this European paradox? Well, we have market and policy fragmentation. We're aware that we have a lack of funding in university research, ecosystems, which are very, very important. And an overall culture which is risk averse in Europe. We're somehow afraid to fail from the outset. Now, I mentioned Mario Draghi's competitiveness report because this will have a huge impact in the next couple of years. As you all know, there are some discussions and reflections at European level on whether we should keep the multitude of programs or we should all combine them into a super fund, which will have three legs: one on competitiveness and the research innovation framework program would fit into that one, another one on resilience, there where you will have the structural and cohesion funds, and a third one on external relations instruments. So what this report says is that the reason for this fragmentation of the innovation ecosystem is because we struggle to translate innovation into commercialization. And he points out, like you did, to the lack of connected innovation clusters across countries, regions, and sectors. And this is really an obstacle to the innovation pipeline. And another, let me just give you a number. 10% of of startups with European academic patents are headquarters in the US. So this highlights the ongoing difficulty of commercializing new technologies within the EU market. Because we are talking about emerging technologies, I would like to say a few words about artificial intelligence. We know that EU is currently predominantly an AI deployer, but not a leader. And if we look at the data, we see that the AI talent in the US mainly comes from Europe. And we see that the overall trust in AI has increased because EU has taken some legislative and regulatory approach, but the ecosystem of AI excellence still needs to be developed further. And we know that we lack venture capital investment on AI, and this is an extreme, this extreme lack of funding is really of concern to companies. And this is why I think it's important to boost public-private investments in AI, and also to focus more on this risk-taking necessary to support the transition. And the Commission is really doing that. If you just look at the European Innovation Council with the accelerator instrument, what the Commission does is that we invest and take the risk that if the project fails, then we are the first ones to lose the money. If it succeeds, of course, the money will be returned to the European Innovation Council, and it will be reinvested in other startups and companies. So it's very important, like you said, to connect the hubs, both between the AI specialists in different countries, but also different regions, and complement that with technologies that university, for example, Lucian Blaga, doesn't all have them. So this is why the universities, they have a very important role also at regional level. Now, for us, valorization means more than translation of scientific discoveries or research into commercial products. It also includes non-technological, like social innovation. And I also here to say that specific attention needs to be devoted to the role of science, social sciences, and humanities. And we believe that this cross-fertilization of knowledge is crucial. And we see in the framework program, the best projects that we fund, they have in their composition not only engineers and doctors and economists, but also, social science and humanities specialists. Now, on the funding instruments, you're probably aware, of course, the framework program and the structural and cohesion funds are here to support the to support the development of the regions and increase the overall competitiveness. But what is new, and you don't know that yet, is because it's going to be published in a few weeks, is that the work program 2025, it will plan to launch the first European Innovation Council pre-accelerator course for widening countries. Because the second challenge we have at European level is that we see that in the statistics, the widening countries Romania is part of are not doing so great. So I would really encourage you in the next couple of weeks to have a look at this work program. There will be 20 million euros for startups, only for widening countries. Then we have, of course, the Resilience and Recovery Facility funding, which is dedicated to R&I as well. And when we designed the RRF, as we call it, I was charged with putting a number on the activities we want to see when we monitor the activities that we finance on research innovation. So even if you will say, well, the RRF is mostly about, you know, building infrastructure or improving innovation, incremental innovation, I can tell you that when we will look at the activities that we've been funding for the last 2-3 years, we will also look at how this funding has contributed to reducing the innovation, the research innovation gap, as it represents for us a very important support to countries that have a weaker innovation performance. Then, of course, you know and you're aware of the regional innovation valleys, and this region that Sibiu is part of has been selected for the piloting of these innovation valleys. You're aware of the regional innovation smart specialization strategies. Now, this is important because when I mentioned the Superfund that the future framework program would be part of, it will be very much linked to reforms and strategies. Don't tell me how we will put that into practice now, but I can tell you that it will very much be modeled after the recovery and resilience facilitating disbursement of funding. In addition to you being the best project in a technology that you apply for, the member state, or this has to be linked to a smart specialization in the region. So, ladies and gentlemen, the path towards digital transformation is one that requires collaboration, but also vision, and it's not a journey for a select few. It's a journey for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Samson. And now I invite Professor Stelian Brad to say a few words from Cluj IT cluster, the president of the Cluj IT cluster. Please, Stelian.
First of all, good morning to all the participants, and I really have been inspired by the previous speeches. I think they are very much connected with the topic of this year conference. Yeah, we in the recent years started to talk a lot about these emerging technologies, but thinking to what I'm going to say this morning, had a reflection what happened 30 years ago about those emerging technologies and how they now are reflecting our life and how they transform our life. Imagine that maybe 30 years ago we were just the beginning of integrating internet in our homes, in our businesses. Mobile phones was something very luxury. What about others? Computers. Just reflecting how to use computers for basic activities, and now we see that our life is determined a lot by these technologies. So we had succeeded to have this connected world because of these technologies which 30 years ago were very emerging. The topic of this is about this digital transformation, and Adrian introduced us some of the key points as blockchain or Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and several others. My feeling is, yes, it's a lot of sense to discuss about these technologies today, and not only from a technical point of view, but also from this transformative aspect in our ecosystems. I mean the innovation, the capacity of us to adopt and adapt our activities according with the potential provided by these technologies. You have to accept that talking about all these things is just at the very beginning. Maybe some of these technologies are in the growing phase, but I'm truly confident looking forward that we'll see a world where AI and Internet of Things will be fully integrated and will not be just a kind of adds-on to our life as it is now, but we a kind of embedded system in our life. In education, of course, is not as today digitalization or digitalization of education, but will be something about having a kind of precision education, so more than personalized education. Every student, every kid will be capable to use immersive technologies to go maybe 2000 years back to see what happened, feel that moment, maybe in ancient Rome, or maybe he will be able to immerse into a small cell of a human body to see how it works, to feel, to understand much better that we can explain today. And I think this will be huge in the transformative aspect of education. The same for the businesses. AI and Internet of Things will not just support us in analyzing data as we expect now, but my feeling is and understanding that these things will be more than an assistant, will be part of the decision-making process, because the key word for the future will be, in my opinion, integration. So we'll have integrated ecosystems and adaptability. Everything is moving so fast that for a human it's impossible to take decisions and proper decision, optimal decision in due time. So therefore we'll need to have and to use these technologies. Definitely, this is something we have to reflect, maybe even these days during the talks and during the interventions in the conference. And yeah, we are really happy that even this year we as the Cluj IT cluster had a contribution to support Adrian and his team in preparing, and I would say anticipate a very successful conference, because seeing here the participants and the topics, definitely there are all premises to be a successful conference, and I hope we'll move back to home with a lot of lessons learned. We have to understand what will happen in the, let's say, new context, the economic decoupling, and this is a huge responsibility. 4 or 5 years ago we have started to discuss about resilience in some of such conferences. Now we see that it's on the strategic agenda of Europe, and I'm sure that many other aspects, because of depletion of resources, will be hot topics and of concern in the future. And I'm sure that using these digital technologies we'll be able to overpass such challenges. For example, using AI to invent new materials with existing resources, not what is now in the market, or maybe really finding the way we are doing business is not all the time necessary to be in all the fields of AI as the leaders, but I think there are a huge space which is not explored even with basic AI technologies, and it is now the time, if we talk about the innovation, to adopt even these things. So we still have some challenges in moving towards a true digital transformation of businesses and education. I mean, using these technologies to make things different. But I'm sure also these days we'll have some contributions and maybe valuable ideas to inspire the others how to make this, and especially business partners as well as the academia on digital transformation of education. Thank you very much, and I wish you good luck and the fruitful discussions these days.
Thank you very much, Professor Brad. And now I invite Mrs. Maria Vințan, our Dean of Engineering Faculty, to address a few words. You can stay everywhere you want.
So, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, first of all, a very warm welcome to the 5th edition of the Sibiu Innovation Days. We are honored that you are joining us for this event here at the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu. This year's event is centered on emerging technologies such as blockchain, quantum computing, or artificial intelligence. And these technologies indeed are significant drivers for digital transformation in both business and education. More than that, I think they are enablers, facilitators for new business models and adaptive education systems. And their implementation will shape the future for both business and education. During the pandemic, we all experienced remote working or remote learning. The pandemic witnessed probably the biggest and more certain, the fastest change and the fastest change in digital education, in digital transformation in education. The pandemic probably shaped the society and demonstrated the need and the necessity of digital transformation in education. And I think that digital transformation is also important for companies. It's probably vital for companies to remain competitive in this, in today's digital economy. It enables them to unlock new opportunities, to stimulate innovation, and even to protect their businesses from technological disruption. So I think that companies who embrace digital transformation are better placed to succeed in an increasing digital world. So in this context, Sibiu Innovation Days brings researchers, leaders from industries, professionals, students, creating a fantastic networking opportunity. At the conference are invited recognized professionals and researchers as keynote speakers who share with us their insights on future trends and challenges and innovations. Our event engages students, giving them a huge opportunity to interact with professionals from industries and to learn more about career paths for their future as engineer, for their careers. So, Sibiu Innovation Days, in this context, become an influential event, offering a platform for collaboration, for learning, for innovation. By attending this event, anyone can gain insights into innovative areas and can learn about the latest or the cutting-edge technologies and research trends. Any participant is able to meet people with the same professional concerns or interests and to form cooperations for future projects. So congratulations, Professor Florea. Organizing this event increases the visibility of our university, and it represents for the students and teaching staff for our Faculty of Engineering a great opportunity to learn about the latest discoveries and the latest technologies. And for that, I want to thank the leadership of the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu, represented here by Professor Sever Gabriel Raz, the President of the Senate, for providing us all the necessary support to organize this event at high standards. And I want to express my gratitude, special thanks to our industry partners who are always there to support our efforts. Organizing this event is a rewarding but challenging activity, and for that, I congratulate Professor Adrian Florea for his determination to organize year after year this highly professional event. I thank him and to all those involved in organizing this event for their efforts, for their commitment, and for their dedication to make this event a stimulating, a remarkable and successful one. I hope that this conference is a good opportunity for strengthening the existing collaboration networks, both with industry and academic community, and I hope it's a good opportunity to expand this collaboration network by attracting new members. I hope we will have a fruitful and constructive event. I hope that you will discover interesting insights, new inspirations, and new ideas for your work. Thank you again for joining us. Good luck to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dean. Please don't talk about me too much. It's not for me, it's for all community from Sibiu. And now I invite... Thank you very much. Now I invite Cătălin Mihacea, who is the President of Sibiu IT Cluster, to say a few words from his sides and also about the Sibiu IT Cluster, let's say an emerging cluster from Sibiu Innovation Days, no? Okay, this is... Please.
Thank you everyone, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm glad to actually be here and to also become a keynote speaker or an opening speech speaker to the 5th conference, Innovation Days. One important, one fact and one small joke, you know, yesterday I was sending a little bit of presentation and Professor Florea told me you have 10 minutes, Cătă. So I brought a timer actually, but an analog one. Who we are. So Sibiu IT Cluster, we are actually 35 members. What is relevant to mention that some of these 35 members actually meet together to the Sibiu Innovation Days conference. Actually, the Sibiu Innovation Days. So Professor Meinel was one of the, let's say, the conference and the event which put actually the seed for developing an IT cluster ecosystem in Sibiu. And all these companies right now are doing a lot of activities together. And what is relevant is that what also was presented from the European Commission is that we are bringing together the research community together with the business part. And you're going to see a little bit later a little bit of some of the events which we are doing. And we are not doing things locally, we are also doing things with our colleagues for Cluj IT Cluster. Even in Cluj next week, we're going to be such an event developing the startup ecosystem where actually we are supporting bringing the technology together to the business more and more. We are just an ecosystem, right? So where we are bringing the companies together with the industries, and we are focusing on long-term partnership. Sibiu Innovation Days is one of these such events. And of course, we would like to have a bigger impact national, but also on the international level. In the last period of time, we brought also the high schools, you know, everything, the entrepreneurs, the civil society, including applying into future research projects where the university was actually coming to us in order to develop more the local ecosystem. Also right now targeting different public institutions in order to develop what we consider as the 4 pillars for us, which is actually the educational pillar and also the community pillar, and here developing more a trustful relationship and collaboration together with other entities, including the universities, international. These are just some of the initiatives, but what is relevant and where I would like to actually push a little bit the things and to just enforce. Sibiu Innovation Days, we consider it to be the conference in terms of research activities, right? So what we would like, what we have right now, we have all these events where we are targeting and we are bridging between the industry and the companies, bridging the university and the companies, bridging between the high school students and the university and the companies. But the Sibiu Innovation Days we consider as a major factor because it's focusing on research and innovation. And we are also glad that as part of the program from the university is research and innovation is one of the key topics for moving forward 2024 to 2025. There's the reason why I invite you all actually to participate to the hackathon. Why? Because last night as I was there together with my colleagues starting from 6 o'clock until 11 o'clock, where we saw a lot of ideas, including I was surprised to see high school students, actually university students, coming to propose quantum projects, which was, I believe, one of the first time when I saw such a project, at least in Sibiu for sure, but also participated the last couple of months to the entire local ecosystem. It was the first time to see such a project. Also, things like education, including sharing education between the high school students, but also graduate students, were some projects which are listed there. And that's the reason why this year, because it's not just about the research which comes from the university, it's also about the fact that the participants to different events, they need to bring the bridge between that research and putting into practice, into business. This year we changed a little bit the setup for the hackathon, whereby we are actually having an ideation workshop first. Why? Because we want everyone to be much more prepared. We have a business workshop prior to the event, and then also pitch workshop. And we have the hackathon, and I'm insisting on that because actually that's the place where you could see the bridge between the research area where we're going to speak today. So I'm also going to be one of the panel and one of the people in the research is talking about certain topics, but also putting in practice into the hackathons and putting into practice to hackathons, linking between them. So the Sibiu Innovation Day hackathon is just one of the hackathons which we are starting to do this year. We're going to have the Open Your Mind hackathon, which will come in November. Then the teams could go to the innovation labs and so forth. But the point is to think into a centralized, let's say, ways, into collaborative ways. And at the end of the conference, I would invite you all to the end of the conference. Why? Because we're going to have the pitches done. So we're going to select 5 or 3 pitches here, presented to everyone. The pitches were going to be done by the students participating in the hackathon. So this was going to be the perfect place to see the research and innovation brought together. So with that said, thank you, Professor Floria. Thank you all the colleagues here into the opening speech. And we really hope that we will continue this event next year because it's a flag event for Sibiu in terms of the research and supported by the rest of the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Cătălin. Indeed, I forget to say that at the end of our conference tomorrow evening, the winners of the hackathon will have a pitch for 5 minutes to share their idea or their product, their services, starting not quite from yesterday. The topic is what they want to do. It's in an ongoing process. But the hackathon jury provide in this morning a specific topic to work in 24 hours. It's also, let's say, a resistance proof, but also speedy proof, for example, how they take care. And also, as Katalin said, it's very important. Our student most of the time, or at least in computer science, just to writing some programs or connect some devices in a hardware, but they don't see the holistic view of the problem. Where will be applied? It is as in a design thinking approach. Is it feasible from technical point of view? Has anybody needs? It's a human need, it's a society need, and could be sell, could be have economical benefit. Otherwise, why to work on this? Okay, now thank you very much for this first part. I invite now Professor Meinel to share his keynote speech about digital work and digital education. And Professor Meinel, you have around 40 minutes, 45 maximum for that. Please, this is works. Let's see.
Now let's start to work. Welcome to this thinking and ideas about how education can be changed, can be used the new digital technologies for their purpose. So digital world, digital education. Digital transformation is with us. And many people think it is already finished. We know all things because we can handle smartphones, we can handle computers, laptops, but handle does not mean to understand and to see consequences what we do. For example, if you make a questionnaire on the street where the things you can do with your smartphone, where the things you can see on your smartphone are computed, are produced. 95% of people will say inside the smartphone. The smartphone is simply an input-output device. All other things are computed anywhere in the cloud. And that the people do not understand this has consequences how they behave with their data. So they give in all their data because they are thinking it's inside the smartphone. No, the personal data, for example, for health tracker, are anywhere in the cloud. Typically, the people that use such health tracker does not even know what is a producer, which company, in which cloud my very personal health data are sent to. This careless comes from not understanding how things are working. And of course, education is necessary and is important. Later on, I will a little bit extend and say digital enlightenment is important. Like enlightenment 200 years was important when the new modern society, the citizen society, start to work. Here are the skills which were observed to come in advertisement for jobs. So there was an investigation of the German Bitkom, this is the association of all the IT involved companies and people, and they analyzed advertisements 15 years ago and job advertisement now. And what they find out, there are completely new skills required, which were not even mentioned 15 years ago. Complex problem solving for any kind of job, critical thinking, analysis, creativity, originality, initiative. 15 years ago, creativity was sometimes for the artists or for the scientists, but not for an employer, for a company. Sometimes creativity were even not a good activities there because it disturbs the processes. There is leadership and social influence, technical, the ability of technology use, monitoring and control, resilience. So the number of skills needed for a job increase by 10% per year. And the question is how we can meet these requirements. how we can educate the people in such a way that they know every more what's important for our modern world. If we look who drives the digital change, then it's a huge amount of, I call it digital transformers. These are not the tech specialists. The tech specialists provide the technology, provide the knowledge, but in the companies, in administration, in society organizations, people drive this digital transformation, which comes from any areas, which are not, in many cases, in most cases, not tech specialists. So how to educate people which come from business or which come from literacy or from any kind social science, how to teach them to understand technology. And this understanding is necessary to drive digital transformation. So there is a big challenge which change how we have to educate next generation, but not only next generation, also in continuing education, people, how to help them to understand these new technologies, these new challenges and others. And this is only possible in a broad range and broad coalitions of the topic education is also considered one of the development sustainability goals, which are worldwide 17 goals which are necessary to help humankind to survive and to develop. So goal 4 of this United Nations Sustainability Development Goals is to ensure education, inclusive, equitable and quality education, and promote lifelong learning. I do not know how the situation is in Romania, in Germany, in every Sunday speech from any kind of politician, continuing education is mentioned. But in practice, there are not so much offers. And the digitalization leads that knowledge is produced much faster than before, due to the new communication means, due to the new technologies itself. But how to deal with this? So the traditional model, after the school I go 5 years to university, and then I am ready, educated for 40-year work life. It will not work. So it needs to be very usual that any kind of person has, during the lifespan, educational boosters. This means education needs to become scalable, needs to reach many, many people, and the offerings should be provided in different kind of languages and of contexts and of understanding. When we see the development globally in the developing countries, in the states of the global south, then education is the most important need to help to develop these desires, to be able to develop themselves. And in this range, of course, the knowledge about digitalization, digital technologies are the most important ones. Fortunately, the new technology also provide means to reach this goal of scalable education. So with the development of the internet, very early, tele-teaching, e-learning, there are many names for it, became available on a large scale. It was so easy to exchange knowledge via the internet. There is very efficient, there is a lot of apps existing, a lot of platforms providing knowledge. In the social media, a lot of this knowledge is needed. So it's very easy to get access, to interact, but it needs to become a fixed part in the life of everyone. And this is difficult because this type of learning offers which are available, but I need to be develops activity to access the sources, to look to the sources, to work, to think about. This is in the self-responsibility. And particularly in the first years of this e-learning and tele-teaching, one didn't found any kind of answer how to support people in doing this. Only the innovation of the massive open online courses, the MOOCs, start 2012-13, brought a mean to give the e-learning, the tele-teaching, also a social component. And if you think learning is for the most humans a very social process. You need the interaction in the kindergarten, in the school, in the seminar group in the university with classmates. Of course you can go to the teacher, you can go to the professor and say, oh, I didn't understand this. But 95% of these questions are discussed with classmates. Oh, I didn't understand. You have an understanding. Can you explain me? Or what stupid things he is telling? Why is this important? Such kind of interaction is so important for the learning process and the learning effect. And going over the internet to some resources and then sitting alone in front of the computer and then looking to the resources will not support this. Autodidactic gifted person, eventually 1% of the population, they can do this. But the most needs this social environment, the social activities for successfully learning. And these massive open online courses provide a mean to say, in this week we offer that knowledge. And then here is a forum, here you can interact with each other. And the advantage is all the people which follow such a MOOC in this week deal with the same material, with the same learning stuff. And so, like in the social media, interaction is an automatic reflex if the people have such a mean. And to use this, social aspect, to develop this social aspect, helps that also digital education can become an important part of this learning and learning world of the future. This is paired with a requirement that future universities are needed to educate people with different skill sets, much more interdisciplinary, much more understanding this digital technology basis for all that what happens in our world. And what is the reflect for us, for the specialists, at least in my age, we are the first generation of this digital technology. I became a professor when World Wide Web was not introduced. It was very soon, but when I tell this in the course, in the lecture, the students think, oh, he should be died already. So it is really a new technology, a new knowledge, which at least the older could not learn in school. So there is a big demand to help to bring forward this type of knowledge, the new knowledge that's needed to master our changed world. 2012, or 2011 it was, I got a call from Hasso Plattner. I was at that time the director of the Hasso Plattner Institute, and he lives in the US, and he is in the advisory board of the Stanford University. And there are sitting together the inventors of Microsoft, of Google, and others, and Hasso among. And then he asked what we are doing, Hasso Plattner Institute, with University 3.0. And I said, Hasso, what is University 3.0? And then he said, it's clear, universities, this was how they discussed in Stanford at that time. University 3.0 is very clear. University 1.0, this were the old Greek philosophers sitting together with their students among trees, sometimes apple fall down, and discussed the knowledge of this world. University 2.0 this is university now we have, which is organized around a library. With the different faculties, 200, 250 years old, this new university, which is a type we have today. And students are physically present, they attend lectures, seminars, and others, and also the professors are on the campus. And then it's clear what the University 3.0 is. University 3.0 is organized around the internet. And then we discussed and started our open HPI project, this MOOC platform, first European MOOC platform, to provide knowledge in this MOOC format. And really, higher education do need changes, many changes. For example, the fixed organization of present universities in faculties was done 200 years ago, when all the subjects need to be developed, chemistry, physics, and so the physics were put together to do this. But in the modern world, the innovation, the new knowledge comes every time from the boundaries of different subjects. That things come together, biology and digitalization, medicine and statistics, and many other things. And often in the universities and the faculties, the people are in different silos. So it needs to be organized much more flexible to promote the interchange. It is difficult. Interdisciplinarity is difficult. It's much easier to speak with the colleagues from my own subject, because in the different disciplines, notions are used, often the same notions are used for different content. And then when one starts to discuss, there is a misunderstanding. One does not understand because one is thinking in their own association world, the other is in his or her association world, and communication does not work. So in HPI, design thinking was initiated in Stanford, was a try to help to overcome this speechless communication between the different subjects and the people from the different subjects. With the MOOCs, I already mentioned the massive open online courses, which different in the traditional e-learning. In the traditional e-learning, the content is provided in form of videos or other things and is available on the network, and you can access when you want to do. But you have no one to discuss about that. You can ask, but the other learners, they deal with other content. So they are not willing, not much interested to continue this exchange with you. But with the MOOCs, there is a kind of synchronization of the learners, and then the combination with the social media techniques. So the MOOCs provides a missing social dimension in online learning and provides this social fact. Of course, it cannot compare with what happens if you close the students into a lecture hall and do not allow to step out. Then, of course, the physical contact helps a lot. But we have not the chance to close people together for learning. The people, not only the young people, need to be able to have the chance to educate themselves where they are. So the core MOOC, the core values are, it is learner-centered, the learner, not the technology is in the focus of a MOOC. The features and course formats are designed from the learner's perspective, not what happened during Corona, when universities simply recorded the 90-minute lecture and streamed it over the internet. For sitting in the front of a computer, a 90-minute lecture is stupid. No one will stay all the time, or no one is able to follow it. In the physical world, it's a different situation. The person which gives the lecture do something. Also, we train the young professors from time to time to put in a joke to bring the people, to awake the people to continue. But in the digital world, it's difficult. So you have to do this in a different way. You have to present short a short and very pointed video material. Often university were not aware of that. I see also today many universities simply stream the lectures. This is not digitalization education. This is traditional education with the technical means, and of course it's not at the same quality like the physical lecture. Social learning, I mentioned already, is a collaboration instead to give the people classmates to interact with another. What we observed with Open HPI, we had a group of MOOCs for young people, junior MOOCs, to tell them how programming is done. And then in the social media, in the forum, the young people ask questions, oh, why is this, why that? And then not the course instructor needs to provide the answer. The answer came from other people in the forum. And so what we observed, there are some people that really start to become mentor by themselves, without any kind of contract, become mentor to answer such question and encourage young people to continue to answer. This kind of self-organization, this is something what you can observe in the internet. And then of course it's research driven, because there is no one which exactly knows what's the best way for digital education. We have to learn this together, but we can learn this only by doing, trying to do this. And trying to do, of course, although one makes mistakes. Something is not working, some has another effect than it's wished. But this is not a shame. This is good. The more errors, the more easy and the more faster is it to correct them. So also the encourage to try to do new things. The role of, in the internet, the role of the professor is changing. This is not the person that knows all knowledge and teach the others to do it. No, it comes more in the role of a learning coach. He has a background, he knows where things fit together. But when you provide such MOOCs, this was an experience in OpenHPI, regardless what is the topic, among the 10,000 participants, there is at least one person that does it know better than the instructor, than the professor. By the way, some professors were not able to deal with the situation. They refused to continue to make MOOCs. But this shows the role that one is a mentor to help, encourage, motivate learners to learn and help to structure the material. But the material for learning is not only this MOOCs, there is an invitation to use more, and the internet provides more. Here, without seeing it in detail, you see there is a huge amount of people in the world which are interested in such kind of learning offer. It is millions. Sometimes there is a little bit pessimistic view in society that it's so difficult that people are no more interested in much things. But here we observe there is a big interest, and often the students, even from campus universities, go not to campus, they go to the internet. So this was a basis where we learned and experimented with such online teaching activities. And then when I left HPI last year, I tried to start with a new project, not only to provide open courses, where you get a certificate, but to provide complete curriculums for students. And this was an initiative I implemented together with Professor Mike Friedrichsen and enthusiastic co-workers, the German University of Digital Science. And it is a university of the type 3.0. It started with offering education in the beginning of this month. And what is the driver? The driver is educating to master the digital transformation. So we are concentrating on the digital science of everything. Start with study courses in AI, cybersecurity, and advanced digital reality, AR, VR techniques, but also with MBAs in digital transformation, in digital technology, in digital leadership, which are not for the IT specialists, which are for the transformers. And we were thinking how we can redesign education with a new technical means in a way that's adapted to meet the need for education. I started when I showed you how the knowledge and the knowledge that is needed, how this has changed over the years. The university should be student-centered, challenge-based learning. This is the typical that students not only get explained what is going on, that students doing something, and with such type of hackathons, this is a very important thing which exactly goes in that direction. So in what we are doing in this, we try to use the latest IT technology for the purpose of education. AI, for example, we produce a video ID of us, a person that looks like us. It is trained with a large language model. It is trained deep learning with the content of the lecture. And this is a personal advisor for the student. Every time, day or night, they can discuss with me, with my video attendant, about what they are interested in the lecture. By the way, the most difficult thing is to stop this AI supervisor, not to start to tell things about the life, because it should be concentrated on discussion about the lecture and not about things, politics or other things, because then it is not controllable what happens. But for the knowledge of the lecture, this material is very fixed and the notions are clear, so this can be done. The avatars in that things, the artificial reality, the augmented reality, the virtual reality technique in a classroom. So in that things, also in the education itself, we try, that's the research of the university, to continue to develop these new technologies. Here on one, sure, there are the degree programs. This is what is regulated. So to become a university, you need a state recognition, and it's very, very difficult. This, then you are allowed to give master or bachelor or MBA degree or PhD degree. But below, this is the micro degree programs. This is something what also comes out of the MOOC world, and this is that the single modules of a study program can be done independently from the study program. We call it micro degree program. And what the students can get, the learners can get, is an 5 ECTS. Like the student gets credit points, European credit points in their study to when they manage a module. Here they can get it for the micro degree. What we do in that way, we make the certificates in the world of continual learning more transparent. At least in Germany, you cannot see if someone shows you a certificate, he has learned this and this. You cannot realize, is this a nice weekend course or was this a hard year full work? When, and this is only allowed for universities, when the certificate is written with a number of ECTS, a number of credit points, then one knows exactly what is the amount of learning that was involved in this type of course. So in this way, we want to revolutionize the continuing education market. So universities, which typically are duty forces, typically are not being very active in this continuing education. And this can change and must change in future, because universities has a teacher which are able to provide this. And they should not only provide it to the young people, they should also provide it in the continuing education for the others. So, and then there is also an open MOOC platform we started in the beginning of that year. The German UDS, University of Digital Science, the German UDS Academy with open courses. So the self-responsibility is increasing in this online, because there is no teacher taking my hands and saying, now you have to do this and now you have to do that. It's a self-responsibility of a person that once, if I want to have this job, I need this kind of qualification, and we should help, we should make it attractive, but the decision is with the learner. In that way, it is a mentored, self-directed learning, and this becomes more important, otherwise we will not be able to manage to provide this ever-increasing knowledge to the people which need a certain amount of education to do their job or to get a new job. We are based on the experience, on the 10 years experience with the OpenHPI platform. Here to give you a short view how a module looks like in such a digital university. There are the lectures, of course, to tell the, to provide the knowledge that the students need to learn during the course. And this is done in short lecture videos per week, about 12 to 15 such lecture videos, each 10 minutes or around. And then immediately after such a lecture video, there is a self-test. The students can, typical multiple choice, can check, did I understood what was presented in this lecture video? So for each of the 12 or 15 lecture videos, there is such a self-test. So the students can see, the learners can see, if I have to go back and have a second or third try for the video, or whether they understood all things. At the end of the week, there is a homework which is graded. Then the knowledge of that week is examined. Because beside of the self-test, there are also course materials. They can access the slides. There are links for continuing, deepening the knowledge and other things. And the most important is socializing element, the forum, and the invitation to use this forum and to interact with each other. And here we see the larger the audience, the more lively is the forum, because then more and more people come in. For that reason, a digital offering, if it's done in the right way, can scale. So for such a university, for a module, whether there are 50 students or whether there are 50,000 students, should not make a difference. And this is with the scaling, with the need that education can scale, and with this all the content is English, and we provide this for a very cheap fee, 7,500 for 1 year, for all the material of 1 year. So you can make an MBA with 7,500, which costs in UK 30,000, US 40,000, and this is only possible if it scales. And when it scales, it becomes more interesting with this forum and with this interaction. And also this forum is important. We have micro-degree learners. These are people with a business background. And we have students which start to learn. They are both and similar, interacting, have the chance to interact in the forum. This is good for the older people because they see what the young people ask for questions. Sometimes they ask because they do not know how it's done, how it's realized. They ask completely new questions. And for the students, it's good to be able to discuss with people that have experience. And of course, this is only the lecture analog. University also has to offer interaction formats, seminars, discussion forum, projects, presentations, and other things. And this is the in-depth learning challenge. Around this in this, we are organized in quarter. There are 8 such so-called lecture weeks, and around these lecture weeks there are these virtual projects. There are seminars, there are online sessions for discussion. And the students in the university can get ACTS, European Credit Transfer. We have it all over Europe, and it's accepted also in North America. And this is a measure of the learning effort that's needed in the mean. One ACTS is around approximately 25-hour learning hours. When this was introduced with Bologna, I was very much against, because I thought it's stupid to measure the content of a lecture in a mean of learning amount in hours. Because of course, for some people they have it immediately in 5 hours, and others will not learn it in 50 hours. But it is a measure. It measures, it tells something, and it's broadly invented now. So for example, MBA is 1 year, so it's 1 hour's learning amount, and for ECTS, 1 year master is 125 for the modules in this camp. The lecture clips, I already mentioned it, are the basis where the content is provided. Then the self-test. The self-tests are very important. For example, when the university streams their lectures, there is no such possibility to check, did I understood it? Have I to repeat to see it or others? This helps students to assess whether they are actively understood the content, and it is ungraded. It is kind of play, kind of quiz, that it also enjoy and motivate the students if they are happy and see, oh, I have 100% or I have 80%. This is a motivation to continue. Multiple choice, interactive exercises. Then the course material is presented to help and support the self-study, the scripts, the workbooks, fitting textbooks, online links and articles. Multimedia elements are very powerful because they immediately give an understanding, deep dives and others. Then the weekly graded homework. At the end of each week, the student have to prove, I followed this and I managed. So we insist that at least 60% of the questions, what we will learn in future, perhaps 80% is better, or yeah. So this is not but you should allow failure, but most of the content it needs to be understood. There are different types, 1 hour, 2 hours, where the student have to prove that they have followed the week, that they have understood what was provided there. And this is graded, goes in the final mark, and it is from the type similar to self-test, but now it's a larger amount, a bigger area is covered, and then the very, very important forum interactions with the fellow students, which is very important for the distance learning. If you not provide this, and it's not enough to provide an email address of the instructor, of the teacher, of the professor, because many people will not ask the professor, because they think, oh, then I prove that I'm not understanding much or others. But the people have no shame to ask the classmate for anything. And this helps this social, that the people interact with each other. Thought-provoking prompts. So the teacher, of course, asks all the questions in the forum, tries to provoke discussions on certain topics, tries to thinking about beyond what was presented, ethical questions, application questions, such things can be pushed by prompts from the teaching staff, and typically we observe that students spend 1 to 2 hours in a week in a forum action. And then there is a final examination, 2 hours time, 2 to 5 hours expected workload in preparation. also assessment needs to be done different in the digital education world than in the traditional world. In the traditional world, eventually it's enough in this tradition to have at the end one Klausur. And then all the students come into a room, they have to give up all things, and then there are people that observe that no interaction is done, and after 2 hours they can go, and then the mark is ready. Here it's much more assessing on the way of learning, and we also have very good experience with peer assessment. So for example, if the virtual project they have to do, they have to prepare a presentation. And if you think to 50,000 students in a course, these are all, is not yet reached, then of course it's impossible as a professor to evaluate this. So we have systems that students are evaluator, are assessing the work of others, and their work is also by other students investigated and reviewed. And this needs to be balanced. It should not be one-to-one, but it needs in a way that all people are fair with their assessments. And then these learning challenges stand for interaction formats, in-depth exercises. So for example, our course in this year is understanding designing the digital world. And the challenge, the course challenge is that they have to develop a new service that can be provided over the web, which in future will provide a service that's not yet available today. Single group challenges, action project prompts, so all what helps that the student, that the knowledge deepens what they have learned in the course. And there are many, many tools, and this is important for a group like you. We invite companies to provide the projects, virtual projects, with two ideas. They provide real questions from the real world, and the representatives of the companies, they learn the students knowing which are in India or in Greek or in Mexico. And we have in Germany, I think all over in Europe, a need for educated people in that area. So the people, the industry has a chance to see such potential co-workers, not to let them come here and try to train them. No, train them there where they are. So definitely they will do a good work for their country, but then, because in the digital learning one knows all what they can know and others, but it is also fair to make them offers to work there for the company or to come to us. I have to a little bit hurry up. All degree programs cover these professional skills, what I mentioned at the beginning, design thinking, basic understanding of coding, complex problem solving, business management. So this is part also of the technical study courses, the cybersecurity, and the research of the university focus, of course, on digital. The advantage, the professors need to be in the campus. So I can find and ask the specialists from all over the world to provide a lecture to this topic to the students of the German University of Digital Science. And I also provide the researchers. What can we do with new AR or VR techniques to deepen the learning experience in others? So this is what we have to do. And of course, there is no main building. There is a headquarters, a cloud house in Potsdam, where the servers are standing, but the main building needs to be established in the metaverse. So we have projects doing this, also the labs of the researchers, which are on different places, that they can work together. And to conclude, the German University of Digital Science has an academy, and the academy is similar like OpenHPI, an open platform with 2 weeks courses with the goal to support the digital enlightenment. We had no time to discuss this in more detail, but it is important to give a basic understanding of all this digital technology to the people. So what is offered there are these open courses, are the micro-degree programs with the certificates, is then of course academic study programs, consulting services, and what we use is the open edX platform, which exactly has the possibility to scale and to teach courses with 50,000 students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinl. I receive on email, but I think we can address directly. Professor Juan Albino, please, you have some questions for Professor Meinl?
Did you know that you have a question? Yeah. Yeah. So I think there is one does not need afraid interaction with the degrees. The degrees to get an MBA, the smallest degree, is 1 year, is about 15 modules. So to get an equivalent of an MBA, one needs to do 15 micro-degree programs. This is the first answer to say, don't worry, master is 30 modules. But on the other way, when someone does with an MBA with 15 micro-degree programs that fit together, I'm willing to say this is equivalent to an MBA. The micro-degree are done by people which are in profession, which have family and want to combine the need for continued education with their life environment and style. They cannot follow a study full day, a study program full day like an MBA. So they do here a micro degree, here a micro degree, and if they do enough in a good combination, then I as a university will say this is equivalent to an MBA. I think this is also a little bit changing our traditional educational system. Our traditional education system insists that you go to school, that you do Abitur or baccalaureate, then you have to go to university and so on. But in the real life, there are many people which do not finish the school, but became very skilled workers in a company. Why not, when they can prove that all the micro-degrees successfully fulfilled, why not to say this is equivalent to an MBA? This traditional thinking, I think, in this modern world do not fit. And universities should not afraid to lose their job. For the first phase, at least in the countries where the people can manage that the children can go to a campus university, it is good, because campus university is not only learning, it's to get a network, to get girlfriend, boyfriend, to get partners and understanding which are helpful for the professional career. So as a university, we also need to have to offer a bachelor, but in the start phase, we will not push this. So we stay with MBA and master, because we think for a second education after having a bachelor in a campus university, then it's fine, because network is existing, hopefully girlfriend, girl-boy is existing, and then the people can work and have their family life away from a university place and continue their education. Yeah. So in Germany we have many very big companies. They have internal academies. So they provide all kind of continuing education. But the problem, when the people change and go out to another company, the other company, the people, HR, does not understand what was it, how much was it. It is intransparent. Inside Volkswagen or Siemens is fine, but particularly also the small and mid-sized companies, they have difficulties to provide the continuing education. And with these micro degrees, it is on a university level continuing education. With the small degree, the micro degree, the ECTS points.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinen. I saw there are another question.
When no time, we can discuss.
Yeah, for this time, but shortly, Mr. you have a question. Please be concise.
Yeah.
And we will then, with the coffee break, we'll continue, but please, this question. We are champions.
Yeah, yeah. But I start with a general remark. This question is asked every time for the digital technologies, digital identities and others. And it looks like that in the physical world we have 100% security, in the digital world we have no security. There are different means to do this, but it is possible as well in the physical world, as well in the digital world to cheat. So here we hope that with the much more fine-grained assessment, the weekly homeworks, the interaction assessment, there is not one event where you get the mark for the module. There are many events, and it makes a lot of work, for example, to organize every time another person to do this for you. So we have, if you like, the website german-uds.de. There are the first 3 scientific reports. First about the vision of a digital university, second about digital interaction formats for courses, and one with assessment methods. Yeah, we cannot guarantee, but and we also see that it is an ongoing process, because a cheat method is detected and then you have to do something against. But we are prepared, but we believe that also in a classical model. So people go together to toilet, and what is the typical, you know, all the tricks are existing. Here in the digital world, they cannot go together to the toilet, so one thing is impossible.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinen. And now the second keynote speaker is Professor Thomas Süsse from Bielefeld University of Applied Science. Just yes, I will. Sorry for this. Remus. Thank you. Okay. Please start.
Yeah, I'm Thomas Süsse from Bielefeld University, and it's a really great pleasure. It's a big honor to give a presentation today at Sibiu Innovation Days about our vision of human AI interaction and how it may change during the next years. What we are doing, maybe to give you a little bit of an impression what our research team is doing every day, we try to accompany organizations whenever there's a situation that they implement new technologies and they think, okay, this will affect their workforce or their workplace, the way they're doing the jobs, the work process, things like this. Then we go into these companies, we do empirical research and try to figure out what are the challenges, the opportunities, how are job roles shifting, for example, or what kind of new jobs are emerging in our industry. At least in Germany, and I think it's in every other countries now, we have this new kind of job. It's this so-called, what is it called? The guy who is working with ChatGPT. You can imagine, right? It's the prompt engineer. Yeah. And you have companies that employ to 100% full-time jobs prompt engineers in Germany. that's a big development in the workforce. It's a shift of jobs. You can see it here. Yesterday, we went out for a walk here in the city, in Sibiu. It was a quite nice walk. And maybe you noticed there is a film festival going on at the moment. And we just came in touch with some students there, talked with them a little bit, and then they were asking us, what are you doing here? And of course, we made big advertisement for Sibiu Innovation Days and for Academic Project. And then we said, okay, we're working in the field of AI, and we are wondering how AI is, from a human perspective, actually changing our society, the kind of way we are working. And then they said, okay, that's quite interesting. And they said, it's relevant for us as well, because we are filmmakers in the future, and a lot of things there can be done in the future or even today by AI technologies. They gave us a nice example. Maybe some of you like Netflix and you watch series one after the other, and the structure, the logic of the series is that every single series follows the same kind of model or structure or logic, because the filmmakers, they know what attracts people that watch the films. So this kind of standardization, this logic now might be easily implemented or resolved by an AI technology. And then it was quite interesting. Of course, we asked them, so how do you feel now? You are a young person, you are studying it. That's the future actually for you. You have to work in that setting. And they were kind of, on the one hand, a little bit nervous because they think, okay, what is about my art of designing films? Is this still something that is there, that is needed? It was their concern a little bit. And on the other hand, it was like, oh, it's a great opportunity, by the way. There are a lot of things technology can do for me. So jobs which I think I don't want to care actually, but I will stay in this very creative and artistic or art-related bubble where I can really do what I want to do as a human person. So this conversation was quite interesting, and this is just to give you a first idea, an impression, a picture of what we are doing in our research team. So we are jumping into or diving into different kind of job and work contexts and try to figure out how do humans feel like also about AI. How do they perceive it? So how's the social perception? For example, do they see it as a new actor? Is it a new companion? Is it a new employee maybe, right? We work together with companies in Bielefeld, big manufacturing company, I will show you in a couple of minutes. They gave the AI, they implemented a name. His name is Ferdinand. And they employed it there, and it was quite positive from the perspective of the employees as well who work together with this AI. But from other work contexts, especially from work contexts that are more in the IT sector, for example, software engineering, programming, work contexts like this, we know that they're completely different. These kind of people, they not so much say it's like a social actor, it's like a companion. They are more, let's say, rational about it. Maybe the reason is because they have more insights about how the technology works. Could be, we are not sure about it. Okay, so this is what I would like to talk about a little bit. So to give you a brief summary, what is my passion in research and also in cooperation with companies. We check out what kind of technologies are emerging, what is their innovation potential, and how can we as humans benefit from it. So it's a little beyond just the idea of saying, what can do this technology from a managerial perspective to enhance our productivity? It's a bit more actually. It's concerned also with the people that are involved. Of course, if you want to know more about myself, there's a QR code, you can scan it, but you don't have to. As I said, I'm based in Bielefeld, the university. We have a couple of faculties, so it's a tradition, I would say. The university is between 2.0 and 3.0, based on the presentation we just heard from Professor Meiler. And one thing is important, there's a German joke about the city of Bielefeld, maybe you know it. This joke is about, does that city actually exist or not? And for that reason, I invited the guys from Sibiu in May, and so they can prove this city actually exists. You can believe me or ask them, right? So yeah, so this is where we're situated in the western part of Germany. And what you should know about this region very briefly is you have a lot of big industry, a lot of big companies there around our university, and you also have these very traditional manufacturing industries in our region. So very engineering focused, but not only, but a big focus on that. Okay, but in my keynote, in my speech, it's not about me, it's about maybe her, or him, or it, or what is it? I don't know, we tend to give it a him, it's usually a man, but why a woman or it, we don't know, right? And you can see here AI, when it comes to us, it comes in very different, we all know this, kind of representations. You see sometimes it's very physical, right? It's a robot, maybe it's even that big that you would be afraid of it, right? Maybe it can hurt you, those are typical problems. Sometimes it's very virtual, like we know all ChatGPT, for example. And sometimes there on the left picture, you can see the forehead. We also have that one. It's a quite nice robot. It's a humanoid robot, and you can interact with this robot in a really nice and interesting way. Give you an example. This robot is able to tell you some jokes in your language, and then the robot recognizes if you are laughing or not, if you find it funny, that joke or not. And if you are not laughing, then it says, okay, maybe you are more in favor of a different kind of joke. Yeah? And what does that mean for us? To give it a little bit more of a systematic. That means it's a real collaboration now in interaction. It's no longer just a coexistence between technology and human. No, it's a mutual process we see now. I think that's what we find quite interesting. So, okay, give you a more broader picture, and we heard this discussion about innovation and how to transfer innovation from research maybe in the industries and make potential of it. You can see here a graphic. Oh, the video is not working. Doesn't matter. I just explained it. You can see here a graphic, and it shows on the y-axis the GDP, and on the x-axis you see the AI publications. And we heard it from the lady from the European Union. Look what's going to happen here. You have a relationship between how we as researchers, as scientists, are engaged in the field of AI and with the wealth of the company, with the prosperity of the society. It's a correlation. We don't have a causality here. We don't know if there's more research in AI if we have a company that has a higher GDP or the other way around. It's just a correlation. But the interesting thing is here that, of course, research and science can make a benefit to prosperity and wealth. That's obvious, but now, let's say, we know it. It's a different thing. And then, maybe you can remember, there was the meeting of the G7 in June, and there was one interesting quote, and this inspired me a lot because they, of course, they say AI has a big potential. That's clear. We are all kind of, it's common sense, right? But what I find interesting is, look at, they say it's an increase in productivity, but also it's a question of quality of jobs. And this is what I took for us as a team of researchers, and we said, okay, maybe we are kind of working in the right direction. Because, as I said earlier, usually the potential of AI is seen in terms of productivity and optimization. And in many cases, I know that from companies we are working with, the question of jobs and how are jobs changing and how can we enhance the quality of jobs, because now we have the opportunity to do that with this technology, is not so prominent at the moment. Remember the students that I met yesterday, they have no idea at the moment how to go in that direction. So, what we are claiming is we must definitely understand more about humans' new role. If you look back in history and consider since when we are developing and putting effort on development of AI, it's now about 3/4 of a century, 75 years that we are engaging in AI, more or less, right? And now we are on the maturity of a technology, and every day we see it, you can see it here in the picture, that we should start thinking more explicitly, what does it mean for us as people? How do we want to work together? How do we want to learn together? We heard that. And how we can put the innovation we have already in research into the industry. And Innovation Days here in Sibiu, I think they are a great example for doing this. I show you a workplace. And I leave that up to you if this would be your favorite workplace or not. Right? Maybe some of you liked it. Others would say, oh no, I like to work under trees. Yeah, be a bit more outside. It's fully up to you and what you expect from work, right? And what you love to do. But what we see now, and now it comes to Organization 5.0, we recommend that the purpose of digitalization itself is shifting. What does that mean? We argue, and especially in Germany, the colleagues that are in this domain of Industry 4.0, they are not happy about this kind of argumentation. We argue that we have to think about why do we digitalize our work, our lives? Why most people of us are wearing things like a smartwatch? What is the purpose of it? Why do we have such a, let's say, cockpit where we can control a lot of things? There's a lot of information coming and we have to deal with it. Digital competence is definitely an issue in this kind of workplace, right? You need that. But what's the purpose of it? Why do we do that? To digitalize it? To make analog information and transform it into digital information? No, that cannot be the purpose. Right? We have to go beyond this idea and one step further. And in the Codemo project, we are part of that project, we say, actually, the 5.0 framework gives us the exact purposes we need for digitalization. The first one is, imagine you would here observe maybe a system which is creating sustainable energy. There are a lot of digital twins, and what is the purpose? To have a greener environment, to have a greener business, a greener society. This would be one purpose. Second purpose is, and I insist a little bit on this one, what is about the human who's working? Is he feeling good? Is he feeling bad? Is there any of these kind of dashboards or KPIs or information you see there? Does it say something about how he feels during the day? Maybe he's stressed based on all this information that we are throwing on him. We don't know. No, not ask him. Yeah. But it would be a good idea to do that. And third thing is about, of course, resilience as the third pillar of Organization 5.0. So how to use all this technology we've developed over the last 30 or 40 years boost and increase the resilience from an individual company perspective. So how to deal with the ongoing crisis, the political issues we have in the world, the problems we see in supply chains, and so on and so forth. So digitalization can, of course, help us, but we have to make clear that we're not digitalizing our processes and businesses to have it digital, but to reach goals that are much more beyond it. Okay. But as I introduced, of course, I cannot do all of this. I'm just a single researcher with my team. So my team and I, we focus on the human perspective, and that makes it so interesting to go together with people that are coming from technology and think about how we can, for example, enhance people's working lives, make them feel better at work. We have just recently in Germany, there was a big research project about should we just work 4 days a week now instead of 5 days? And does this has to do with technology? Yes, because what the research colleagues did with the help of wearables, with smartwatches, they analyzed what is changing for people. They analyzed their stress level, because if you shrink your working day from 4 to 5 days, that means people had to work a little bit longer during 4 days in the afternoon. And they tried to figure out what does that mean for them. And based on these kind of digital devices, they could measure that. And I think this is a nice example which shows the purpose of technology is think about how do humans feel and behave and how we can improve our working life. Especially for Germany, that's a big issue, because maybe you know that in the next 10 to 15 years, about 30% of the workforce in Germany is going to retire. So it's going to be a wise idea to take care of the guys that are still there. Of course, young people are popping in. Good, so let's stay at the human level. And I want to dive a little bit deeper into one of our research projects. We had a case with a remanufacturing company in Bielefeld. It's a big company, it's a supplier for the automotive industry for a lot of years, very traditional. And remanufacturing, I think you know that, means they get spare parts from cars and they are completely disassembled, and then they take, on the right picture there, you can see there are some springs there, this size. And the employees in this company, for decades, they did one thing, they took the springs and they said, okay, yeah, that looks quite okay, we can reuse that. And then there was another one and they took it and they said, no, cannot do that, cannot use that anymore. So this was their daily working routine, right? And the company said, okay, is there a technology that can help us a little bit about this process? And you can see this black box there at the top. And this is, by the way, Ferdinand. It's the name of the box, yeah? And it's an AI, it has an AI inside, and this AI is trained by the workforce, with the help of the workforce, to make these decisions about these springs, right? Can we use them again, or should we just put it to trash, right? And the implementation of this AI system within the organization, so within the factory, you can see it on the left side, was quite interesting, because the HR department, what they did, first thing they did, they said, you get a job guarantee until you retire. They could do it quite easily in that organization, because the average age of the people that are working there in that field was 55. Yeah? So, of course, this gave the people a feeling of, okay, I'm not going to lose my job, I can be quite relaxed, I much more in a positive way accept this technology. And then we came in and we accompanied this process of implementing AI. And one research question we asked was, how do these kind of workers describe this interaction with the AI agent? So, in easy words, how do they work together? How do they collaborate with AI? And you can see there the picture. This is a typical worker. Also an important aspect, if you ask me, non-academic worker. This is also important, because very often we stay a lot of in this bubble of academia, but in the real work field, of course, we have a lot of other people that are not coming from this field, right? But we're also interested in having a high-quality job. And I'm not going to go too much into details here, but we have a cognitive dimension, which we see in this interaction pattern, and they work, and they say, okay, we need a general understanding of the AI, and we need an idea of its capabilities, right? we need an idea of the capabilities? It's quite obvious because these guys, they want to, or they have to trust the system, the AI, right? If you trust it, means you assign a certain degree of competence to this technology, for example. Then you can work much more relaxed with it. You can say, okay, I take responsibility for it, and so on and so forth. So this was an important element. This was what they reported to us, and this is what we observed. And what we find quite interesting also is they really insisted on the fact that they said, I want to understand how the system actually learns. Why is that important? The whole project, the AI, was framed as a young new employee. This was the story one told them, and he does not know anything about the job he has to perform. So please train him, yeah, help him in learning, yeah. And this helped really a lot in this project to have a successful implementation at the end of this AI system in this remanufacturing case. For about 2 years now, this system is running in full production without any problems. And the second part, of course, for the employees was the emotional dimension. So are there any emotional aspects? Of course there are. There is something about openness, of course. Am I in general open about new technologies? And you see the picture of one of these workers there. I don't want to stereotype, of course not, but we have people in the mid-50s, right? A couple of years left until they retire. So in generally, they are not that much open, I would say, right, to these new kind of technologies, especially when you did this job for maybe 1 decade or longer. And another thing which was very important to successfully collaborate with this machine is to see it really as a companion or as a machine that is complementary to my own skills, right? Of course, that meant that the job profiles and the things they were doing of the employees shifted, right? So their job was now to observe the machine, to check if it's working, and make here and there, in cases where the machine was not that sure, make some adjustments or some final quality checks. So are there, the humans are still responsible for the process. One thing which they also mentioned a lot, for example, was the point 4, enforce your own recovery phases. They really insisted on the point that they said, I'm fully aware the machine does not need a break, but I'm a human, I need it, really, right? That was interesting for us to see. The third dimension is about the social element of these interactions. And this has a lot to do with the contextual framing when this company implemented this AI system, giving it a name, giving it a role among the employees. That helped a lot. That, for example, the people say, oh, I'm sure this is a machine, it's a new technology, but also something like a colleague. I know it makes mistakes, and I'm a little bit relaxed about this. I appreciate that you're here, and I help you to learn. It was the main things they told us about how they interact in a social way with this AI system. So they really described it as an inexperienced colleague that has to learn a lot, and I will help you by doing this. Okay, this is a manufacturing case. Then compare it with a completely different work context. Unfortunately, I think the video is not working. No. Doesn't matter, I explain you. You're all aware of generative AI. Oh yeah, now it's working. You can see there, it's a tool, it's a programming tool. It's named GitHub Copilot. Maybe you've heard about it. And it's going to be interesting if the students use it during the hackathon. The program code that is generated here is not written by a human. right? It's all done automatically by GitHub Copilot, right? So GitHub Copilot, it's a tool from Microsoft. Of course, the company is promoting it a lot, but we had a research project with a big insurance company in Germany, which has a software development department, and they introduced this tool in the software development, software engineering department. And they asked us, okay guys, can you try to figure out what does that mean for our employees? How do they feel? What is about the general programmer? What are the potentials? How can we use it in the future, this kind of tool? And you can see here there is really an interaction with Copilot and the programmer. For example, you can ask Copilot, there's programming code, it's about 10 years old, I have no idea what's going on here in this old software, and you can interact with Copilot and he's starting to explain to you what this code is doing, right? So it's really a discourse, it's a discussion, for example. You can also do things like this. So, what we did, I do it quite briefly, we also tried to figure out how do software engineers experience the interaction with this generative AI. What we found quite interesting compared to the real manufacturing case, here in this service-oriented case, or let's say software development environment, there was not such a framing from the company side. So GitHub Copilot did not get any specific role from the management board. They did not have that much expectations about it. They just say, okay, those are the licenses for Copilot. Guys, I encourage you, use it, and that's it. Let's start experimenting. So the context was also a little bit different. And then what we try to do is to compare this with the manufacturing case and try to figure out where are different interaction patterns or way of how people in a manufacturing environment interact with generative AI or with AI compared to software. Where are similarities and where are differences? And I very briefly would like to share this with you. On the left, you have the manufacturing case. On the right, there is the software development, software engineering case. And the X here is just saying, in this case, it's maybe a little bit more important, that pattern, compared to the other case. And if you check out the differences, you have different aspects or new aspects that are popping in. For example, things like data protection regulations that play no role at all for the manufacturing case, but they are extremely important for the software development case, because we had an insurance company here. Yeah, so data protection, data privacy, and so on and so forth is a big issue. And you can also see determine the division of tasks between the AI and itself. In the manufacturing case, this was quite clear. It was pre-structured by the management and the team leads. In the software development environment, which is much more, let's say, creative, which is a work field that is much more open, you have to deal with more complex solutions, and maybe based on the problem you're working on, you have to let's say, negotiate and rethink about how do we actually want to interact with this AI in this specific case. So this is why we have here these kind of differences between these work contexts. And regarding the emotional aspect, on the software development case, there was something about confidence, because again, our plan was to look at not only the young employees, most of us always think about, but also in the software engineering departments, we had employees that were older than 50, right? We have these typical kind of programmers for decades there, producing high quality code, and then there's such a system popping in and say, okay, high quality standard code, I can do this as well. Maybe we have some programmers in the room, we can discuss about it. Yeah. So there are differences, but also similarities between these two cases. I will not go too much into the details. Oh yeah, one thing maybe important about the recovery phases, so the general biologic human needs, if you want it like this, they played no role in the software engineering context, actually, though they really did not talk about this aspect at all. And if you take the social dimension, very briefly a comparison here between both cases, you can see at the bottom, express yourself to your AI colleague in an understandable way. This is just prompt engineering, right? This is prompting, and you know it's now an important discipline. And the guys from software engineering, there was no one who really told them, but they learned it by themselves. And when they started quite early. GitHub Copilot was not that famous. Then they just, you can even say, gambled around a little bit with the system. They challenged it. They figured out what are the appropriate questions, the prompts, and how do you get the best results. That played a big role. And also the whole thing about ethical and moral standards played a much more important role for the guys in programming, because one can imagine it's a different kind of work context, and it comes also sometimes to the question, okay, who is the owner of brilliant software code, right? This was also a discussion they had now. Okay, good. So my key takeaways for you, maybe, just to summarize a little bit. I gave you 3 examples: the film festival and the students, manufacturing and software engineering, and we can see AI is definitely changing the way we work. We knew that before, but our mission is to work on empirical evidence to show it very explicitly. But also the graph at the beginning, where I compared AI research and publications with the GDP, we need much more empirical research, and also, I think, co-design of technological solutions at a very early stage with the people that are supposed to work or use these new kind of technologies. I also showed you we definitely have a shift and a transformation from a coexistence towards a collaboration between humans and AI. Remember this video where a programmer was interacting and chatting with GitHub Copilot? You know that from ChatGPT. It's a collaboration now, it's a discussion, right? Even, by the way, just a fun fact. There's evidence that if you are more friendly to ChatGPT, he or she or it is giving you better answers. Yeah. So to be kind to the system, by the way. And finally, and this was a little bit also my entrance into this speech, is the 5.0 umbrella term gives us a very fruitful framework from my perspective to critically think about the purpose of digitalization. Is it green? Is it to improve human's life, which of course belongs quite together, or is it about increased resilience in our industries, of our organizations, and so on? Thank you for listening, and enjoy Sibiu Innovation Days.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I invite you to put 1-2 questions, but also we can discuss later in the coffee break. But 1 question, please.
I think it's a very important question. Who is responsible? It's not answered today. I think a good example is about autonomous driving. Right? Who is responsible when something is happened? It's, to my knowledge, in most cases, still the driver. Right? In our cases here, I can tell you that for the manufacturer and also for software engineering, for both industry cases, the people are responsible here in that cases. That's, I can say it. Like that, yeah, because they have to say, okay, this is code I generated with the help of a new tool, but I have to check it, for example. Yeah.
much. And I invite now for 10 minutes, not more than 12, let's say, for a very well-deserved coffee break. Thank you. And we'll continue with the blockchain and cybersecurity section. Îmi dai stick-ul? Berti, invită lumea să iasă la cafea, știi? Hmm?
Hello. Um, Thank you for coming back from the coffee break, which was, I think, necessary. We had very important and heavy plenary lectures, and now we are continuing one of the main topics, which is blockchain and cybersecurity. We will have our first presenter, which is Radu Kish. He needs somehow a presentation if it's well known among us. He's one of our former students, our former PhD student, and also associate assistant professor at our department of computer science. He's now working at Multiverse X, one of the leading company promoting and also developing blockchain, but not only blockchain, but also cryptocurrencies. Radu has also major contribution regarding the architecture of such complex systems, and in the moment is the head of technology at Multiverse X. So Radu, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you for being here, for joining us today. My name is Radu Kish. I am the head of technology at Multiverse X, and I'm going to present you today how blockchain can impact different technologies, how blockchain is transforming the industries. Let's start with the basics. What is blockchain? In fact, the blockchain is a decentralized database, a decentralized ledger technology, where you could record different information on this blockchain and have it secure and transparent. The rise of blockchain came with the advent of Bitcoin in 2008, but it got more than just a cryptocurrency. Right now, you can have very, very different applications based on blockchain. Why it matters? Because blockchain provides transparency, it provides security, and it provides efficiency, because you don't need a middleman there. So the key features of blockchain that set it apart from traditional databases are, first, the decentralization. You don't have one central authority that can do, that controls the data. So this means if you can have the data on multiple nodes, you could have it less corruption on this data. The immutability is another key feature of the blockchain. Once you have recorded the data on the blockchain, you cannot change it. You cannot update it, you cannot delete it. You can only come with a new transaction that changes the state. So this is very, very useful if you have to do audits. All the data is on the blockchain. You cannot have an update that overwrites some old data and have the previous update missing there. So it's very, very transparent. On public blockchains, all the transactions are public. Everyone can see the transactions. You don't have to trust a third party that is going to give you the information. You trust the actual code there. And it's very, very secure. It uses state-of-the-art cryptographic techniques to secure the data, public-private key cryptography, encryption, and this is very, very good in stopping the unauthorized access. So also in the previous presentation, AI was presented. We think that blockchain and AI are transformative technologies for the future. So there can be a synergy between the blockchain and the AI. The models that are trained, they have to share somehow the data, and using a blockchain to share this data securely, transparently, can help very, very good the AI. It will enhance the trust and the transparency of AI decisions. If the decisions are written on the blockchain and nothing can be overwritten there, then again, you can look what contributed to that kind of a decision in the AI. So the blockchain could be a truth machine for the AI. data that has been written on the blockchain could be authentic and truthful. We could also have decentralized AI networks. So this could distribute the AI training on different machines, and they could communicate through the blockchain. And this way they would ensure the data privacy and ownership. There was a question right before, who owns the data? With the blockchain, you could know who owns the data there. So the applications of blockchain and AI would be the secure data sharing among the AI. The data would be authentic and untampered if it is written on the blockchain. You could also monetize. So your work that you have, you own that work. And if someone wants to use that, you could get some compensation about that. The writing all the information of the AI and what went to the decisions, you could also have transparent and explainable AI models, and it would help in the future for audits. And yep, autonomous systems like IoT devices and robots could again be secured through blockchain, reducing the tampering. The benefits of combining these two very new technologies, blockchain and AI, would be the improved data security. You could encrypt the data and have less data breaches. You could have greater data availability because you store the data on multiple nodes, and it could be much easier to get from the diverse data sets for AI from different nodes. Because you don't have an intermediary that provides you with this data, you are putting it directly on the blockchain. Anyone can access it. If they have access rights, you are going to reduce also the cost. So some business models that until now, until the combination of blockchain and AI, were not possible. So it could accelerate the innovation in the space of blockchain and AI. There are some challenges and considerations to take into account. The scalability. If you have very big AI models and you have to put a lot of information on the blockchain, the current speeds, the current scalability issues of blockchain is not necessarily up there where it needs to be. The data quality, so you could put the information on the blockchain, but if you have bad data, you are going to have bad AI models there. Yep, the regulatory compliance. I think that in the future, we are going to have more and more laws regarding both blockchain, like the MiCA, and also for AI. And combining these two gets us to a technical complexity that has complexity from both the blockchain. It requires expertise both in the blockchain part and the AI part, and you also need some very robust infrastructure there. Some case studies for AI would be healthcare data management, where AIs are going to process the data and make some decisions. Supply chain optimizations, where AI is optimizing the supply chain, and the financial services, where with the transparency of the blockchain, fraud detection using AI could be very easy. So blockchains do not innovate just AI, but also they have a revolution in the financial services. Digital assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum are a new form of digital money right now. We also have decentralized finances. You don't need a third party like a bank to do lending and borrowing. There are smart contracts that you can program to execute automated agreements when set terms are met, and you don't need the middleman to do the lending and the borrowing there, for example. So you are going to increase your efficiency. For the supply chain management, blockchain could help with the traceability. You could write on the blockchain the different stages in which the supplies are coming, and have the reduction of the frauds. You can authenticate the verified goods. This is very important in the pharmaceutical and in the luxury goods industries. And again, not having another middleman, you are going to to have a more efficient supply chain. For the healthcare, yep, secure medical records. You could store these records encrypted on the blockchain, and whoever needs the data is only accessible for the authorized personnel. Seamless data sharing between the different healthcare providers. The hospital and the pharmacy and the supplier can communicate on the blockchain. The drug supply chain integrity, you could track the medication from the manufacturer to the patient there. Government and the public sector could also be helped by the blockchain. You could have some transparent voting systems. Secure and very, very tamper-proof elections using zero-knowledge proofs. Decentralized IDs for the citizens, and also the land registries, the immutable property records, what the notaries and the government is doing right now, and they are storing it in a database somewhere that could be maybe modified. This could be stored securely on the blockchain. For the energy and the utilities, like lending and borrowing money, you could lend or sell and buy the excess energy. You could also put the renewable or the green energy certificates on the blockchain. I talked a little bit about zero-knowledge proofs. What are the zero-knowledge proofs? You are trying to provide that you know something without revealing any extra information about that claim. It's very, very important in the blockchain because you will be able to have more privacy and also more scalability. And there are ZK snarks and ZK starks types of zero-knowledge proofs. The applications of zero-knowledge proofs are, for example, the privacy-preserving transactions. You don't need to know the sender, the receiver, and the value in a transaction to know if it's valid or not. If you're interested only if the transaction is valid or not, you don't need this information. Identity verification. You have to prove in a bar or in a restaurant that you are above 18 years. You are 18 years old. If you provide the ID, you share also information about your address, about your exact date, about your social security number. The information that the bar needs is, are you above 18 or not? And that's it. And like I said, also the scalability solutions. You could do some very, very hard computations outside of the blockchain and then come with a zero-knowledge proof and put it on chain so that others can verify it. So what is Multiverse X, where I'm the head of technology? It's a high-throughput blockchain platform with scalability and transparency in mind. We would like to onboard 1 billion people, so we want to scale the blockchains for the mass adoption. And we have some core technologies like adaptive state sharding, secure proof of stake, zero-knowledge proofs, and sovereign chains. The sharding part processes transactions in parallel, and we can improve the processing power. The sovereign chains are something really, really important for the enterprises who need some customizable, interoperable blockchain specifically created for their needs. They could have it. And with the integration of the zero-knowledge proofs, we could have the confidential transactions, the private smart contracts for enterprises that are processing data that cannot be made public. So the sovereign chains are independent blockchains that are created specifically for different enterprises. So the rules, the governance, and the functionality could be created exactly for what the business, what the application needs there. If you need 10 nodes in the network and you need to not pay very, very good fees, very, very big fees, then you would need a smaller blockchain specifically created for you. These sovereign chains operate with the mainnet, the Multiverse X mainnet, and also with other blockchain networks. That was a lot of theory until now. Let's see some actual cases or use cases where blockchain is used. For example, here we have the government, the Romanian government, through ICI, the National Institute for Research and Development in Informatics. They are using for the last 3 years, I think, the multiverse blockchain, and they are creating NFTs. They have different NFTs collections, like for David Popovich, that people can buy like memorabilia. So you don't buy a t-shirt, you buy an NFT that you have there. And just 3 days ago, they announced the Ager Press Daily News Hold Edition. They are writing the news, they are recording the news on the blockchain. I'm going to quote Mr. Bogdan Ivan, the Minister for Research, Innovation and Digitalization, what he said on Monday. In a world dominated by digital challenges, the use of blockchain to guarantee the authenticity and truthfulness of information is essential. You would like to know that the news that you are reading right now is authentic, is created by Ager Press, for example, and it's truthful. So it's not some deep fake there. The example with deep fakes was mentioned by the World Economic Forum in 2021. Blockchain can help combat the threat of deep fakes, and here is how. There is a Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, C2PA. They are trying to build the standards so that you have the certificate that the source and the history, the provenance of a digital media content, being it pictures or videos or sound, where do they come from? Are they real, or were they created by a deep fake? And using the blockchain with some hardware support so that you can sign this information on the media content is going to give you authenticity and tamper-proofness. I talked also about the supply chain. Deloitte had 3 different use cases that they have implemented for different clients. The first one using blockchain and IoT for shipment tracking. They used the Hyperledger Fabric blockchain developed by IBM. ThinkStream, a real-time positioning tracker that could write the exact position of the shipment, autonomous, and AWS, where the actual blockchain resides, and they recorded this data on the distributed ledger technology, on the blockchain, and this data is immutable and tamper-proof. If the tracker said that the ship was, I don't know, in the Atlantic Ocean somewhere, yep, it was there. Another use case, I said, blockchain is revolutionizing the financial services. Visa, one of the biggest payment processors, are also trying the blockchain. Visa's tokenized asset platform, or VTAP, they are trying to do digital payments in form of tokens that are backed by fiat, by normal money. And because you don't need, you need the blockchain, but you don't need another intermediary, it will be more efficient, and with the use of smart contracts, programmable. I also talked a little bit about the zero-knowledge proofs. So Pi Squared, the proof of proofs, is a company created by Professor Grigore Roșu. He's at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and he's very, very good at formal verification and providing different proofs there. And they are trying to do a universally verified computing for all. So you have a claim that you want to prove that it's valid. So someone transfers some amount of tokens to another address, and you want that proof to be valid or not. And you run it on a virtual machine, you get to a very, very huge mathematical proof. With a ZK proof checker, you are going to be able to have a very, very small proof. This is the proof of proof part. And this you can write on a blockchain, and if someone wants to verify it, they are going to go on the blockchain and verify the proof. So the future of blockchain and the further innovation, yep, there are emerging technologies like quantum computers. Blockchain uses currently, not all of the cryptography that blockchain uses is quantum resistant. And there needs to be quantum resistant cryptography for the blockchains. the collaboration and interoperability with different blockchains is also a must. Partnerships and standards are also a must in order to for the further adoption. There are the regulatory hurdles, laws, until now, but also in the future. I think we are going to have more laws both for the blockchain and the AI, and the public perception or the misconception that blockchain is cryptocurrencies. So blockchain has a transformative power. Because of the transparency, security, and efficiency, it could be used in very, very different applications. Together with the AI, they are really, really transformative. Multiverse provides a scalable, secure, customizable solutions for enterprises in the form of sovereign chains. So if an application needs a dedicated chain, the sovereign chains are very, very good for this. I urge you all to explore and adopt the blockchain where you see its fit there. For this, for the exploration part, we have a workshop today. My colleague Alexandru Popența is going to do at the Faculty of Engineering from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. an introduction to interacting with the Multiverse X network workshop. Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. We are taking this into consideration, but the actual roadmap, no. Once the quantum algorithms, the quantum computers are here, yep, we are also embarked on that path with quantum secured cryptography. It's going to be, I would say, at the same time when also the banks and all other cryptography that is not quantum resistant is going to change to that. I'm not sure that there is a roadmap to the adoption of quantum computers and quantum resistant cryptography, but yes, we need to also take that into consideration. Yes, please. Okay, so I learned something today. Okay, thank you. I'm waiting for your presentation.
Okay, some other questions?
This is Adrian, the head of engineering at Multiverse X. We are here together.
Okay, thank you. I will have questions. For
Yes.
instance, you were talking about something that your company named sovereign chains.
Yep.
What is the etymology of this
It's
denomination?
It's sovereign because they can do whatever they want. They are sovereign on their blockchain there. So if you need the blockchain and you're not creating one specifically tailored for your needs, then you're going to have to use a generic blockchain like Ethereum, Multiverse X, Bitcoin, and so on, where you cannot do the necessary changes that you want. Maybe you want smaller fees. Maybe you want to process more transactions. Maybe you want to have smaller times between the blocks. And you cannot do that. You're not sovereign on that blockchain, but you could do these changes on your blockchain, the one specifically created for you, for your needs, and you can change the rules of the game during the game if you need that.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. So, other questions for our speaker?
Thank you
So
very
thank
much.
you so much, Radu. So we checked out two of the teams, blockchain and also cybersecurity, which are linked together, and we are now passing by to our second speaker, which is Professor Lasse Bertsen, who's from School of Business, University of Southeastern Norway. Professor Bertsen is working for a long period of time in the sector of ICT for public sector, but also his research are going into e-governance and also systems that are linked to the public sector. Now he will have a talk on blockchain in the energy sector.
Thank you. I will share some experiences with you today from 6-7 years of working with blockchain. We had a project in the energy sector, and let's see if I can use this. So I'm a professor in information systems, and I've been working on smart energy. And in this context, we had a project called Smart MLA. We had a project called Smart MLA that was about making a multi-layer aggregator. And one of the tasks we did in this context was to investigate the use of blockchain for settlements between energy producers and energy consumers, and also smart contracts for energy optimization. So this started in 2017, and at that time every application needed to have some blockchain because everyone talked about blockchain. It's like today when everything is about large language models, so you have to put that into every project. So I will give you a more balanced view of blockchain with some also this is from 2020, and it said that blockchain is one of the top skills that you need. In 2024, it's not. So you probably heard about this Gartner's hype cycle. And the hype cycle is about when you get some new technology, you find all applications. It's like you have a hammer and you find nails everywhere. The problem is that a lot of these ideas about how to use blockchain fails. And this is when we get to this slope or trough of disillusionment, which means that you suddenly find out that it's not that good solution. So you have a lot of expectations here, and then you find out that some of them are not working at all. And this is the red one. And then some applications are actually surviving. Today, according to Gartner, it's actually only two things that have been successful with blockchain so far, and that is cryptocurrency and wallets. Those are stable technologies that have been taken up by many people. We have also very close to being productive distributed applications. So it's some good ideas, but it's also some pitfalls there. But blockchain was obviously not the solution to everything. And in 2018 to 2019, we thought blockchain was the technology that would solve every problem. We have been working on smart grids, and it means that we connect producers and consumers together. And we use smart meters, and if you put some solar panels on your roof, then you can also sell energy to the network. So this is a typical smart grid where we have some wires for energy, but we also have some control structures to take care of the energy settlements and so on. So we can use blockchain to handle settlements between producers and consumers, and in a local smart grid, the consumers can also produce energy, and we call them prosumers. And the prosumers need to settle transactions between themselves and also with the energy network. And a new function called an aggregator can act as an intermediary. So I try to illustrate this here. We have some prosumers on the right side. They communicate with the aggregator that kind of represents all the prosumers to the rest of the network, and then we have the DSOs and TSO, distribution system operator, and transmission system operator that takes care of the national and regional networks. But the aggregator plays a role here. And what we did was to investigate how can we do the settlements between prosumers and aggregators, and also between aggregators and energy market using blockchain. Why blockchain? In the previous speech, we heard about transparency and the need for openness. And one of the things about the energy sector is that they don't have a very good reputation. At least in my country, it's they say you have to read the small letters, because every deal is supposed to be a good deal, but it's basically not. They are trying to get as much money from you as possible. So having transparency in the energy sector is a very important thing, and it was in our project. We can also use blockchain for smart contracts, where tasks and transactions are executed when certain requirements are met. And one example is electric vehicle charging. And you could say, like we put in a contract that says that charging when price of the energy is lowest within a time period, let's say before 7 a.m. Next morning, because you need a car to go to work, then it's also a possibility, and we also implemented a prototype of that. So I will skip this because the previous speaker talked about the characteristics of blockchain. It's basically a decentralized, immutable, distributed ledger. We have two kinds of blockchains. We have the public blockchain, which is probably what most people think about when they talk about blockchain. It's the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, and this is a global infrastructure. Everyone can access it. It's transparent. User pays for transactions. The price is dynamic, supply demand, and the payment may be exchanged into real currency. We also have private blockchains, and in that case, it's private in the way that someone owns the blockchain. It's a local infrastructure. The operator has responsibility for the infrastructure, including the scaling, and users pay for transactions, but the payment has no real value. And the security in this case is handled by access control compared to the public blockchain, where the security is based on a large number of nodes that protects the blockchain by requiring a majority for accepting new blocks on the blockchain. So this is how it could look like with the blockchain technology. We have a blockchain platform, and we register the settlements. Okay, so we developed a solution to demonstrate the use of blockchain, first on the public blockchain, later on the private blockchain, and these are some of the experiences. Immature technology, economy, and blockchain risks. Okay, let's start with the immature technology. It's still an emerging technology. We had a lot of setbacks due to new versions of tools, frameworks, and also the Solidity language that we used to program these smart contracts. What you did yesterday was suddenly not working in the new version, and this is because things are changing all the time. So what we learned was to not do unnecessary upgrades, just because a new version appeared. It's very typical for technologies that they want the latest version of everything. But the problem is that in blockchain, you have a lot of different components working together. And the moment you change one thing, then you get into this problem about versioning. So this is something that we learned. Also the economy. It costs quite a lot to do a transaction on the blockchain. We worked with energy, and it was only a few cents for each transaction. And if you pay $1.63 to register 20 cents of transaction, it makes not very much sense. It's okay if you do it for for used cars and for car sales and that kind of things. It's a very good idea because the car is quite expensive. But for energy transactions, it's not that good. So we ended up with making a private blockchain. That was the reason, because on the public blockchain you could not justify the costs for our small transaction. So the transaction costs are many times higher than the value being transferred, even if many transactions are squeezed into the same block. So therefore, using the Ethereum public blockchain for market settlements is not a good idea. But we still like the idea about the transparency and such things. In the end, we ended up with a public, with a private blockchain to do things, because then we had control of the costs. Also, there are some risks because today the blockchain is distributed and free, but what about the scalability and the energy consumption, and will it be obsolete at some time? This is the reason why I would say that I would never put a land registry on blockchain. But cars is good, because a car has a lifetime of 20 years, 30 years maximum. So it makes sense. Properties are forever. And what happens when no one wants to pay for blockchain anymore because it's some other technology taking over? Of course, you could think about merging this into some new technology, but still, I would say that you should always think about the lifetime of blockchain applications. In our case, we consider private blockchain as the best alternative. The transaction records are only needed for a limited period, so it's good we don't run into that problem. And we could also substitute private blockchain with alternative technologies if that is necessary. Now I will just do the final conclusions. When we started reviewing literature, we observed that in 2018, 2019, it was a lot of researchers describing blockchain solutions on a conceptual level without actually demonstrating a solution. A few did simulations, and only very few concerned with the business case, costs, or update frequency. It was some developed solutions, but they were distant from the real world and also non-reproducible. What we found was that we had teams working on energy that did not understand blockchain, so they wrote a lot of incorrect information. And we had teams working on blockchain that did not understand the energy business. So that was not good either. Blockchain is still not mature. The problem is not the solidity, the programming language, but the rest of the ecosystem. I think that, as you saw in the previous speech, blockchain has a lot of potential, but it's still not clear what blockchain technology will play in the long run. I think this was a more modest presentation about blockchain technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Belzen. If there are any questions for Professor Belzen? Yes. Market.
I'm not sure if that will help the market, but it will certainly help making the energy market more transparent, and I think that's the most important thing about using blockchain. The aggregators is a quite new construction. We had it in my country, Norway, for a few years now, where some aggregators are representing those with solar panels and so on. And it's not blockchain is not necessary for the aggregators, but it would be a good way to make sure that everyone trusts the system, because they can look into what is happening. It's transparent, and yeah, that's the most important thing.
Okay, thank you for the practical insights regarding the application of blockchain. And now we are passing by to the next speaker, which is Bogdan Ion. He's a network engineer at Aleph Distribution Romania, okay, and he's working in the sector of network security and also as an security architect. And he will present the next presentation on how to protect the modern applications.
Thank you. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Bogdan Ion and I'm F5 Network System Engineer and Trainer at Aleph Romania, Aleph being the distributor of F5 solutions here in Romania. And I am here today to speak to you about how to secure modern apps using the F5 distributed cloud solution, web application and API protection. The world is changing, the times are changing, and we can all agree that our lives have changed in the last 4 or 5 years dramatically, starting with the pandemic and continuing with the war happening at our borders. When it comes to security, changes have also happened. And if some time ago organizations could identify and secure their assets, which are data centers, servers, routers, switches, PCs, laptops, now the applications have become the assets of the organizations. We are living in an app world. We have an app for almost everything, and even the applications have evolved. They have escaped from the traditional data centers. They have moved some or part of the entire application into different environments, into private or public clouds, and now it has become way more difficult for organizations to protect their assets, their applications, because they need to protect every object that is part of that application. And most probably they will need to use security solutions from different vendors in order to protect different kind of objects. And this has led to multiple configurations and security policies that need to be deployed. Nevertheless, this has also increased the attack surface, and it has led to the increase of number of vulnerabilities that can be exploited. And this is because the misconfiguration and the inconsistent policies that the SecOps team needs to deploy in order to protect the applications. Another difficulty that has appeared with these changes is the lack of visibility. Because now applications have escaped from the data center, they have moved to private or public clouds. Now we have different teams using different tool sets in order to gain insights on the application. The application developer teams need to see if the application is up and running. The security operation teams need to know if that application is secure. And this has become way more difficult since the changes, since the evolution of the applications. What F5 is proposing is an approach on applying security on multiple tiers. So we can start with applying security at the global service tier, where we can keep unwanted traffic outside of the boundaries of our application, where we can apply layer 3 and layer 4 DDoS protection, where we can apply anti-abuse, anti-fraud protection. Moving further, closer to the application, there is a site service tier where we can apply localized site-level security policies, and going even further to closer to the application, where we have the app services tier, where we have integrated security controls and policy into automation and CI/CD pipeline. So at the global services tier, we can apply layer 3, layer 4 DDoS volumetric protection. We can apply anti-abuse protection. We can create global shared policies that are used by all the sites within the organization. Deploy once, used by many. Then at the site service tier, we can deviate from the global policies, and we can create more specific policies granular to the site, where we can apply, for example, DNS security. We can apply broader WAF, web application firewall policies, bot detection, so on and so forth. Then we can move in the application tier, where we can apply, we can ignore, for example, the global and service level policies, and we can apply security policies that are specific to that only application, specific WAF rules, specific API protection, bot detection. And independently from these, there is the management and operation tier, where we have the integration and testing, automated delivery, and operational observability and insights. Now, F5 has solutions to protect all these tiers. At the global service tier, solution for layer 3, layer 4 volumetric attacks, solutions for load balancing, for global service load balancing, solutions for bot defense, and many others. At the site service tier, there are solutions as network firewall and web application firewall, API security and API gateway, DNS security, and many more. And at the app service tier, there are solutions within the F5 portfolio for the web application firewall, layer 7 DDoS mitigation, API security, and application infrastructure protection. And very important to mention is that these solutions can be deployed across any infrastructure, either on physical or virtual systems, containers, public cloud, or software as a service. Now, F5 Distributed Cloud, it's a software as a service delivered application security solution, which offers a differentiated approach to application and API security. It is more than just a WAF. It protects applications and APIs against bots, automation, and fraud. It is a solution that can easily scale and can be deployed in any cloud. It can securely and efficiently handle the increasing request traffic. Imagine a web shop during Black Friday, and imagine the huge increase of request traffic for that web shop. Now, the owner of the web shop wants this increase of traffic. It means more customers coming to his website to buy his products. But in the same time, this increase of the traffic can mean a DDoS attack, and the owner would not be happy with that. So the F5 Distributed Cloud makes sure that this increase of traffic for that application means only clean traffic and not attacks. It offers simplified management and policy enforcement, which means for the application team that they can deploy secure apps faster, and offers advanced monitoring and visualization. You remember the lack of visibility that we had with multiple solutions from different vendors. The distributed cloud is much more than just a WAP. It's an application proxy that sits between the client and the application, that can see inside encrypted traffic, that can determine if a user is malicious or not, that can apply service policies like TLS filtering, GeoIP filtering, API protection, HTTP filtering, and many more, that can also offer security services like bot detection, web application firewall, and API protection, threat campaigns. And this based on the global software as a service control plane. The big four pillars of this solution are the API security, bot defense, web application firewall, and DDoS mitigation. And this solution can be deployed in multi-cloud on-prem or in the edge. So with the first pillar, securing API, it's actually a continuous journey, because it's not only about securing those APIs, it's about discovering the APIs. It's about monitoring them, because as applications are changing, so are APIs. They are constantly changing. So we need to monitor, we need to find the shadow APIs and eliminate them. And then to secure, of course, the APIs that we know that we need to protect. So the F5 distributed cloud offers protection on the top 10 OWASP for APIs. Probably many of you have heard about top 10 OWASP for web application, but how many of you have heard about the top 10 OWASP for API, because this also exists? And just having a WAF is not enough. You need an API protection solution that will cover all these attacks. It's a solution that will allow for positive security, that will enable user to create a whitelist of endpoints based on valid schema characteristics like parameters, methods, and authentication types. If it offers risk scoring and insights, monitoring and anomaly detection, visualization of the API usage, again, the shadow APIs need to be eliminated, and allows the administrators to determine the response, which can be allowed, credit limit, or denied based on the threat level that API poses. Next is the bot defense. And it is very important for an application to identify if a user that is consuming that application is a valid user or is a malicious one, which can be, for example, a bot. And there are multiple kinds of bots out there. There are credential stuffing bots that lead to account takeover. There are carding bots that will validate stolen credit cards data. There are scrapping bots that will slow your applications, or scalping bots that will take advantage of limited time offers, which eventually will frustrate legitimate users. Maybe some of you have been in a situation where you get a message, hey, order this product in the next 5 minutes and it can be yours with 50% discount. And until the time that you actually go to check out in order to buy that product, you receive a message, well, we are out of stock. Maybe someone was faster than you, or maybe some bots did it before you and bought all the products, send them to a bad guy, which will resell that product later. Or because we have seen a presentation a little bit earlier on the energy, and maybe some of you have heard of the government funding program for the sun-powered panels, right? For everyone to have solar panels on their house. And we have heard news that the submitting of the application or the funds ended in less than 3 minutes, in less than 2 minutes. I personally applied. I submitted all the documents in less than 2 minutes, and guess what? The funds were over, and I was really frustrated. And I have seen in the news that there were applications that were submitted in less than 30 seconds. And in my opinion, this is impossible for a human being. So I'm just saying, maybe some bots were involved, which is kind of illegal. I don't know. Maybe someone should check, and I would be really happy to hear about this. Now, how the F5 is actually able to identify if a user is a bot or not? Well, the F5 is collecting telemetry and transaction metadata. It analyzes this metadata, the browser fingerprint, user behavior pattern, header pattern, and then it asks some questions. Is the client what it claims to be? If a user is saying, I am using Google Chrome browser, but he's actually using some Internet Explorer extensions, well, that means a suspicious activity. Is the client reusing payload? Did the client execute JavaScript? And there are many, many checks that eventually will lead for the F5 to identify with high accuracy and low false positives if that user is a legitimate user or a bot, for example. So bot detection is again very important. The next pillar is the core of the distributed cloud solution, which is a web application firewall, which is a high-end solution to secure the web applications. It uses negative and positive security with signature-based identification, protection against known attack signatures in a combination of positive security, which means I am allowing only the traffic that I know is good and I am blocking everything else. So it's a very powerful tool. But besides this combination of positive and negative, the distributed cloud uses behavior analytics for users to identify threat actors and false positives. So it creates a pattern for behavior for every user. Now imagine a web shop. A normal behavior would be a user connecting to the website, browsing through the products, reading the description maybe, clicking on the add button and proceed to checkout. Now this is a normal behavior, but if a user connects to the website and goes directly to the checkout button, that is a suspicious activity. Also, it checks, for example, for the mouse movements or clicks that are done on the website. A human being is doing this chaotic. If a bot has a clear pattern how the mouse is moving and where the clicks are being done. Also, the speed between the clicks, for example. Imagine a bot can do virtually many more clicks than a human being. So this is again a very powerful tool, and it's not just a WAF, it's a next-gen WAF, because besides what I have told you so far, there is an engine which will include threat campaigns. Now, the threat campaigns means some signatures that are besides the normal WAF signatures that are written by the F5 SOC team on the fly whenever they see an attack happening somewhere in a part of the world. And these signatures are written on the fly. They are released for every customer that is using this solution, and then every customer will be protected against zero-day attacks. That attack will not affect them. And these signatures are only valid only for the time frame that attack is happening. When the attack stops, the signature will be decommissioned to release the memory. Even more, there is an IP reputation service, which is an IP reputation list maintained by the F5 SOC team, which basically gives a score for IPs that are seen in the wild doing attacks on networks, application infrastructures, and every administrator that is using the F5 distributed cloud is able to create security policies based on the risk score of those IPs. And last but not least, the DDoS protection pillar that can apply layer 3, layer 4, and layer 7 DDoS mitigation. Now, most probably, many of you have heard about layer 3, layer 4 volumetric attacks. But what is a layer 7 DDoS attack? Well, imagine you are a company, you have a website, and probably you have a logo of your company. And I, as a user, I am doing an HTTP GET request for that specific object, for that logo. Your web application server will treat that as a valid request, and it will serve me back with an HTTP response with that object. But what if I am an attacker and I am doing 1,000 or 100,000 requests for a simultaneous request for that object, for that logo? Well, the web application server will still treat that as a valid request, because my request is valid, the object exists, is there, the logo, and it will try to serve me back with the response, but it will not be able, it will be overwhelmed. So the F5 distributed cloud will understand that this is actually a layer 7 attack, and it will block it. So at the core protect, there are preset of rules that mitigate known bad traffic that it's immediately available for all the customers. With auto mitigation, machine learning comes into place and will profile traffic and automatically create and deploy countermeasure for DDoS attacks. And with custom mitigation, the human beings are coming into the picture, so the F5 team constantly analyzes the traffic around the world, and whenever they see an attack, they analyze it, and they will add any additional rules in order to increase the efficiency of the protection and to lower the false positives. So, to conclude, the key differentiators of the F5 distributed cloud are the efficacy and agility, so top-tier security controls that can be deployed anywhere, either on the F5 global network, in public or private clouds or edge sites, and it's a common platform that will combine security with web application and API protection with multi-cloud networking, edge computing, and global network in a single operator. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, a very interesting subject, practical one regarding what we are actually using all the time and are transparent to us, the networks and the physical network especially. Okay, questions from the audience? I will have questions. You have presented us a monolithic application for it. How are you open? Are you open to other solutions? Can they be integrated in your solution?
Of course, with the help of APIs, we can integrate with other solutions. we know what we can do, and we also know our limits. So for administrators or for the SecOps team to gain visibility and insight, we can integrate with SIN products, with SOAR products. Of course, the visibility is even higher.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we are moving on to the next presenter, Cătălin Mihacea, who is one of our former students, and as we are talking about alumni, one of the major alumni of the university and from our department, who is an entrepreneur, and of course he is continuously leading self-learning and development. He has a presentation on researches in the automotive cybersecurity, which is a very hot topic due to the fact that we have several industries in Sibiu which are working on automotive, and of course having a huge part of connection to the network. Cybersecurity is something, a hot topic. So Cătălin, you have the floor. Okay. It's loading. Slowly but surely.
Okay, I'm watching. I'm taking a look over the watch. Cool. So just a brief part. So today I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about my researches into the automotive cybersecurity field. And actually, this is a topic which is pretty much of interest for me and was of interest also. The cybersecurity topic was of interest starting 2010 when I first was able to focusing on this subject. And later on, actually, during the Sibiu Innovation Days, I was searching for an area where I could actually involve a little bit of more of my time in order to do the research, and I identified that the automotive area is one of the topics which are going to be heavily impacted by the cybersecurity in the future. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about this subject, and I will start a little bit with one point, is that why, right? So it is projected that, for example, by 2025, we're going to have around 400 million cars which are interconnected. So this is going to mean that there is a lot of demand, a lot of growth in terms of the interconnection between the cars moving forward. Briefly, so that's the reason why I actually talk a little bit about this today, and briefly about me. This is just a little bit of my presentation and my experience, and thank you, Professor, for introducing me as alumni from the Engineering University. So today we're going to cover a little bit of an introduction, a little bit about industry status quo, the future of the industry and how the industry is going to move forward, some research ideas, challenges, and some conclusions. And I will want to be as brief as I can. So a little bit about the introductions. What is relevant, and here it's a very interesting report which I saw actually last year into this conference from NXP, whereby what we could see is that the number of domain controllers, processors which a car are going to have, the lines of software of code, the lines of wiring harness, and also the data generated by a car and the data transferred by a car will going to change a lot. So you could see it in 2000, it was minimal, few megabytes of data, but if you are looking about 2030, we are talking about 40 to 50 gigabytes of data transferred from the car to different systems in the future. Also, the data generated per day we're going to be between 10 to 12 terabytes of data, which are going to be actually a lot of data transfer between the system. What does it mean? This means a lot of technology. Do not ask me what car I'm driving. You could ask me at the end. But it means that there is a lot of technology, and actually this requires the system to start to communicate. This data is required to communicate within the car, but also outside with the car. And we're going to talk about that. That's the reason actually why the cybersecurity is going to become more and more a hot topic in terms of the automotive industry. A little bit of the industry status quo. So yes, so the rise of connected car. So this is a future trend. All of us lately, we are talking about autonomous vehicle, not in Romania, but in other countries. This is something which is happening all the day. This means that a lot of data is transmitted between the infotainment system, telematics of the data. Also into the hackathon, there is a project around this part where there are some young students which actually want to study what is happening with the road conditions and so forth, and do some telematics around it, and of course the automatic drives capability, which means that our cars, because of the amount of data, are going to be one of the primary targets in terms of the cyber attacks. And this automatically coming with a lot of risks in terms of the safety, also in terms of the privacy of the data, and I'm going to have some examples, and also in terms of the functionality. Some current trends. There is a proportion of high incidents which was impacted into and massively, dramatically impact, actually doubled between 2020 to 2023 in terms of the incidents. In terms of the cybersecurity for the automotive part, and actually 95% of the attacks were remote. And I will at some point want you to scan actually a QR code, I hope that it's going to work, where to see actually in detail how you could do some manipulation of those attacks. And also 64% were actually executed by black hat actors, right? So having let's say a financial purpose in the fine. So what does it mean is that there are trends. Why? Because there is a lot of data, there is a lot of interconnectivity between the cars. Okay, what are going to be the common attack vectors? So yes, all of our cars have a Bluetooth connection. If not, we're going to have the device to have a Bluetooth connection. The infotainment systems, right? The mobile apps. You would imagine, okay, what does it mobile app has something to do with the car? We're going to see an example later on. The ECU and TCUs of the cars, which right now become more secure than in the past, but with the new regulations. The keyless entry solution, this is another attack vector, but also the telematics and application servers, because as you know, right now we're going to see the cars are actually more and more doing over-the-air updates automatically, and this means that there is a back door for potentially somebody to do an attack. So yeah, these are some common attack vectors, and of course, when talking about the common attack vectors, these are just the current ones, but there might be others in the future. Why? Because the modern vehicle will evolve to become more electric, more connected, and more autonomous, right? And right now, we could see a lot of things about vehicle to everything, V2X, vehicle to everything. And when talking about the vehicle to everything, we will talk about vehicle to infrastructure, where actually the car we're going to connect, we're going to have some communication between the vehicles, between the roads. I believe that there are some examples in the States where the car is actually charging from a lane, from a road lane. Vehicle to vehicle, right? So where the cars are starting to exchange information between them. Vehicle to network, where the cars are talking about traffic lights, receiving information, also about the lanes, marking and so forth. Vehicle to cloud, all our data are going to go. Those 10 to 12 terabytes of data will need to go somewhere, right? So they need to go into the cloud, and the cars are going to be more cloud connected. Vehicle to pedestrians, where the car we're going to be able to identify the pedestrians already. There are already some implementation of this, but why not? The car could actually connect with our wearable devices in order to see if there is somebody there, so somebody to observe and to take some data. Vehicle to device, and of course vehicle to grid. So these are some, let's say, future connectivity opportunities in terms of the cars. What does it mean is that, of course, the car is going to be more and more exposed. It seems that it does not look right, but in essence, the industry is evolving, and actually the industry is evolving in terms of a lot of companies are doing a lot of predictive maintenance, which is going to actually be important, because based on the car which you are receiving from the data, then you could predict when a certain, let's say, malfunction is going to happen. And yes, some, let's say, top cars in terms of autonomous driving already, they could connect. They are doing the software updates of the night. They are doing pushing for new functionalities over the night and so forth. Advanced vehicle diagnostics. Also another topic, usage-based insurance. So I was looking into, including to Romania, there was a company which was providing you a device you could connect to the OBD port, and then based on that you are paying actually your insurance. Actually there is a company in the States, I believe the Lemonade actually does that. So you are paying based on your insurance, and based on the way how you are driving your car, you are paying based on that your insurance. The telematics and fleet management, another important subject where the industry is going to be focusing, upgradable vehicles, right? So, for example, there was this case where the self-driving functionality was not available in Europe for certain car, but they might become available. What does it mean is that the car over there, without OTA updates, you could actually get the new functionalities on top of the existing vehicle. Usage and feature analytics. So based on this, of the usage of the car and the analytics, actually, you know, the OEM, the manufacturer could actually provide you, you know, future recommendation in terms of what car best fits to you and suits to you, and of course the public safety. I try to explain here just some points in terms of the ways and the modules which could communicate with the car. And as you could see, you know, we are talking about the over-the-air updates, communication between the car and planes, communication with the mobile apps, but also another point is communication with the upgrading or updating solutions. What are going to be the research areas, and where I started already to do some digging. But the point is, in terms of the cybersecurity for the vehicle, going to be the vehicle network security, and here we will need to start thinking about how we could actually do a vulnerability assessment on car, intrusion detection, or other checking that the communication within a car is actually secure. Software security, so this becomes more and more. I believe with the latest standard implementation right now, each one of the OEMs, they need to have secure coding practices, doing secure code analysis, coding practices, but also firmware updates. The over-there updates, you know, which by that means that you need to have secure modalities to do the updates via secure channels. Integrity and authenticity verification, which means that based on the data from the car and the OEM data and also the serial numbers and so forth, you could actually do verification in terms of that, but also rollback mechanism. We all know that for our mobile phones we had problems with, you know, there was, I believe, for Apple, and software update, and then broke everything. You know, what do you think that you are on the road, or you have your car into the garage, and over the night somebody does an update, you go to the car and the car doesn't start. Why? Because there was a wrong update. With the wrong being executable. Also the physical security, but also here what is relevant is that we need to, the industry will need to focus more in terms of making sure that they're also focusing on supply chain security, because a lot of attacks do not come directly to them, but go directly they go through the supply chain. But also privacy and data protection. Think about all the data which are going to be stored into the car and transmitting somewhere in the cloud. What if somebody was going to get access to the data? Somehow we do not realize that. We already, I believe, Google, we give all their data there, it's stored there somewhere. But that is going to be more additional data which the car is going to have, including, I'm not sure, the latest ones. They have video recording 360. They have voice recording 360. So it's a lot of privacy topics. Some vehicles, common vehicle attack vectors. So the man in the middle. So what does it mean is actually you could intercept communication between ECUs, because we're going to talk about more and more ECUs into the car. Relay attacks, DDoS attacks, because we talked earlier, and I was just searching a little bit if F5, for example, has a solution in terms of the vehicle. So in terms of the automotive industry, what is the solution, how they are helping the industry. Spoofing, you know, where attackers could impersonate a legitimate ECU, and I believe all of us, for the old cars, we were somehow wanting to hack somewhere the infotainment or something in order to do some stuff there. I was just discussing with the professor about some of these functionalities. Also, side channel attacks in terms of, you know, electromagnetic radiation. So the cars are more and more smart, then automatically, you know, with different electromagnetic devices, you could actually attack the car and make it unusable. Software vulnerabilities, so because the cars are more and more intelligent and because software is developed by humans, there are chances that we're going to introduce breaches there, right? Or even even backdoors in certain situations, and those backdoors could allow unauthorized access to different users, and never to mention the supply chain attacks. So in terms of, for example, you know, your infotainment system is developed by a company. I believe that there were some cases there. So there was a big company which developed the infotainment solution for one of the big OEMs, and they use open source, and they loaded the data into the infotainment system, and things got worse. The potential hacks, you know, including, so we're talking about the inter-vehicle communication, we are talking even USB and charging ports. You have them there, OBD ports, TPMS, right? So we are doing tire pressure monitoring, so that might be a common attack. You know that your wheel is connecting with the system and goes to the infotainment and show you the tire pressure, so that's another potential attack. And of course, everything we talk about the vehicular communication ports. I'm not going to go in details, but you could actually use your QR code to see if you scan it. But here there are some good examples. So this is a big manufacturing with actually they allow remotely to open your car, right? So through the mobile application actually. So through the mobile application, actually black hat actors were able to go and open your car remotely. How? Through the mobile app which you have installed in your phone. And why? Because it was not developed secure enough and allow a possibility to remotely do that attack. Another examples, there are some black hat actors. They start to put some, they start to talk about some beers. And here I also put the QR code in order to see. But actually what I noticed is that all the main manufacturers had an issue, right? Even if it was the remote accessing the car, even if it was the vulnerabilities in terms of securing the data, even if they were able to take the customer access takeover from one of the let's say the dealers, right? And through that they accessed all the databases and so forth. And finally, yes, even sending telematics data. So those scan the QR code. Also, you're going to have the presentation. You could see exactly that everyone. I believe that all the big OEMs were impacted. What are going to be the consequences? Well, the consequences is of course vehicle control, denial of service. So the car could become useless. Safety risks, which are going to be more and more important with autonomous driving, and of course the data theft. Storing your personal data, which are going to be stored into your car in the future. What could be the risk mitigations also for RAM? We are talking about encryption, blockchain, and so forth. So that's going to be one of the important topics, is how you make sure that the data communicating between the internal system of the car are going to be secure enough. Also access control, the updates of the software, to make sure that you regularly do the updates of the software the same as you are doing to your mobile phone, to your laptop. Also intrusion detection mechanisms to be presented on the car. Why? Because they based on it. So in essence, you need some kind of, let's say, antivirus there on your car. Also the supply chain security. Everyone from supply chain, they need to be compliant with the security standards moving forward. And some challenges of the system. Yeah, so it's right now that the automotive ecosystem is very complex, but it is going to grow more complex than in the past, because more and more supply chain actors are going to be present on the field. The evolving threat of the landscape, and into the last couple of years, there are more and more researches on the dark web about automotive, cybersecurity, and so forth. But another point is going to be the collaboration and standardization. So talking about the European Union topics and standards. Just some key takeaways for you. So important is that the in-vehicle communication needs to be secure, hence encrypted, because more and more data are going to be transferred not just through harness, so through wiring. The protocols, we need to rethink the protocols in terms of that. Also the cryptography and potential other application of blockchain solutions, but also the framework. So building a multi-layer framework which will allow you to secure framework by framework in order to mitigate potential impacts and attacks. The future research is a little bit about that. So of course, the security, because the things are more complex, they need to be more cost effective. The attacks, detections, and resolution, we need to be more careful and be very, how to call it, to be all the time present and detect different attacks into much faster times. Latency and compatibility issues, also the bandwidth requirements and specification, which will need to be different to the other type of communication system. One important factor, I believe it's important, I just want to emphasize, because I already started to communicate, to work with some automotive companies, that actually both academia and industry need to work together to develop such systems, because we are talking about the tech transfers and also to implement very robust solution for the security, for communication between the vehicles. That was me. Thank you. Also, if you have
Thank you for the very complete and large presentation regarding the automotive industry cybersecurity. Do we have questions for Cătălin?
Yes, so the research could also go into the direction to also train different applications.
What I can observe is that we do not have AI in this field, so okay, thank you, Cătălin, for your presentation. We'll move on to the next presenter, which is Alin Popa from Parable. You are a co-founder and also an entrepreneur. You will have a presentation on the advancement in decentralized finance. We will have several views in the field of cybersecurity and also in the blockchain applications. You have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Alin Popa from University Polytechnica Bucharest, and I'm also CTO and co-founder at Parable VC. Today I will be talking about advancements in decentralized finance. So we'll move back a bit from cybersecurity and again into blockchain. I will start by presenting myself. I have maybe more than 10 years in the industry, some of them on blockchain. At present, I am CTO and founding partner at Parable VC, a venture capital firm with more than 180 million asset value, which is co-founded with several people whom you may have heard of, such as Charles Plenet de Bade-Cudniac, co-founder of Tomorrow and Room 3D, Sevatier Lee, co-founder of Crytek, the company which made the engine, CryEngine, that was used for the very popular games Far Cry, Crysis, and so on. Cyrus Hodes, the second founder of Stability AI, inventor of Stable Diffusion, and many more. In my blockchain career, I helped many projects build and scale and design their architecture. And I've also done research and innovation in the blockchain space. For example, the first Ethereum protocol for equitable latent transactions published, the first evolving Ethereum NFT, which sold out for 1.5 million in 2 days after launch, and also several innovation in the blockchain space as part of my work at Parable VC, which I will talk about today. Kind of related, but not really. I am also a researcher in quantum cybersecurity. This is what I do at Polytechnica Bucharest. I have a PhD in quantum communications. I am a lecturer of the quantum communications and cryptography course, member of the leading team of Romanian National Quantum Communication Infrastructure, a $10 million infrastructure and research project, European funded, and with several publications in this space on quantum key distribution, quantum communications, and quantum cybersecurity. Now, before I move into the innovations, I think it's very important to really understand what blockchain is and what blockchain is not. So blockchain at its core is a decentralized database wherein you can always add data, you can never remove data. Now this data comes in the form of transactions, and the transactions are usually structured into blocks. This is why it is called a blockchain. And within each blockchain there are several rules as to decide whether a transaction is valid or not, which depend on the purpose of that blockchain and of that transaction. For example, if you want to use this database to implement money, you can design the transactions to be in the following form. A transaction has a statement. The statement is, I hereby transfer this amount of money into that address. This is Bitcoin. And the validation rule for such transactions obviously are about looking back into past transactions in order to identify whether the current balance of the user is enough to send that amount of money. This is Bitcoin, and obviously it's very simple. You can design transaction validation rules which are more complex. For example, you can design transactions which post actual code into the blockchain. This is Ethereum. And as you may know, Solidity is a Turing complete programming language, so you can do pretty much anything. So this language and the rules of this language will become part of the transaction validation rules. So you can do obviously stuff like decentralized finance, you can do automated market makers, you can do lending without middlemen, and so on. An important topic I would like to address is the myth that blockchain means security. People seem to think that blockchain, okay, it's a decentralized database, and you can have regular databases which are not secure enough. And if you add blockchain, it somehow becomes more secure. That's not the case. You should know, blockchain does not mean security. Blockchain is just a database which provides decentralization, which is or maybe a purpose in and of itself, and it provides a promise of a strong likelihood for immutability. Obviously, blockchain is not 100% immutable, but there's a strong likelihood, unless there is a huge attack, that it will be. So this is what blockchain does. It requires security, it requires digital signature algorithms, it requires encryption, and so on. It does not provide this. Okay, but blockchain also has some problems. For example, it is very hard to integrate blockchain with real-world applications. You need someone or an incentive for people to provide real-world data into the blockchain. So this is one issue. Another issue is that it is slow and expensive. You need to pay gas fees. The transactions take a lot of time. So if you have an application where you need to add data to a database once every maybe a few days or months or years, this is fine. If the data that you want to add costs $1 or $50 for maybe some data that involves the transfer of millions, that is fine. But if you want to do frequent updates, maybe once every second, and the updates are related to data which costs maybe a few cents, blockchain becomes a difficult solution. So there are three advancements that I will talk about today that we do at Parable VC. First is real-world asset tokenization. Second is on-chain continuous compounding, and the third one is raffle-based economics. So for real-world asset tokenization, I am talking about Assetized.today platform. It's a B2B lending marketplace for non-dilutive funding. It essentially matches venture capital firms or investment funds with companies looking for non-dilutive funding. It is a full ecosystem with all the full pipeline that a VC capital needs. But the interesting thing to note here is that we have tokenized loans. This is very difficult to implement from a legal point of view. We've done it. So a loan in itself is a promise for money to be paid back later. And this can be tokenized into an NFT, and it can be tradable on secondary markets. This is probably a prime example of a real-world asset, which is the loan that can be tokenized on-chain. A second advancement that I will talk about, also part of AssetIze today, is the continuous compounding. You may know that the power of investment comes from, not from the interest, but from the compounding of the interest. And compounding is more powerful when you do it more often. So monthly compounding is better than yearly compounding. And as the loan grows in time and in scale, the power of more frequent compounding also grows. Now, if you do continue, there is a large gap between non-frequent compounding, compound interest that we usually know about in banks and so on, and the theoretical limit of continuous compounding. This is very difficult to implement on-chain, again, because you cannot do frequent operations. Operations are costly and they are slow. And we have developed an algorithm which is able to become very, very close to the theoretical limits of continuous compounding on-chain, on Ethereum. The last topic for today is what I call raffle-based economics. So you may know about, and you obviously heard about the NFT craze that was happening a few years ago. We have this platform called Lootify, which is essentially a launchpad based on raffles, which we think is the future for NFT launching and other blockchain projects, obviously. So there are several problems right now in the NFT and blockchain space. First of all, there's the community growth, which is very hard to do and requires constant engagement. There are reward programs, but everyone does them, and they are also hard to maintain. Whenever there is an incentive program, there is also fraud and gaming the system. So what Looty does, it is a raffle-based launchpad for partnering projects, but also for decentralized projects. So we can have customizable raffle setups. Imagine you want to buy an NFT. You can create your own decentralized raffle, anyone can create them, which triggers whenever the total amount of money gathered by ticket buyers hits the floor price of the NFT. The raffle contract buys the NFT, and it is raffled among the users who bought the ticket. This is essentially the gist of it, and obviously it is arbitrage powered, but it allows a new movement, a new type of movement in the blockchain and NFT space. So this is how it works. In short, users buy keys, or they win keys by participating in secondary raffles. Each key type can open the loot books and can have different probabilities for different rewards. And then once opened, users win the rewards and the keys are burned and the loot boxes are turned into the rewards. So this is Looty. The pipeline is very nice. We have partnerships with or signing partnerships with several companies such as Call of Duty, DeLorean, Multiverse 6 as well, and many more. And as far as the roadmap, the plan for this is to launch the raffle platform and the decentralized raffles in this quarter, actually very soon. integrate with Telegram for automated raffle joining through a Telegram bot. The Luti tokens, which you can find more about on the website and Twitter. And yeah, this is the main roadmap. This was it for today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and also for another view regarding blockchain and other applications regarding blockchain. Do we have questions from the audience? Okay, how can or how are you imagining, because you were talking about also cloud quantum computing. What will be the link between the two? Do you have something in mind, a roadmap for that?
Yes, we are actually working on a roadmap, not for blockchain, but for for the Romanian government actually, because all the governments are interested into this. I've talked very briefly about the European project, Europe UCI, which has gathered around $200 million from the European Commission and the national governments for infrastructure, for quantum key distribution infrastructure across all of Europe. Romania, we are actually building the largest one in Europe. And the interest is there. In blockchain, I think there is not enough interest for this, and that is a bad thing. The roadmap currently is expected to, so we expect RSA and elliptic curve algorithms to be broken within the next 5 to 7 years. Quantum computers are here. There are multiple teams who achieve more than 1,000 qubits. Some of them are atom computing, and the TU Delft, TU Darmstadt, I think, from Germany. Obviously, not all of them are logical. They are physical qubits, but we are getting there. In 5 years, we will have, for sure, we will have general purpose applications on quantum computers that cannot be simulated classically at all. And this involves breaking encryption, maybe not in 5 years to break, I don't know, RSA 2048, but in 7 years, definitely. And the issue is not that it will happen in 7 years. The issue is that we need to prepare with enough time in advance in order to secure past data, which is more difficult. Because, for example, once you can break encryption, you can also break data that was transmitted and stored from the past. Think in blockchain, you can regenerate maybe in a second the entire chain, the entire list of blocks up to the point where the blockchain decided to switch to a quantum resistant algorithm, which if it is in the far future, you will have many difficulties having consensus on the history of blocks, which is bad. So yeah, people should rush more to learn about quantum and to prepare.
Okay, thank you for the insights.
So at the very least, you have Grover's algorithm, which is theoretically able to find the proper input to obtain a specific output of a random function in the square root of n time. So you have at least a polynomial speed up over classical. This is the least you can do, and you can do that right now. Now, more than that, I don't think there is any proof that it can be done or that it cannot be done on a quantum computer. But yeah, I wouldn't take the risk. And again, with Grover's algorithm, there is something that you can do right now to have a speed up that is not possible on classical computers.
Okay, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
if we have so much interest in quantum, I will invite you, all of you, tomorrow at the section dedicated to quantum computing. So, thank you so much. We will move to the next presenter, which is Marek Ostafil, which is a co-founder of Smart Secure Networks in Poland, with a large experience in cybersecurity, but also in managing many projects, one of them with our university that just has been closed. Okay, Marek.
Yes, very still good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marek Ostafil, and I have an enormous pleasure to be here again in this beautiful city. And actually, the original plan for the presentation was a little bit different. I was about to say more about threats, but as I see that some of them has been identified and more needs has been expressed of how to secure this and that and something else, so I would let myself to skip a little bit through the threats part and focus on the solution, because I'm bringing you also the new hope and the good news. Yes, as it was said, in the meantime, when the presentation is loading, yeah, I have been working with new technologies since mid-90s of the past century, and so that makes it 30 years. And yeah, and cybersecurity, ladies and gentlemen, is obviously a very sexy subject, and many people are talking about it, but unfortunately, not so much is being done. Okay, so yes, I'm representing the Polish IoT and AI cluster. Within the cluster, we have this very strong policy of creating solutions that are secure by design, and we want to promote this this concept. And let me jump into the subject. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the quote from Mr. Vint Cerf, the father of internet. And unfortunately, as science fiction as it might look, it's not anymore. And but few words on how reality looks like. Well, over 80% of all cyber attacks are focused on credentials, passwords, usernames, you know, any actionable credentials, or biometrics, which are, if they are used as a single factor. By the way, just flying over yesterday from Munich in one of the shops at the airport, I've seen fantastic cybersecurity tool, Cybersecurity 1.0, in one of the stores, little paper notebook with the printed on the cover logins and passwords. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, yes, because the passwords, not humans, are the weakest link of cybersecurity. You know, this is this very famous quote, yeah, the humans are the weakest link, but think of it. You know, the systems are supposed to be made to help us and not to require us, you know, to cope with too complex reality. This is like, we would say, oh, well, you know, I have made this fantastic car, you know, it can make 200 kilometers in, you know, in 2 seconds, basically, and has space for 10 people, and you can put the dog and cat into it, you know, and you can drive 10,000 miles, you know, without refueling. And the only thing is that, you know, you need to pedal it, right? You need to use your own force to drive, no engine. So this is basically the concept of telling us, yeah, well, go and use this incompetent and badly designed security systems to protect you. You know, that's basically the problem with passwords. On top of it, you know, over 80% of all information exchange through so-called smart devices is not protected, and that also is valid for satellite, for nano satellites, for cube satellites that are being deployed. So, so this is another area of the threat. And we also need to understand and remember that we are participating in a cyber war, except the war that is going on also physically, but the cyber war has a very many different dimensions, and not only military, but as we have heard, the cyber criminals are always present and increasingly present. So, as fantastic tool as Internet of Things or Internet of Everything is, we need to also remember about challenges, and we need to understand and remember about one thing, that we haven't done really our homework from the so-called traditional Internet to provide us good security measures for users to get access to systems. And more, we have built Internet of Things on top of this badly designed security that increases even the problem. Because even if we humans, however bad the solution it is, we can change the password every 30 days, which doesn't work, by the way, and has been proven, but because it only decreases the level of security of the next passwords, because we are just running out of the ideas. Even if we can do it, well, those poor devices cannot, right? So they are kind of defenseless. And so, for us, what is important is also to remember that as complex the cybersecurity might look like, and in many cases this complexity has been pumped by the industry. For the IoT, really we need we need to deal with three elements in security, which is user, data, and device, right? And regardless of what type of system we're talking about, there will be always these three elements that we need to protect. And so, yeah, data that needs to be processed, that needs to be sent, and as we just heard about automotive cases, that's one of the emerging challenges. So these basically are the, I would say, the most important challenges. Now, because we are lazy and greedy, we really haven't thought when we were developing the Internet of Things about how to protect it. And in many cases, like with passwords, we're just applying to machines, we would tend to use the old badly designed solutions or inadequate solutions to protect Internet of Things. Well, it's not working. Why? Because most of those smart devices are not equipped, are not designed to be protected by the measures that are existing today. And so we are always running after speed, after access, after immediate access, but not about security. And in many cases, we think about cybersecurity as an option, something that maybe we don't need because, well, who will care about, some small startup or SME somewhere in Europe, right? We think, or we tend to think that, cyber criminals are going only after those big companies, which is absolutely not true. So in all those smart areas that we are dealing with, whether this is smart cities, smart cars, smart factories, smart anything, we will be dealing exactly with the same thing, with the same threats, attacks on data, on users and devices. And as I said, those small, poor small devices, smart devices are designed to do their job, but not necessarily are capable to use available cybersecurity measures, such as encryption algorithms AES 128 or 256, which basically puts them outside of the protection mechanism and measures that we use for normal computers. And because we didn't really think of securing Internet of Things, we really haven't put so much effort, well, most of them, we did, to protect those actually dumb robots, which are not very smart because they haven't been designed to be really smart. So, so that's another example of inadequate security measures that are available. Now we're trying to put these things together to protect IoT. Now, that leads us also to attacks, to threats. Just let me name the one which was Mirai attack that you most likely heard all about. And that was a perfect example of how badly protected using password and username by one of the Far East manufacturer, CCTV cameras, routers, and all the others, they were using the username and password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, they were able to be hacked within the seconds just because of this, right? And then we know the consequences of it. And it, you know, it's really, we can deal with it if it's like hacking or bringing down the streaming services that, you know, we can live without some movies and online music. But, you know, if human life and health is at stake, there's already a very different game. Another thing that we need to deal with is, especially in the area of quantum computing, is public key infrastructure. As we all know, you know, with this increased computational power, we are facing the threat that all the PKI will just simply go to trash. So, but there is a good side and a good news that I'm bringing to you today, that the only solution was not to take part in this rat race with hackers, with cyber criminals, to who will create the better password and stronger password, and, you know, because we're not gonna win this race, because they are always ahead of us, and they will always try to find a way to hack our systems. But to change the paradigm, to use the simplest possible solution that doesn't require computational power to provide encryption, that means it's already quantum secure. Because regardless of the computational power you have, if you're not using computation to encryption, well, you can have hundreds of quantum computers, but none of them is going to help you, right? And so, thanks to funds of European Commission, change it. Because the computer doesn't react. So anyway, we decided, thanks to the EU funds, it has been created, the project, the solution that is called Elliot Pro, and with when it's one of the components is lighted encryption that has been especially designed and built for IoT devices. Why it has been, what was important? To include the limitations of the smart devices. That means that they don't have processors, they don't have enough memory, and even if they had the processors and the memory, they don't have enough power or access to energy to run the computation, right? To be able to serve energy intense encryption algorithms such as, for example, AES. So the aim was to create the encryption that is possible to implement on those small devices, and really this has been achieved, and the minimum computation power that it needs only physical resources, 4 kilobytes of memory. That's all, right? So basically, you can use this in any device, any smart device, and in any network, because also it has been created in a way that the communication protocol, it's irrelevant for the solution. So you can use it in any type of network. And for example, one one of the use cases is automotive, because within this encryption you can encrypt the internal traffic for the car. With this solution you can also provide password-free user authentication, but also this vehicle to infrastructure of whatever kind it is, you can provide this type of secure communication. But encryption is just one part. The second is also eliminating passwords from the human to machine authentication, right? Creating multi-factor. Okay. So it's another thing that we have created, is to completely eliminate the possibility of stealing actionable credentials, which are or using actionable credentials, which are username and passwords, and creating multi-factor authentication that can be personalized or is configurable according to operators' needs. And you know, the implementation cases, they basically include industry, obviously smart city, as I said, automotive, and others. The basic idea is to eliminate the computation and to synchronize all the devices, because this can protect communication between devices, but also devices and, let's say, IoT hub. Of course, it's implementable in the cloud or hybrid or on-premise, doesn't really matter. And so basically what we use, and that's a small reference to blockchain, we use something that is called entanglement. So let's say similarly to blockchain, it's not blockchain based. So more devices or elements of the network communicate with each other, you know, the trust between them is growing, right? So let's say everything came from the human to machine password-free authentication. Like I said, we have eliminated usernames and passwords, and we have developed our H2M authentication based on only unbreakable encryption system, which is called one-time pad, which is known for like 120 years, I guess. And obviously we have developed our own version because the devil is in the details, and it's a question of implementing the key, right? And thanks to this concept of eliminating credentials that can be stalled from this traditional internet login, let's say, or user authentication, we developed the same concept, similar concept for the smart devices. So basically, the lightning encryption, in the moment of communication start between two devices, before it encrypts the data, it checks if the device with whom the data is being or is about to be exchanged is a friend, is recognizable in a network or not. So they need to identify themselves, right? If the second device is not within the network, no communication will take place, right? So then we have, and this again to this entanglement, more they communicate, the stronger trust is. Now the encryption starts only when this authentication is positive. And then, you know, it's in terms of elements of the encryption itself as a quite complex, because we need to check several credentials that we have established or has been established by the operator within the network. And then the encryption, as it shows, is also not only, let's say, secure, but it's also more efficient in terms of using of the resources and energy. Because tests show that, for example, in LoRa, or using this encryption in LoRa, we have 20 times better efficiency than AES 128 in terms of using the resources, so the processor and the speed, let's say. And in a normal network is 4 times better, which is also very much in line of this sustainable IT. So less resources we use, less energy we use, you know, we can save also the energy. So so like I said, this is quite simple concept, quite simple idea. Like I said, it has been developed thanks to European Commission funds, so it has been thoroughly checked by EU experts before we have received the money, because, you know, European Commission wanted to make sure that they're not spending money on something that is not secure. And after the project, and I'm just to say one remark, the head of the evaluation team was head of data protection in France. So there was no, let's say, light treatment for the solution that needs to provide secure human or user authentication, right? Because we had to fully comply with anything that has the European Commission has produced so far and was planning at that time, you know, in terms of security measures for user authentication. So that's one of the. Then it was also, let's say, tested and evaluated by one of the largest, I think the largest in the world, computer systems provider. I mean, there's no place for product placement here, but I think you can you can figure out easily who that is. But anyway, because it's available and already in its commercial version, and that's what is also my my contribution to whatever was been said in the beginning of this day, and this discussion on how we cannot commercialize EU, let's say, EU-funded research project. I think that's a perfect example of it, that it's possible, and it has been done, and obviously, you know, I think it's one of the more interesting achievements of the EU funding. So I think that would be it. I mean, you will receive my presentation, so there is a reference to the project if you want to have more details, or I am available today to you if you would like to find out more details. Just a few, two last remarks. It's possible to deploy it in any IoT network, regardless of the communication protocol. This is important. And for example, this human-to-machine authentication has been sought by, let's say, blockchain blockchain companies to provide secure user authentication, because blockchain is one thing, but then ensuring that only only those users that are really allowed have access to system. It's a different topic, and also needs the protection. And also to answer or to continue Lasse's presentation of that, maybe there will be some other technologies rather than blockchain that will provide security in the transaction. That's, for example, can be one of the alternatives, that you don't need the blockchain, you just need to have a good encryption that will encrypt the traffic. Okay, so then you have two elements, human to machine and machine to machine authentication as a components of the system. Well, thank you very much for that, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
We do have questions. Sorry for the inconvenience.
We use for the human to machine authentication, we use many separate channels to communicate, because as we don't use the username and password, obviously we need to use different channels also for security reasons. It's all just to put it this way. It might seem that it's just as easy as other available solutions, for example, for online banking. Right. The only thing is that we don't make users anything. We don't make users to type in anything, to put any codes, anything. Everything is going to go, or everything is going automatically. So there's nothing you remember. There's nothing you need to type in, and so on. That's in the first one. And in terms of the quantum computing, well, if you have nothing to compute, right? Yeah. No, that we are using some concept of entanglement, only in the sense that more devices are communicating with each other, they trust each other more. No, like I said, we use the concept of entanglement, but I said it's not a quantum, it's not a blockchain use at all. Entanglement in meaning of making devices more connected to each other. That's why we are using, let's say, in brackets. Yeah. Well, it's being done at the very beginning, just once, at the deployment of the system, and that's it. No, they need to be plugged into a system. And that's why they are able to recognize which devices are within the network, which devices are trusted and which are not. And then you can of course introduce the devices to the system later on.
Okay, thank you. I think that we will have a debate during lunchtime. Yes, Fred.
Exactly. I mean, there are so many cases like this being published, you know, internet. If somebody's taking a photo in the office and then on a board behind or on a laptop, you know, there are users saying passwords. So unfortunately, this is very common practice. All right. Thank you very much then.
Thank you. So this is very nice that in cybersecurity we have ethics. It's one of the pillars of cybersecurity. Okay, thank you, Fred, for that. So we are advancing to the last but not least presenter for today, architecting cybersecurity, planning and designing the cybersecurity program by Roland Paul Moraru Avram from Continental Automotive Sibiu. We will use my laptop due to the, I don't know, let's do not fantasize cyber attack of the system. Okay, here you have it.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. My name is Paul Moraru. I'm the cybersecurity responsible at Continental Sibiu. This is my first time here, so I would like to give special thanks to Lucian Blaga University and to the IT clusters for providing this opportunity, and to my colleagues and management at Continental for their support and trust. We at Continental, we are approaching cybersecurity as architecting. That's the planning, structuring, and building up our own internal cybersecurity program. Just like building a house starts with an architectural plan, a proper cybersecurity program starts from the ground up with careful planning. We integrate cybersecurity from the very beginning of development, and then this makes it a core pillar in our operations. By doing this, we not only protect our own systems and customers, but also future-proof our innovations. So, of course, cybersecurity is an essential topic at Continental because this isn't just about protecting data, it's about securing our entire ecosystem, our production lines, equipment, machines, and so on, across all locations, of course. With these regulations becoming stricter and with threats becoming more complex, it is necessary for us to be compliant to cybersecurity standards and frameworks. Our primary objectives align with industry standards like ISO 21434 and IEC 62443. These standards shape the cybersecurity program that we use to address our cybersecurity risks. By adhering to them, we ensure that our IT and our operational technology environments are meeting global regulations. This alignment applies consistently across all our locations, regardless of the product lifecycle, because our technologies, processes, and our entire equipment and production area must always be compliant to these regulations. In order to enable better collaboration between Continental entities, we work to enhance interoperability between automotive business areas and our production plants. This ensures that we are developing a common and standardized approach to cybersecurity, and this way we improve communication between teams, departments, and even across locations. This ensures that cybersecurity for us is a priority at every level, and that our architecture is scalable and adaptable to future needs. Some challenges that we face, especially in the production area, is the fact that the nature of operational technology, which means, I don't know, robots, PLCs, machines, conveyors, and so on, they do present unique risks as these environments were not built with cybersecurity in mind. As it's already known, OT, much of today's OT evolved from the introduction of capabilities, of IT capabilities into production environments. These operational technology environments are different because they have their own set of risks and priorities. For example, OT systems can pose risks to human health and safety, they can harm the environment and cause financial losses if production is disrupted. Security measures need to protect these systems while keeping them running even during a cyber attack. To effectively protect Continental's manufacturing environment, we've developed our own internal cybersecurity program. And this program encompasses goal setting and building up a team that has knowledge in both operational technology, IT, and cybersecurity. Of course, the last point would be to establish very clear policies and procedures. We continuously monitor and reassess our program to maintain our security posture and improve over time. Another major consideration in our cybersecurity program, of course, is balancing cost and security effectiveness. As you will see in the next slides, there is always some balance that we need to keep between security investments and potential vulnerabilities. The sliding scale of cybersecurity is the model that we are using, as it provides an overview on the categories of actions and investments for cybersecurity. Our goal is to start investing resources from the left side, from the architecture side, going to passive defenses, and address those issues first in order to achieve some proper return of investment, before, of course, allocating resources to the other types of mitigations and defenses. This approach applies not only to financial investments, but also to time and effort. So this way we are allowed to maximize our impact, the impact of our architecture, the infrastructure itself, and then this way we can reduce the vulnerabilities in both our IT and OT environments. Our cybersecurity program, as I've said, emphasizes investment in architecture in order to build this strong foundation for passive defenses. Additionally, active defenses are more achievable and more efficient when done in an environment with proper architecture and passive defenses. So examples would be proper network infrastructure, network segmentation, clear firewall rules, and so on, email filtering, data loss prevention, and whatever else you have. Then running active defense actions such as network security monitoring, incident response, or digital forensics is more difficult and costly without having these investments at first. Passive defenses added on top of this architecture provide consistent protection without the constant need for human intervention. And then running offense-based actions like pen test, blue team, and red team exercises requires at the minimum the use of intelligence, which comes from knowing and understanding your locations, infrastructure, and passive defenses. Even these offense-based actions benefit from a well-structured architecture, but usually they yield lower returns compared to foundational investments. Ensuring the cybersecurity of our location and our IT infrastructure is critical for us. The same security standard that we are using for our offices and IT environments, we need to apply it to our production areas. Continental's defense in-depth strategy uses multiple layers of protection to keep our systems safe. So this way, you could imagine it like a castle having several walls, moats, gates, guards, and so on. The idea is that if one of these layers is breached, then of course there are others to stop the attack, or at least to slow it as much as possible. In cybersecurity, this means using different tools and technologies, processes as well, like, as I said, firewalls, encryption, antivirus, data loss prevention, and so on, to make it harder for the attackers to breach in or to try to mitigate their influence. Each layer reinforces the next, so even if one fails, the other continue to do their work. As a roadmap, we are using the NIST cybersecurity framework as a guiding roadmap for this program that we developed. It is a well-known and utilized reference model, which we tailor and implement as we see fit. We follow the 5 main core functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So I'll just go quickly through these functions. Identify, we assess what type of protection our assets need. For protect, we implement safeguards and mitigations to protect those assets. For detection, we monitor and identify when incidents occur. For respond, we have a proper plan which we use to contain and mitigate any possible impacts. And then for recover, of course, we restore any lost capabilities as quickly and as efficiently as possible in order to maintain business continuity. So this architectural framework is covering asset management, risk management, and the use of protective technologies to defend against cyber threats. This CSF is also providing an overview of the separate but interconnected areas that must be dealt with when assessing the effectiveness of your cybersecurity program. This allows us to measure the relative security of our activities and the level of compliance provided by our existing activities. This way we can develop clear metrics and profiles which will in turn show us our cybersecurity maturity level. We also take into consideration and implement our own internal and also the external standards, plus the requirements from the customers themselves, and map them to this framework. This way we can see where we have gaps. Our tools and technology that we use, of course, we also map them to these frameworks. Then again, we can see what we are missing. Of course, the end goal of our cybersecurity program is risk management. This is the combined result of existing standards, internal policies, and customer requirements. And the end goal of this risk management process, of course, is the early identification, assessment, and mitigation or treatment of significant risks to Continental. We consider risk management essential for identifying any potential threats before they show up. We begin by assessing these risks in a systematic way. We map all the critical assets to these risks, and then we create treatment plans to mitigate any identified risks. In this way, we make sure that our security measures remain effective. So, in conclusion, we use a very proactive and integrated approach that protects our own entire ecosystem, from customer data to critical operational technology that we find in our manufacturing environments. By architecting this cybersecurity program using external standards and this NIST framework with a defense in-depth strategy, we build a strong cybersecurity posture that adapts to evolving threats. So it's very clear that we have some commitment, we have clear commitment that we want to continuously improve, and of course we remain dedicated to securing our innovations and our partnerships. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Some questions from the audience? I know that is the last presenter, but at least we need to have some. Okay, I
reach out afterwards.
Yes, I will have a question in this case because Continental is such a multinational company, and of course it could be also a very good target. Do you had any threats, and could you reveal it?
Well, of course, I cannot give you details. At least since I started this job, we had no major incident. Of course, no correlation between that. But I can say for certain that we have a proper defense in-depth strategy. The controls that we are implementing are working properly. We have some minor incidents like the one caused by the CrowdStrike, boosting of that situation. But even then, we managed to restart our production, back up our services in a matter of just a couple of hours. So for sure, of course, if any attacker is really willing, they can get inside, but it will be extremely difficult for them to do any harm. And we have the capabilities to completely mitigate these attacks or these risks. We use different tools like CrowdStrike, Qualys, we have line segmentation, firewalls, access control lists, and so on. So yeah, we are good to go, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
The idea. Usually people, when they think about the cybersecurity team, they consider that we are the guys who restrict everything. But our motto is to try to enable. So the idea would be to not even notice that we are there. You just see that everything is running properly. You you are able to innovate, you are able to use technologies like blockchain and AI, because we have this foundational cybersecurity program which covers everything. So we are covered, everything is good to go. You have, I don't know, creativity and free hand to innovate as much as possible. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and maybe, yeah.
As much as everybody else, we were affected by the blue screen of the situation, and we realized that it's not the right thing to do it this way, so just deploy it. But for the moment, yes, we are just deploying it on every machine that we have, because we consider that it's the top of the line in terms of anti-malware and antivirus. But of course, we are reassessing these situations and see if we can re-implement some ideas. Like you said, testing it and then deploying. This is what we do with patches, for example, because we do not just get the patches from Microsoft or from other companies and just deploy them to the production area. We first test them, and only then when we see that it's successful, then we can go ahead and do it. For sure, we will change our policies for Continental. This is a more central side topic. They are managing CrowdStrike, so it comes from their side down to us, let's say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all the presenters of the cybersecurity today. I think we have something for the road. Always have a backup plan.
Unfortunately, sorry for the disruption. Now is the time for lunch. The lunch will be in the Ibis Continental, or how it calls, the new name of the hotel, but where most of the guests are located. And we will go, and we will return at 4 o'clock to start the next session about green digital transition. So I invite to take the lunch. O să ai putut să încerc să văd dacă, că mai ales sunt toate puse aici. Să mai vedem o dată.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second panel. My name is Andrei Nistor. I will be the moderator of this panel. Without any other further introduction, I invite here my friend Bogdan Crețu with the first presentation. Please, Bogdan. You have here a very good watch to keep
Excellent.
the time.
Thank you. The topic of my presentation regards the problem of greenwashing, how it pertains to green IT projects, and the proposed solution to address this issue. The structure of my talk is as follows. Introduction, understanding what greenwashing is, proposed solution, looking forward, a look at certain complementary measures that we are considering, and concluding remarks. A few words about my experience in this area. I have working experience as a digital maturity auditor, digital transformation expert, and as a trainer for digital transformation. I'm a member of the ADMA Transformers Network, and I am the coordinator of the Development and Sustainability Working Group within Cluj IT Cluster. As a definition, greenwashing broadly refers to forms of communication that mislead people into forming an overly positive beliefs about an organization's environmental practices or products. What occurs here is an intersection of two form behaviors, poor environmental performance combined with positive communication about said performance. Researchers Magali Delmas and Vanessa Burbano have classified the drivers of greenwashing into four main categories. Market external drivers include consumer demand, investor demand, and competitive pressure. Their presence in the absence of proper compliance structure is usually an aggravating factor for greenwashing. Non-market external drivers include the regulatory environment, activist, NGO, and media monitoring. Their presence and proper functioning is usually an ameliorating factor. Some important organizational drivers are form characteristics. For example, consumer product firms and publicly traded firms face greater pressure to appear green. Incentive structures and ethical climate. It has been demonstrated that incentives that reward managers for attainment of arbitrary financial goals often result in unethical behavior. Also, organizational inertia could explain a lag naturally occurring between a manager's declaration of green intent and the rest of the company's alteration of structure and processes. Some important individual psychological drivers of this phenomenon. Optimistic bias, the tendency for individuals to underestimate the likelihood of negative events and the tendency of individuals to overestimate the likelihood of positive events and underestimate the likelihood of negative events. Hyperbolic intertemporal discounting. In short, this is an inclination to publicly assume certain green goals today, matched tomorrow by an impatience to actually implement those goals, thus leading to greenwashing. Narrow decision framing. Generally, this is the tendency to make decisions in isolation. Decision makers within a firm may decide today to communicate about the greenness of a product or a firm without adequately considering what is required to implement this in the future, resulting in greenwashing down the road. The relationship between the IT industry and greenwashing is a complex one. Digital products and services are a nearly inevitable component of any greenwashing initiative due to the digitalization of most of the corporate forms of communication. In that regard, the involvement of the IT industry in greenwashing activities falls on a spectrum between two extremes: the unwitting supplier of digital products and services and actual perpetrator of greenwashing, such as is the case in data centers or shipping by large online retailers. Within these two extremes, there are various intermediate forms, such as superficial compliance, inconsistent application across locations, and selective transparency. Some key statistics that highlight the prevalence of these misleading practices. The green technology and sustainability market was valued at $14 US in 2022. It is projected to register a compound annual growth of over 90% for the following 10 years. According to a 2023 report by RepRisk AG, 1 in every 4 climate-related ESG risk incidents was tied to greenwashing, which is an increase from 1 in 5 in their last report. The banks and financial services sectors saw a 70% increase in the number of climate-related greenwashing in the past year. Nearly 1 in 3 public companies linked to greenwashing were also associated with social washing. According to the United Nations statements on the matter, greenwashing presents a significant obstacle to tackling climate change by misleading the public to believe that a company or other entity is doing more to protect the environment than it actually is. Greenwashing promotes false solutions to the climate crisis that distract from and delay concrete and credible action. While exaggerating sustainability performance may provide some initial benefits, given the increased interest for ecological goods and services from the newer generation of consumers, greenwashing carries several substantial risks for companies engaging in such practices. Chief among these are the following: reduced financial performance, diminished perceived environmental performance, degraded corporate or brand evaluation, and last but not least, reduced consumer purchase intention. Given the extent of this problem, a proposed solution would be the use of a methodology of evaluating net carbon impact that fulfills the following conditions. It makes available to the public the steps that were taken, the data that were used, and the secondary effects that were considered. It is outcome agnostic and aims to provide a method for assessing both positive and negative effects of an IT solution. And last but not least, it is adapted to the IT industry by providing practical guidances for those who apply this recommendation. A tool that meets such requirements is the Net Carbon Impact Assessment methodology for ICT solutions developed by the European Green Digital Coalition. Some fundamental concepts of this methodology. The functional unit means the basic performance of the system, that is, what we expect the system to provide in either scenario. Implementation context refers to the external parameters that will be common or relevant to both the base scenario and the proposed solution. Assessment boundary refers to which activity should be included in the net carbon impact assessment, and therefore which emissions are included in the calculation. First order effects are the direct impact associated with the life cycle of the ICT solution. Second order effects refer to what happens as a consequence of implementing the proposed solution. The general step of this methodology are the following. In the first phase, we define the objective, the reference scenario, and the solution. The second phase regards the identification of first order effects and secondary effects, and we identify activities and emission sources. In the third phase, we collect data for identified scenarios and effects, and we perform the net carbon impact calculation. And the final phase concerns verifying our calculations through an uncertainty and sensitivity analysis, a critical review by a third party, whether internal or external, and an actual calculation if certain data that was used has become dated. The final steps regards verifying compliance with the sixth objective of the do no significant harm principle. I would conclude my short overview of the methodology by mentioning that the upcoming EU Green Claims Directive will introduce certain requirements for marketing communication that this methodology will explicitly address, such as specifying if the green claims concerns the whole product or part of it, checking that a positive achievement has no significant impact on the do no significant harm objectives, reporting greenhouse gas offsets in a transparent way, and communicating only environmental claims that are substantiated. Our roadmap regarding this initiative includes the following: promotion of the methodology inside the ecosystem, which is our current stage, pairing of the methodology teaching with a business ethics component, localizing certain use cases regarding certain sectors that are relevant to either the national economy, such as logistics or agriculture, or to our own ecosystem. And last but not least, collaboration with the NGO sector regarding awareness raising and competence building. As a concluding remark, our drive for boundless progress must be tempered by reason, by respect for truth, and by care for the future. We all bear the responsibility as agents of change in our respective fields to ponder and answer the question posed by Bruno Latour. Can Prometheus be reconciled with the seemingly antithetical notions of care and caution? Thank you.
Thank you, Bogdan. If there are any questions for our speaker? Please.
I would see this methodology as a starting point for companies. The fact that it has guidance specific for the ICT sector eases their way into it, and hopefully it is a start for more in-depth projects, and especially collaboration with experts and monitoring agents and the NGOs.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Professor Arkadiusz Jurczuk. He's coming from Poland, Białystok University of Technology. Professor, please. The stage is yours.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you for invitation and the opportunity to make a presentation for you in the scope of Sibiu Innovation Days. I'm glad to be here. I'm in Sibiu for the second time. I hope this time we'll have much more time for visiting the city, quite beautiful city. So to start the session, I will briefly outline the goals and scope of CODEMO project. The CODEMO project, our research presented today, is a part of our CODEMO project. It's worth mentioning that our host today, Lucian Blaga University, is the main partners of CODEMO project. We cooperated also in the previous project sponsored by European Commission, the GIRCOV and the GIG project. So first of all, I would like to present some important facts about the CODEMO project. Then I will try to focus on some findings from our research on innovation needs for transition 5.0. Then, keeping in mind the main idea of our session, innovation needs for green transition, I will try to outline some outputs from our research. So a few words about the CODEMO project. The CODEMO project, as I mentioned, is sponsored by European Union. This project is led by Mainz and Etienne, the representative of these universities with us today. And this project aims at, as you can see, there is which one? It's not working. Yes. Okay. I have a pointer, the old-fashioned pointer. It doesn't work. Okay. Okay. As you can see, the main aim of our project is to enhance the innovation capacity of European Union by creating 6 national collaborative networks for the development of organization 5.0. Besides this, we also focus on building an ecosystem to support the development of new pro-innovation skills for decision makers from this kind of organization. Our research is focused on identification of drivers of innovation on four dimensions. Three of those dimensions represents pillars of Transition 5.0 and Organization 5.0. It's resilience, green orientation, and human centricity. And digital orientation represents the ability to adopt new technology, new digital technologies, which are fundamental for such a transition from Industry 4.0 to Organization 5.0. And of course, beside this, we also try to analyze the innovation needs of European Union socio-economic partners, mostly focused in five domains: industry, agri-food, health, a higher education institution, and vocational training institution. And let me say a few words about methodology. As you see, this survey involves 75 participants from 6 European countries, from 3 regions, different regions, with different level of innovation growth. This survey was conducted using CAVI approach, and the question is, it's important to understand the, all terms. It was important for us to translate this questionnaire into 6 national languages, and this questionnaire was distributed by our Codemo partners from 6 countries. And talking about the first part of our research, it is important to highlight that we analyzed 3 different sectors. As you can see, the south, center, and the east. Those sectors, according to the latest evaluation of European Commission, represents different level of innovation growth. Germany and France are categorized by European Union as a strong innovators with performance in innovation impact more than 100%, while the Romania and Poland are on quite similar level, were considered by European Union as emerging innovators. This diversity allows us to identify specific needs for specific levels of innovation growth. This is important to us because we try to design some solutions to boost the innovation growth in those 6 national networks. And coming to the first area, first domain, resilience. As you can see, I highlighted in red some common features, some common activities and needs for those 3 regions. We can say that this is a common need. We strongly require and need support in leadership enhancement, leadership development, as well as we'll try to support the ability to work effectively in a collaborative networks. There is a strong need of all these 3 regions. Talking about digital area, digital orientation of our 3 regions. As you can see, the technology is not a problem. The problem comes from understanding the technology. That's why, as you can see, all companies from all 3 regions perceived digital orientation as a booster for innovation from this perspective. To properly use and understand the potential of new technologies, to communicate, to collaborate with artificial intelligence, or to extract knowledge, to communicate with, to learn, communicate, and extract knowledge. And the last pillar, the last area is a green-oriented area. As you can see, for example, emerging and moderate innovator need some strong support in the scope of design and use of resource-efficient technologies, but strong innovators perceive these needs from the cultural changes. They observe the cultural shift and they need to support. They need support in the area of promotion on changing attitudes of employees for the more ecological attitudes. And the second part of our research, those outputs are quite similar, because now we can see why. Because from each country is represented by specific sector. For example, France is dominated by the health sector. Romania is dominated by industry. That's why the needs are quite similar, because Poland, as you can see, is a quite similar proportion of industry and universities and vocational training institution. And let's discuss about those three perspectives. From sectoral point of view, also, as you can see, the most strongest needs is related to leadership development. We are talking about soft skills and collaborative networks. How to work effectively in collaborative networks. In the digital-oriented area, also, this is not a problem. Technology, this is not a problem for the companies. But application and understanding technologies and implementing those technologies is a problem. That's why companies from each sector, agriculture, health, and industry, require additional, more intensive trainings on business management, including risk management, strategic management, business modeling, business process modeling, using artificial intelligence. And also, from this area, as I mentioned before, companies need our support to possess some new skills related to communication, learning, using digital technologies. And the last area is a green-oriented area. And as you can see, also the similar situation. Industry, health needs support in the scope of training on environmental management, agri-food and industry also design and use of resource-efficient technologies. This is a very brief overview of our research, because our report prepared under the CODEMO project is quite wide. But I try to point it out some important aspects. And to outline, to conclude this brief presentation, I would say that we believe that our comprehensive approach, including both technological and human-oriented aspects, bring us to, or allow us to foster, to boost innovation growth. As a result, we can build resilient, green-oriented, and human-oriented organization. To name only a few, if we address some basic needs of our companies, for example, enhancement of leadership, ability to work in a collaborative network, or training on business management, as I said, we can build quite modern organization, resilient and green-oriented organization. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to send the question for our partners from France, from Poland, from Germany, from Italy, from Romania, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And if you do have any questions for our speaker, please, now is the moment. Please.
participants of our study highlight that this is important factor. But we will try to recognize this aspect in the further survey, because there was only the list of factors which influence on resilience, on green orientation, and human centricity as factors which create or foster innovation growth. So it's not easy to answer the question. What is behind the leadership for each company? There is no simple question. If we know the answer, we will be nominated to the Nobel Prize, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Yes, it's a difficult question for me because I'm a chair of the kind of commission at the university. We evaluate the dissertation of students. It's hardly to say that our dissertation represents rather moderate level of innovation. I don't know why. I think we can start to motivate our students because this year we have started the new contest for innovation solutions under the CODEMO project. It's called High Five, a human-centered innovation prize. And we will see, maybe it will be a good motivator for our students to increase the innovation of dissertation. But we used to study the attitudes of students, and they need upskilling in the area of soft skills. Communication, working in teams, for example. This is important for them. We will see. I will answer a question next year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is coming from Tenerife in Spain, Professor Juan Albino Mendez Perez.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Adrian and the university for inviting us. As the presenter said, my name is Juan Albino. I come from University of La Laguna in Tenerife. And I would like to present some ideas related to energy communities in the context of energy transition that the European Union is now involved in. So just to start, as I just mentioned, the European Union is trying to change the model to reduce the emissions and to provide solutions for climate change. Basically, there are different items that the focus is where the focus is signal. First is to attain climate neutrality, of course, to improve the use of renewable energy, to improve the energy efficiency, and all of this also includes a social component, that is to do this with a just transition. I mean, to attain a socially just and leaving no one behind strategy to avoid, to take into account to the people that is involved in this process. And this is an important point, as the previous speaker said. So in this context, one of the tools that we are considering in Europe is the use of energy communities to as a resource in this strategy. First of all, I just put here the definition of what we know, what the European Union, how is the definition of a renewable energy community. Basically, it's a legal entity that is based on an open and voluntary participation, where the members can be individual persons, can be small and medium enterprises, or can be also authorities. The main idea is that these members of the energy community has to be close to the resource where the energy is produced. And there is also a third aspect in this definition, the last one, where, as we can read there, the primary purpose of this entity is not to provide not only to provide environmental, economic, or social community. Is to provide this instead of only providing financial profits. So apart from the cost, we have to take into account also these objectives. Well, basically, European Union has created a regulation so that we can make these entities that can produce, consume, store, and sell energy, including also exchanging energy between the members of these communities and having access to the markets. There are plenty of benefits, as you can imagine, with this, starting from reducing the carbon footprint, of course, reducing energy costs, enhancing energy autonomy, etc. I would like to highlight these last elements that refers to the social component again. First, one of the objectives is to foster the community engagement in this process of energy transition. And this is a very important thing to succeed in this idea. Of course, there are also some social impact that I'm highlighting there, combating energy poverty, creating also local economy and environmental sustainability, if you can. Well, I'm giving just some ideas about what are the components of these energy communities. First of all, we can have these different types of members, prosumers that can produce and consume energy, and we can have also only consumers that are members that don't have production of energy, but they can consume. And there are also local authorities or public institutions that can be involved in this community. And of course, the main communication of this entity is with the distribution system operators. Eventually, I didn't depict this here, but there could be another layer where an aggregator is included there that makes a kind of representation of all the community to negotiate with the DSO. So how do we implement this kind of entities? Basically, I just depict here a brief scheme about this with three phases. The first stage is is necessary. Of course, in all the project is necessary, but here is especially necessary is to make an analysis of the project in the context where it is going to be deployed. As you can see, there are both regulatory to analyze, to have a well knowledge of the regulatory framework, and also to analyze the context in which this project is going to be deployed. After this is analyzed, of course, then will come the design and setup stage that include both the legal, technical, and also organizational structure. And the final stage is the assessment. That means that when you put your community in operation, you have to guarantee a technical assessment, social, including social metrics, economical metrics, and also, of course, environmental metrics. So there are several challenges in this process that are related first to the regulatory framework. Actually, this is an important challenge because, I mean, there are some directives from the European Union, but then these directives, this regulation has to be translated to the national level, and this is becoming a kind of nightmare for to finding a standardization in the procedures. Of course, there are technical challenges associated to the cost of the different technologies, etc. For example, battery energy storage systems, and accessing the markets, guaranteeing effectively that these new entities can have access to the markets in the same condition as other private entities, for example. And I would like to highlight also this term in relation with the efficiency. I belong to the computer science and system engineering department, and I'm more involved in this last part related to efficiency. That's why I will give some ideas of the challenges that we will find in this kind of entities related to this improving the efficiency of the. So, to give you some ideas only about the regulatory framework in Europe, well, these are some data that reflects the objective that the European Union has established for the use of renewable energy. In 2018, the objective was to have a share in energy of 32% of the whole gross energy consumption. There was a revision of this target, and they increased this to 42.5%. Actually, the regulation where this is established, or that are these two directives that I'm writing here. One is one focus only or mainly on renewable energy, where you can find all the definition, the exact definition of what is an energy community, all these targets, etc. And the other one is focused on electricity. For example, if we go to, we take randomly, if we take a country, for example, Romania. Well, first thing, when we start to think about this kind of project is, really, do we have potential here to consider that this is a tool for us? Well, it's, if we analyze the data, it's not so bad, because if we account for the total peaks and hours, Romania is about 1,200 to 1,600. It's not that bad. To have good results in terms of efficiency and for the investment, you need to have at least more than 1,200. And so we are in a good condition, for example, in this central or eastern part of Europe. And another data that for me was surprising was that the number of prosumers in 2 years was starting in 40,000, and in 2024 is 1,000. So we have to think seriously on establishing this kind of solutions to deal with this energy. And I mean, when I say this is from the point of view of the opportunities we will have from engineering, etc. And we have the responsibility to provide solutions for this. Okay, well, I just wrote some regulations, local regulations in Romania, for example. I mentioned before the directives of the European Union. The first step in when the European Union wrote or present these directives is that each country has to have an integrated national energy and climate plan. Now I know that Romania has this draft. I think it's under study in the European Union. I think they first make some comments of this draft. Spain, I think, has finished this process, but I mean, all the countries are working on this area. So, focusing now on efficiency, as I said, actually we don't need renewable energy communities. What we need is smart renewable energy communities. And this is a really complex and fascinating opportunity for many of us. Okay, so just to focus on some ideas for you to know what are the methodologies or the main points that we have to put the focus, I will consider this structure in which different members of the energy communities, I don't know, I will try to summarize, in which we have this structure in which we have a kind of manager of the whole community that is in charge of optimizing the assets and how the rest of the resources operates. Because there are also other possibilities is that we can have peer-to-peer exchanges. But this is, in most of the countries, this is not regulated at all. So I'm focusing on this because it's the, let's say, the more realistic scenario that we will have soon, or in some countries we already have. Basically, to summarize the problem, we want in this community to minimize the global cost and to minimize the exchanges of energy with the public grid. I mean, to make the complete use of the energy resource. How? Well, apart from sharing energy between the members, we have two main actions that we can use for this. One is to what we call scheduling the load. This is called flexibility, considering flexibility in the loads. That this means that if we try to displace the loads so to that time intervals where we have an excellent surplus of energy. And the other thing is the use of battery energy storage system. So these are the main barriers. And I will present, I don't want you to just to take the main ideas because of course maybe there are too many variables there, but this is one of the models that we are considering in our university in the study we are performing, in which we are trying to make the optimization of this system considering a multiple level system where we have in this blue block we have the scheduling of the rest of the members that are in green, and for this scheduling this is an optimization problem. We use forecasting of both demand and generation, and of course the constraints of the system, and in the low level in each member of the community we have also a controller that is in charge of assuring that we reach this reference that is provided by the higher level. Okay, so this is a very complex system. If we consider that we have optimization problems that could be multi-objective, we have scheduling, we have local controllers, we have monitoring, we have IoT. Of course, we are talking about also, like in the previous session, about blockchain for these exchanges of energy. So there's a very nice scenario to work and to research. Just to mention some of the methods for modeling, we are using mainly the trend now is to use machine learning techniques. We are using, for example, LSTM networks and gate recurrent units for forecasting energy demand and loads. We are having good results. For the scheduling and control methods, well, there are plenty of them. Most of the systems now are based on basic rule-based algorithms that are not taking all the benefits of the system. So we need to go further and to use optimization like model predictive controller or other artificial intelligence algorithms, or even game theory. Although game theory algorithms are especially good for peer-to-peer exchange that, as I mentioned before, at the moment are not so extended. We have some experience with fuzzy, with reinforcement learning. We are working now in reinforcement learning. This is a kind of artificial intelligence method that is, I think it will have a lot of presence in the future. I don't want to mention too much, but we did some forecasting of energy, some system for controlling a microgrid in the context of to analyze, to minimize the cost of the system. And now we are working on this idea of managing the whole community using reinforcement learning methods. We are starting with this, so let's see what happens. And just to mention that all these studies are taking place in the context of a European project in which we are several countries that are trying to find solutions for these energy communities. Actually, we are building an energy community in our university. Hopefully, we can have good news in the next months. So just to finish, remember, it's an important tool, these energy communities for the energy transition. We have to take into account the social component because one of the objectives is to empower citizens for climate change mitigation. Regulation is important. There are a lot of challenges related to optimization, forecasting, communication, monitoring, all these things. And and this is finally, we are working with a multi-level structure for the optimization. That's all. I hope you like my presentation.
Thank you, Professor. If there are any questions for our speaker, please. What is that? Well, in my opinion, it will be good if we can have self-consumption. If you can guarantee the reliability of the service, etc. But I don't think this is a realistic scenario right now. I would say that this is not the thing. But on the contrary, it's good if we alleviate the distribution grid from all these charges, because it will have, in my opinion, it will have impacts on the investment on infrastructure, on the stability of the structure, if we implement this correctly, I have to say. So I think I see more positive aspects than negative in this sense. For example, in our place, in our island, we are an isolated system. So we are having problems with the overload of the grid. And for us, it will be very nice to try to, yeah, it's very expensive. Yeah. Okay, this is, I think the companies want to, if we contribute using, for example, flexibility, this means that when they need us to take energy from the grid, we can connect and take this energy, for example. So the target is not to avoid the connection to the grid, it's to make a more efficient
management of this thing. And concerning the prices, I cannot give you now any number, but we can have later if you want.
Thank you. Other question, please.
Actually, we consider the electricity in our model. We take the prices for electricity provided by the the DSO, and we use this for the optimization of our assets. Of course, then we can think on even on, let's say, forecasting also electricity with the corresponding error that we can find. But I mean, this is what we took, and normally this is a well-established model to start with. Of course, there are many other aspects that are not included. For example, the fee that you have to pay for using the grid, the taxes, and all these things. We include all these components in the variable called constraints. So, but of course, it's a simplification, but it's a good starting point. At least for me, it was a good starting point to have this general view to start to work, because the problem is really complex and there are a lot of variables. And for me, it was clarifying to have this simple model, although there are a lot of variables also. That will be very nice. Yeah, it's completely different, yes. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. For our next speaker, we will remain in beautiful and sunny Spain. I invite Professor José Luis Calvo-Rolé from University of A Coruña. He will talk about intelligent approaches for optimization in real-world systems.
Pleasure for me to be here. I would like to say thank you to Adrian Florea for the invitation and the other staff for making easy to be here today. Well, I'm going to start with a current project that we have in relation with the shipyard that there are in our location. Specifically, there are two shipyards. Both are the same company, Navantia. One of them are dedicated to create jackets for aeolic offshore, and the other one is specialized in making shipyards, warships, sorry. And we are just working on this part. Briefly, a ship is made from plate. That with the plate we make the pre-assembly parts, and with these pre-assembly parts we make the blocks, and finally with the blocks we make the ship. Well, we are trying to automate this first part, the pre-assembly units. Well, this is part of a big project between the university and the shipyard. Just now we have more or less 18 research lines. In this research line entitled Digital Twin and Automation, we try to accomplish the automated fabrication of these pre-assembly parts. Here we have two different figures about the layout of this specific cell. The first one only was for define the exact location of the different components that we have at this cell. The second one is made with plan simulation, because here we must accomplish also simulation as part of the digital twin to make different tests after to automate directly the cell. If we pay attention on the right figure, we have an entry where we have an AGV, 3 trays, just at the bridge on these trays. We have a unit to make vision with some different aims. We are going to explain carefully this part because, in my opinion, it will be the most important one. After that, we have the first robot arm that pick the different pieces and make the right location of these pieces to complete the assembly. And the second part is especially dedicated to make the welding of these pre-assembly parts. Okay. Well, here we have a real view of the cell. On the left figure, we have the AGV who carries the first tray. In this tray, we have the plates and the reinforcements. The plates are the bases of the pre-assembly parts, and the reinforcements are located at the bases, welded after that. And finally, when the component has been assembled, returns to the tray that is located at the left of the figure. There are 3 trays. And the tray that are located at the right part consists to make the classification and select the reinforcements for the right tray, and the center tray is for the base of the pre-assembly parts. Well, if you pay attention on the figures that are located at the right, you could see the camera at the gantry. This is an stereo camera. We are going to explain better at the next figure, this camera. Well, this is an stereo camera that has 3 objectives. The center one is specifically to accomplish 2D images with another specific aims. And the other one located at the side with a specific angle with the aim to achieve a cloud point at a very specific distance from the camera. I can't remember just now, maybe 1.5 meters, more or less. I can't remember the exact distance. This is the photo of the camera, and here we have 2 examples of the possible images captured. The 2D images, and the second, the right, is a point cloud where there is no definition just now. However, we are going to see that we could obtain some very interesting and very useful images. Okay. Well, at this slide, in the top of the left, we have another image. Maybe it's the same that the previous one, a 2D image, and the other one at the left button, we have another one, the point cloud, and on the right side we have 2 images, the button with some the different pieces in 3D, and if we make a specific zoom over this intersection of the plates, we could see the difference between the different parts. Okay, what we have made just there? We have avoided the base and the sides of the drive. Okay, we insulated only the different images. All of this needs some different treatment, obviously. Okay. Well, we are going to make a specific stop on the 3D techniques. We have the CAD models. I think that is the software is MX from Siemens. There are two examples, and on the bottom, the left, we have a point cloud obtained from the CAD model. Why? Because we have at the right some different examples of the images obtained with the stereo camera and treated with the software. Specifically, I can't remember just now the software. I can't remember the name. It's a commercial software. The main aim is to compare the cloud points obtained with the camera with the cloud points obtained with the CAD model. We make a comparison between them by distance optimization, and we try to obtain the score of confidence to achieve confidence between the models, the CAD models, and the images obtained from the camera. If you pay attention on the different scores, on the top of these different tests, we have the total score, for instance, .84. Scores better than .80, it seems that we have achieved a match. We have achieved correspondence between the CAD model and the figure obtained by the camera. This is with 3D techniques, okay? If we make a comparison just now with the 2D techniques, we obtain the images from the central camera. We try to detect the borders. In this case, we use many different techniques. However, here we have only two that give us the best results. The first one is the convolutional neural networks, and the second one are the transformers. The four images at the left, the center and the left image, are obtained with convolutional neural networks. We have the tag, for instance, 102, and the score achieved in comparison with the CAD model. For instance, in the left figure, in the left one, the score is .97. It seems that this is the specific piece. And on the right, we have an example with transformers. I would like to explain a little bit what happened with these two techniques. With convolutional neural network, we achieve very nice results. However, I must say that we must employ a lot of effort during the training to achieve the results. However, with transformers, I think that for these examples, we only employed 5 efforts. Then we could use this algorithm in real time. In fact, the name of the algorithm is RT, RT, it seems real time. And it is very important to accomplish a very nice efficiency and performance of the cell, because maybe we don't achieve any benefits in relation with the handmade method, okay, in terms of time. Well, why we make the combination of these two techniques, 3D techniques and 2D techniques? Why? In the case of 3D techniques, we must achieve the different axes, because we must detect the picking point of the plate, because we are going to approximate with the actuator of the robot arm, and we must need the Y and X axis, and specifically and especially the Z axis, because we must access with the actuator under a perpendicular way. perpendicularly must be set with the aim to achieve a very nice picking of the plate. Well, here we have a detail of the first robot arm with a plate picked with the actuator. We have, if we pay attention, we have at the next slide, there are another slide with the detail of this image. Well, in the case of the 2D images, we accomplish some different techniques. Especially the OCR is very useful because during the process we must make traceability, we must make quality assurance and so on. All the different plates and the different components have a code engraved at the plate. We must identify this code and we must compare with the CAD model also. Then here we have redundancy during the comparison of the different components. In relation with this camera, it's true that we could make this fact into the techniques, and in 3D techniques we could accomplish the defect detection of the plates. That is very important also for the quality assurance of the process. Well, at this slide we have a small video about the picking of the bases plates, and we have a detail of the gripper. We could see that we have 6 vacuum points with the aim to give the plate. It has some problems during the operation. However, if the plates are clean, we don't have more problem. Well, it is possible to have 6 different vacuum points because the bases are relatively big. However, for the reinforcements that are very small in comparison with these kind of pieces, it is necessary another detail in the actuator. If you could see just now that here we only have 3 vacuum points because there are more small these pieces, and we must make a rotation and grip this piece, because after that we are going to accomplish the welding process, and it is necessary to fish very well the reinforcements at the base, at the next part of the cell, with the aim to accomplish this welding process. On the right we have another video where the reinforcements is picked from the drive. You could see the rotation and the grip of the actuator, and the piece is carried to the second part where there is the work table where the welding process is accomplished. We are going to see the welding process in the next slide. Well, and finally, here we have the welding phase. You could see on the video that there are on the right. The first step is to fish the reinforcements on the base. After that, we must make welding points to fish the piece. After this operation, we must go out the robot arm and make the welding process entirely. If you pay attention also at the actuator of the second robot arm, there is a plate box that is another camera. Which is the aim of this camera? We try to make a vision of the welding process. We compare with the voltage and the current, and also with the temperature, the humidity, and many others different parameters, and we try to make fault detection during the welding process. If we make this task well, we are trying to optimize this task, we could make this process fault tolerance. That is very nice and very important for the automation cell. And it is all from my side. I try to summarize all I can this part. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Questions for Professor?
Yeah. The first installation, I'm going to start for the second question. The first installation were completed by a specific technological research center, IMEN. It is located in our region, Galicia also. However, the definition of the layout and the different components that were necessary has defined by the shipyard. Yeah, it's very expensive this part, yeah. And the first question, we have some different PhD students. This is part of a very large, but relatively very large collaboration between the shipyard and the university. At this point, after 4 different projects, I think that it started 8 years ago, I can remember just now. Just now, this year has been created a research center specifically between the university and the shipyard to make all these research lines and try to improve the works at the shipyard. It's not easy because despite we are on the same ship, for instance, the workers, the staff of the shipyard are very focused on create a ship. However, maybe the researchers are very focused on improving different techniques, in creating knowledge, I think. We have at this project, we have 2 PhD students. Yeah. It's a very nice project. It's very, very complicated. At this moment, we have not been able to automate all the process at the cell. Point by point goes well. However, all the process until now we have not been able to make it. It's not an easy part. The real. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much.
For our last speaker in this panel, we are coming back home in Romania with Sorin Rotariu from GitServe. Welcome. I think the computer wants to stay in Spain. For sure, it's sunnier than Romania. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you can hear me. I'm Sorin Rotariu. I'm the CEO of JTS Group, located in Sibiu, and also Lucian Blaga alumni. I made my master in computer science. What I want to tell you about today, it's about digitization as an enabler of sustainability. I have 2 great news. I have 120 slides. And the second one is that I'm a very slow talker. So we'll have time until midnight and then we'll see. But tomorrow we'll continue. Regarding the agenda, what I will talk to you about, it's some concepts about digitization and sustainability. Then some tools for using those two concepts, some case studies, also artificial intelligence, blockchain, and all the other tools that can help the synergy between those tools, and challenges and future trends in sustainability. What is digitization? Practically, it's converting from analog to digital in few words. It's not a very old concept, but this is it. Also, what is sustainability? The simplest explanation is do today what you have to do, but leave a clean world for our kids. So take care of the environment, do what you have to do, but leave room for others. There is a very close connection between these two concepts. It's a big and critical synergy, and this is why I want to talk to you about this. So, what's digitization? Practically, as I told you, it's taking analog into digital. It was not possible long time ago because this all started in the mid 20th century with using computers and all those things who evolved in electronics. Practically, the rise of smartphones, cloud computing, and Internet of Things mark significant milestones and facilitate real-time data exchange. Sustainability. It has three big pillars. Practically, we are talking about environment, we are talking about economic, and the social dimension. Most of the people are thinking about sustainability, it's only environment, so clean world, trees, and clear water. But the other two dimensions are also very important. So the economic one and also the social dimension. We have to have equity, community welfare, and to improve the quality of life. So how can we use digitization in environmental management? So practically, we have to collect data. We have to analyze those data, and we have to monitor continuous those results. So practically, it's a feedback effect. Some tools. I'll give you some examples on what can we do and how can we use digitization into sustainability. As two of my colleagues from Spain told you about, the smart grids. It's a very important tool because we are avoiding spending too much energy, and as you know, humanity is consuming more and more energy. Also, waste reduction technologies. There are a lot of innovations like digital waste tracking system who help minimize waste generation and promote recycling. Some examples from the industry. So there are a lot of tools used for enabling the best practices in manufacturing, in agriculture, transport, logistics, and practically they are covering all the industry. Why I'm here? Because JITSE, our group, is working on a lot of tools enabling the synergy between digitization and sustainability. For example, we are using smart IoT, a very interesting platform used in factories, which is doing predictive maintenance. We are collecting, let's say, 100,000 inputs from sensors from different machines, and based on intelligence and machine learning, we can predict when, let's say, a bearing or a motor will fail, and you can order some spare parts in order to not to have downtime for those things. Also, we have some products which are using the blockchain technology. Maybe you heard about the mandatory e-factura and e-transport in Romania. So we took those two concepts and brought them further, because we complicated the things that the state is asking by simplifying it. And we are doing solutions, paperless solution used by, I don't know, trackers or companies, but paperless. So practically all you need is, I don't know, a laptop, a telephone, or a mobile device, and then you can fulfill all those requirements. You might say, okay, the state is very, very good. It's e-factura and e-transport. E is coming from electronic, but the state was thinking only on controlling, not on sustainability or making life easier for taxpayers. So, as I told you, sustainability and digitizations are talking about data. So, data is king. So, if you have data, then and the tools, necessary tools, and understand what's happening, then you can make a lot of predictions and a lot of scenarios. As I told you, artificial intelligence, it's used a lot for sustainable solutions, and more involved in predictive maintenance, energy optimization, and reduce waste, and all kind of smart solutions. Blockchain. Probably you heard this morning on the previous lectures that blockchain is a interesting, good, safe solution. You might say, oh yeah, but it consumes a lot of energy and it costs a lot. This is maybe Bitcoin technology, but if we are talking about Ethereum, then it's almost green. So we have to be smart, and I'm sure that in 5 to 10 years, a kind of blockchain, new blockchain solution will come with no energy waste. Some challenges, because everything has two phases. Practically, sustainability and digitization for sustainability is not for everybody. You have to have a budget, you have to have money, you have to have knowledge, willingness, and not every startup will put a lot of effort into sustainability, because they have other things to do, to attract investors and to make a very cheap, fast, and good solution. Also, there is a big discrepancy between, let's say, Europe and the rest of the world. Let's take China. They are never they will never think about sustainability. They are putting kids of 10 to 14 years old to work. They don't care about CO2 footprint. they want to make money and to export electrical cars into Europe at a very, very low price. Also, we are talking about data privacy concerns. So as long as we are talking about data, then we have problems with, we might have problems with the privacy. And also there is a technological barrier. We have to be aware that there are a lot of things that has to come into a place, and these are coming with some costs. What about the future between digitization and sustainability? We are expecting new technologies as 5G and even 6G. Also, AI is developing a lot and has a very, very good path forward. And also the evolution of Internet of Things is continuing and bringing us to new levels. Also the policy implication, more and more countries and Brussels is coming with some directives and new laws based on sustainability. So at one point, very, very soon, at least as I know in Romania, we'll have to make a CO2 report, even the small companies, because the big ones are already reporting it, like we are reporting the balance sheet or P&L to ANAF. So every company will have to report this footprint. And the business models are changing because like I know Banca Transylvania, at least they have a department of sustainability, and they were talking that they will give loans based on how sustainable is a company or not. So we will get there. Okay, so it's for sure that it's a big synergy between those two things, and only the sky is a limit for those two. I think that's it.
It was short, very short. Thank you, Sorin. If there are any questions for Sorin. No one?
Yes, we are using our platform in the port of Agida at DB Schenker, and there we have sensors on cranes, on a lot of tools using for handling all the stuff there, and yeah, we are collecting about 100,000 inputs every minute. So it's a working solution. It's not a concept or things like that. Yes, we are collecting them, filter them, and then use an algorithm and artificial intelligence for predicting what's happening. If practically there are 2 or 3 important things on a device. It's if it shakes, if it hits, and the third one if it makes some noise. And immediately, if it's trying to shake, then it means that something is wrong. If it's too hot, then something is wrong. And then we are giving some red dots. Okay, go to that crane because the motor number 25 on it has a defect. And we are working. So it's a working product. No. There are some critical things, but usually you have 2 or 3 days, maybe 1 week before. Because if it's a critical, you can see yourself that the motor is collapsed. But if I'm telling you, okay, with 1 month in advance or 1 week in advance, you can buy the goods that has to be replaced, and also to discuss with the team to make it, and also not to rely on that crane and bring a big vessel there, and the vessel will stay and not be unloaded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panel has ended.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we are on time and we have a well-deserved coffee break. 10 minutes, please. And we can continue with questions to the speakers from previous session. And we will, after coffee break, we'll continue with artificial intelligence section.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, hello. First, I will start with a request. So can you come a little bit in front because of the sound? It's better to be in front to hear everything. So can you move, please? Okay, thank you. No, 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 it was not a question. It was a request. Okay, so let's start. AI panel, a big panel, the biggest until now. So we will have 8 presentations. My name is Ovidiu Epure. I'm head of equipment platform organization at Continental. And like I would say, like always before, I will moderate the AI panel. So our first speaker is coming from Germany. He will be Professor Dr. Bernd Friedrich Vogt. And the professor is very, let's say, attracted by different, let's say, challenges regarding human-robot interaction, human AI engine, cooperation and collaboration, and actually that will be the subject for the presentation. So, Professor, welcome, and you can start.
Thank you very much for introducing. Thank you for setting up this panel for us, giving me the opportunity to start out with you. Why would we actually bring artificial intelligence into the working lives of our people? This is the question of the purpose that Thomas Süßer, our renowned colleague, asked and reminded us of reconsidering this very morning. Thank you for this, Thomas. My name is, as you said, Bernd Friedrich Vogt, and I am a professor on work and engineering psychology at the South Australian University in Germany. And I'm currently very much interested in the case of ethically tempting jobs. Because I personally think that these are the jobs where AI is actually fulfilling a purpose beyond the individual well-being, as Thomas introduced, for instance, as one of the scopes. But if in an ethically tempting jobs, people behave or decide in probably a not so ethically nice way, the scope goes within the team, then it goes into the organization, then extends across maybe into an industry or a branch, and even beyond into society. So I think ethically tempting jobs are a very interesting case of application for artificial intelligence. And in my case, what I would like to share with you is our currently running project, so it's work in progress, on top executive management. What are the challenges and opportunities that I would like to share with you real quick? Let me start with a quote, so to say. It says that social isolation, a lack of social support, and perceived loneliness are increasingly threatening our modern societies. This little chart about loneliness is a quote from the German Loneliness Barometer, which has been recently published, and it gained a lot of attention in media and across. And it shows, if we look at the right side, that we have a correlation, both directional probably, between the feeling and the perception of loneliness and physical as well as mental diseases. And we have actually a cause-effect direction between loneliness and hostility to democracy in various different ways, leading all the way to conspiracies in some cases and even acceptance of violence. If we look at the left side, we see that especially vulnerable groups are prone to the perception of loneliness. And these are the groups that we actually almost immediately have in mind when we talk about vulnerable groups. But also we have sources of resilience. Sources of resilience could be the quality of primary relationships, providing social support, allowing for social participation, education, of course, and connecting people. Now, this has been established through AI-supported, for instance, digital social networks, on the one hand, creating bridges, but on the other hand, we realize that it actually increases loneliness in society. It doesn't decrease, it increases perceived loneliness. Strange effect, counterintuitive, but it's there. So why not think about another vulnerable group which has a huge impact economically and beyond that has maybe been overseen so far? Top executive management as an overseen and under-researched group of the lonely and peerless. This is where we set up our interest, because we know from research that this group of people is often reported as being socially isolated. We have objective measures for understanding this, for instance, the number of social connections, ties, and interactions. And we also know that these are being reported as peerless, which is a specific part of social isolation, regarding the quality of social interactions, especially those people that can give you constructive feedback, sometimes even negative feedback, telling you, oh, you did something wrong, think about it twice. At the same time, these people often report a state of loneliness. It's also very well researched so far. This is more the subjective, not the objective part of the story. And at the end of the day, this feeling can actually cause serious psychophysiological consequences, which might ultimately, and we have a lot of cases already, prominent cases in the media, which might lead to abnormal and or unethical behavior. Just to give you a few, just a few of these examples: top executive management, peer and lonely in ethically tempting job in a minute. But let's first of all have a look at what are the conditions of these jobs. We all know them, should not waste too much time. Time pressure, uncertainty, high stakes, high risk, and so on and so forth, an entire list. Why these people who climbed up the ladder in an organizational competition, made their way all the way up to the top, are now somehow encaged in a job which is defined by these conditions, and at the end of the day they're accountable as single actors. And at the same time, the conditions of these very persons. What are they? Usually they're striving for careers. They have a strong career motivation, but they are peerless. Interesting. They're very powerful and they have a high need of cognition, but usually they do decision-making under conditions of insufficient information. Usually they reported being stressed. They reported of being emotional more times a day than any other of the persons that we have in any of the researchers. So top executive managers are being more emotional in everyday life than most of the other people that we have in our population. Accountable, obviously, vulnerable, and lonely. Now these are top executive management, and this is just our case. You might want to transfer this into politics, administration, into maybe even the clerical realm of jobs, or education, teaching. So there are a lot of ethically tempting jobs, a lot more than we're actually thinking of when we hear the term. If we add this together, this makes up an explosive mixture that allows for ethical failures, this is how we call them, or even epic ethical failures, the double EFs. Just to name a few of them, you know, the Purdue pharma scandal in the US, for instance, that has been on the media. We know the crypto scandal, ETF scandal, and of course, as the Germans, we have to quote the Dieselgate scandal with Volkswagen. And at the end of the day, these are decisions that have been made by CEOs, CIOs, CFOs in their companies with ultimate consequences, not only for the company, but beyond, even reaching into society, even ruining the trust in entire branches. So despite various controlling measures that we have out there in the field, on the system side, we have advisory boards, reporting standards, regulations for compliance, 360 degrees feedback, and so on. And on the other hand, we're supporting the individual careers and the person in their working life with coaching arrangements, with counseling, mentoring, etc. We still have an increasing number of ethical failures. Why? Because every step in career fosters the lack of social support. Because the system around these people allows that at the end of the day, when you're at the top, you don't have any more critical peers. You have those, yes, that's a very good idea, Mr. People around you. Yeah? If you wouldn't, they wouldn't be around you. We have in almost any organization, being it in politics or in economics, these tolerated patterns, dark patterns of leadership, culturally tolerated. And we have a history of just noticeable differences in the way that people change over time when they come into these jobs. A change of personality and a change of behavior. But it's just noticeable. The people themselves, they don't even realize that they're changing. Since they don't have peers, nobody's telling them. So, the opportunity is bringing AI into the play, creating a human-AI companionship for ethically tempting jobs. What is our project vision? It's based on the political frameworks, actually. Just to name a few, for combating loneliness, we have the very first initiatives started in 2018 in Great Britain, and the Netherlands followed immediately. In Germany, it was started in 2022. And it names raising public awareness and so on. It doesn't say doing research on it. So we should put this on the agenda as well. And we're trying to put some of the research in it. Why is this theoretically sound? Because we know that AI is already enabling various approaches to ensuring social inclusion and social support, just to show a few of them. And from the features of the AI, we can see them on the left side, the way they communicate, the way the features they have, the morphism that's in it. And on the other side, on the right side, is the way that they are being designed, the features of design that we're considering usually. So now our vision is, let's go into field and understand the conditions through the eyes of top executive managers, a very, very shy species, and try to find out how would they envision collaborating and even pairing up with an artificial intelligence for social support. I'm not talking about BI systems, management support systems. It's all there. They use it every day, no problem for them. But what if we give an AI as a socially relevant actor into the play? Ultimately, we want to support them in ethically tempting decision making. What is the project timeline? Real quick, I realized 2 minutes to go. We have a lot of achievements on the theoretical sides, literature reviews, for instance, that you can see on social support for these devices. We do know that research by now is not so clear. We cannot generalize any of our insights into this context. The major part that we just closed is qualitative interviews with the first group of top executive managers. You can see a list up there, CEOs, CFOs, CIOs from German DAX 30, the top ranked companies in the country, understanding about their idea of technology acceptance, how would they trust such a device, how would they envision the interaction with such a device, and ultimately a collaboration with them. We're currently setting up, actually we're done with setting up, secondly, a lab infrastructure that allows us to gather biodata, biosignal data, with variables, for instance, collected through an app which is integrating these data, which we can also use for biofeedback immediately in real time. And we are now finishing an application, a prototyping of an AI toolbox, which allows us to integrate into a learning algorithm these biodata, everyday biodata, with other data that we collect during the day of a top executive management. For instance, behavioral data, speech data, decision data, in one algorithm to understand just noticeable differences and then predict just noticeable differences in their behaviors and maybe personalities. Needs and goals, to make it really short, I'm inviting you, if you are interested in this topic, just make a step, come closer, and let's think about how we can extend the research network, how we can build a heterogeneous network of experts, for instance, for panels. If you want to engage in the prototyping, a modular device for exactly this case, very welcome to approach us, and even the testing stages from a design perspective. And even more important, because it's a very shy species, finding partners in practice who would like to implement such technologies. Future directions to jump across, and just to mention the research team for a closing. Is that okay for you?
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, but we didn't finish yet, because I'm sure that we'll have also some questions. So, any questions from the public? Fred?
I'm not sure if I understood correctly acoustically. I think what the question was, if it's a profit-driven organization, then this decision might ultimately one of the day be an ethical failure, but it's not the problem of the person, it's the problem of the organization because it's profit-driven, right? Okay, thank you for this question. Yes, I do think, otherwise I wouldn't be doing the research, but the other thing is we have tried so many other solutions, as I mentioned, even legislative solutions, and still we have an increasing number of ethical failures because the system forces people into such an individual development. Why not giving them social support through AI? If we give social support through digital social networks, AI-supported networks to anybody else around there. Maybe it works, I'm not sure, but this is the research. Let's prototype something, bring it into practice, see how people start interacting, and see if we can make a difference.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. There are other questions? Okay, then, thank you for the presentation. Okay, our next speaker is not new to this event. He has a presentation also last year. So here, Alexandre Favier from France, engineer with a PhD at National Schools of Cognitive Engineers in Bordeaux, France. And today we'll have an interesting presentation about equity, ethics in human-AI collaboration.
Very much. Yeah, first I'd like to say I'm really happy to be back this year. It was a pleasure. So yeah, I'd like to share a thought with you, an idea I want to illustrate through an example. So as you previously said, I'm from France. Precisely, I'm from Bordeaux. I'm part of a laboratory which is a member of CNRIs, which is a National Research Center, and working in an engineering school, which is a member of a cluster of many schools around the country. in our region, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, we've got 9 of the schools, and 6 of them are situated in Bordeaux, in my town. This is ENSC, national school, which is focusing on cognitive science. I will speak today in particular about aerospatial and defense, because we've got a long history of cooperation with aircraft manufacturers in this region. So, in our team, this team was founded by people who are specialized in psychology at the very early of the team, and we were focusing at early beginning on applied cognitive science to individual cognition, and we went progressively through more complex situations like distributed cognition in mixed systems. So if I want to sum up our activities, as I say, we're focusing on human factor within technological system, trying to answer some questions like how to make human more efficient in action, how to increase group cohesion in this situation, how to anticipate the human system symbiosis, and I would say for myself, how to evaluate the human system symbiosis. So at the early beginning, the main topic for this research team was to focusing on error scheme. What are the mechanisms that lead people to make some error, to make some mistake when they're interacting with a complex system like an aircraft? And progressively, we moved to many topics. I'm personally inclined in the last one, cognitive hybridity. By hybridity, I want to mean more than mixed system. A mixed system is that when a human uses the system, it doesn't really need to understand. When you take a calculator because you want to compute something, you don't really need to understand how the calculator is working. When you're an hybrid system, when you're working with an AI, you have to understand the system because you have to prompt correctly. And the system has to understand how to present you the information if it wants you to understand what it's saying to you. So we've got a deep link between the user and the machine. And this link is going to change our cognitive schemes, our cognitions. So as a starting point, as an example, I will develop a project I was involved in this year. This project was led by a laboratory which is called LISPEN from a school which is RMIT, which is specialized in robotics. You can see a robotic arm here. The aircraft manufacturer Airbus, my school, and the technological research center, transfer center we are used to work with. So, to introduce the situation, I will show you a little video. So you can see a user here is wearing an head-mounted display because we've got a situation in which we use augmented reality. So he has to register over a QR code to be sure that we've got a correct alignment between the 3D scene and the physical scene. We are not on the manufacturer lane here. We are in a teaching center of Airbus. So it's easier to lead some tests and less authorization to ask and so on. So at this workstation, the user has to drill some holes. And in the real system, in the actual system, every time the worker is drilling a hole, he has to go to the other side, push a pin through the plane skin, and screw it. Because if you drill many holes at a time, you can have microscopic cracks in the skin, and you can alter the material. So at every drill, he has to drill, go to the side, push a pin, go to the first side, screw it, take the drilling machine again, and so on. Here, what you can see is not a real drilling machine. This is a 3D printed prop only for the test. Currently, they're using automatic drilling machine. So with an automatic drilling machine, once you are in the guide, you only push a button. The motor is accelerating until the correct speed. The linear advance is automatic too. So you have nothing to do except pushing the button. This way you're sure the hole is perfect in the skin. Here our colleague for LISPEN developed a robotic arm the robotic arm is pushing the pin through the hole instead of the workers. It was not a great technical challenge here, except that what you can see on the wrist of the robotic arm is not a great laser sensor, it's a really cheap 3D cam. And they are willing to test if with really cheap 3D cam they can achieve a good performance. So I was not implied in the technical aspect of this project because I'm focusing on methodology, as I said before. Because here we can ask a question, are we really, sorry, start from the beginning, are we really helping the workers? Why? As usually, he's wearing a security cap, ear protection, his access badge, a jacket, some security shoes. We added a head-mounted display, which is something really heavy, not really fun to wear for a long time. And as this was the test sequence, we use a mocap cam, which implies to wear mocap gloves, because we want to analyze all these moves. We are considering ergonomic activity and want to see are the body posture correct? Is it tiring? Is it leading to some stress for the workers? And of course, we had some camera to film and take photo. We got some camera in the background, and I was taking film and camera too. It could be a little too much for the worker to wear all this system. We can ask, are we really improving the overall performance? Because if you look at this situation, the worker is a supervisor. He only pushes button. He pushes button to trigger the drilling, to trigger the robotic arm pushing the pins through the hole, and so on. And he stays on his seat. Manufacturer is happy because on this workplace, having two workers is too expensive. One drilling, one pushing the pin, it's too expensive for the manufacturer. So it seems to be a good solution with less waste of time. But for the worker, it's not sure, because many going from one side to another is a good opportunity to relax. It's a good opportunity to look somewhere else, maybe to talk with someone else, and so on. And it's not sure in a long time period, it will be a better solution for him to rely on such an automatism. When you ask the worker, they are enthusiastic. They say, yeah, it's a great solution. I won't waste any more time. It's excellent. Good work. Nice job. Thanks a lot. But we are not sure. My job was to compare the methodology between what we call a techno-push approach, when you only want to develop your technology and at the end asking the question, well, is the user happy with this? Versus the user-centered approach, when you want to collect the human needs, and from this human needs, take the time to hear again and again the different person to try to develop the best solution. But it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money. It's supposed to be a more acceptable solution at the end, but we have to compare this, we have to be able to measure this. I'm looking for the time, I'm long. What I wanted to share with you today is that when we develop assistive technology, the situation is pretty clear for most of the people if it's for a physical task. Because if you got a physical task, a very tiring activity, yeah, it's good to be held by the machine. And maybe why not let the machine do the job? It's okay, no problem with that. Most of the time. But if we look at the capabilities of human, we are used to say that it's distributed accordingly to a Gaussian, a normal distribution of the capabilities. Some people have disabilities, and some people have normal activity. When we've got physical assistive technologies, we're used to use them to reach a normal performance for people with disabilities, and why not to enhance performance. What about cognitive assistive technology? Are we sure we want to go further on normal capabilities? If you look at an IQ score test curves, I'm not sure IQ test is a good tool to measure intelligence, but well, that's the first we have in this first approach. If you look at this kind of curve, most of the people don't want to be at the top. Most of the people want to be on the right part
of the curves. Because when you look at this, usually you are considering the situation this way. We all wish to be the more clever as possible. So when we think about assistive technologies, we think that with AI, we will be more intelligent. Is it a good motivation? When you look at psychological studies, you can learn that it's pretty easy to cooperate, to talk with people who are about around your score, around 1 standard deviation. If you're in the middle, in the normal population, it will be easy to cooperate with persons which are maybe a bit more performant or a bit less. But if you go far from the center, it will be really, really difficult to have exchange with people. So if the assistive technologies push us on the right part of the curve, our shoe will be, again, still capable of exchange with human beings. If we look at raw performance of AI system, we can see that we've got with Cloud 12, GPT-4, and so on, about normal, what is considered to be normal performance over an IQ test. And if you look at all technologies, it was less than 100. Well, I'm speaking about all technologies for technologies which are 6 months old, 1 year old, 2 year old. So in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, you can be sure we have AI system which will be able to beat any human being of this kind of test. Is it exactly what we wish? Oh, I'm too long, I'm sorry. If you look at this little girl, playing chess alone is not really fun, not really involving, and it's really, really hard to learn something if you play alone. If you play against another human body, there will be some difference, some different skills. But there will be fun, challenge, and maybe we learn from the other. If you play against an AI system, it will be hard to leverage the skill of each other. But if 2 teams are playing against the other with the help of an AI system, what kind of help do you want to provide? Do you want to provide the same amount of help for the 2 little girls? There was a difference at the beginning, there will be the same difference at the end. But the little change is that the move that are proposed by the system, by the hybrid system, will be much more complicated than what the little girl was able to perform. Maybe she won't ever understand what she's doing. But if you adapt the amount of help to reach the same skill level for the 2 little girls, there's no more any game, because it's the same global skill. No funds, no involvement, no learning curves in such a situation. So we have to think about it. Are we sure that the goal of an AI system is to reach the best overall performance? From a social point of view, it's not so sure. So I'm deeply convinced that the acceptability, then the sustainability of cognitive assistive technology, above all, will be a matter of human factors. That was the idea I want to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So, very interesting. There are any questions from the room?
Sorry, I was very long.
Okay.
And we have to keep in mind that this kind of assistive technology is going to deeply impact all that we know about cognition, metacognition, and social relationships. And when I was young,
I have to learn the alphabetical order, because when I want to look at something in a dictionary, it was important to know which letter was before the other. Now it's not a problem. You learn how to prompt Google. Then you know how to prompt ChatGPT, and so on. So we are changing the way we build relationship with data and with other peoples. And this will have a deep impact on our cognition.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it was at the end about learning. Also, the next presentation will be about learning, and will be about how AI can be used to develop learning paths or personalized learning paths. Ramona Diana Leon works as an associate professor at Universitat Politehnica de Valencia, so coming from Spain, like we have seen also in the last panel. And she is involved in several projects about knowledge management, collaborative product design, and quality management. So let's welcome Professor.
Technical? No. She has a presentation. The mouse.
Okay, so hello everyone. As said before, my name is Ramona Leon, and together with my colleagues, Angel Ortiz, Mareva, and Ana Esteso, we are all working in Codemo. You heard a little bit about the project in the previous session, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. However, I'm going to tell you that when it comes to Codemo, it's one of those ambitious projects that aims to prepare the decision makers for the future. Or better said, we aim to prepare the top managers, the middle managers, and the first line managers to make decisions in the Industry 5.0. Well, that's nice from our point of view, especially because we are in charge with the vocational institutions, with developing the curricula and deploying the curricula so they can have the necessary skills to make the right decision. And in order to go further, we'll take a step to knowing a little bit about Industry 5.0. How many of you have heard about Industry 5.0 before Innovation Days? Could you please raise your hand? Those that are in Codemo now. Sorry, you are excluded. So, can you repeat a little bit? Because I lost it. How many have you heard? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the back. I'm not going to ask what have you heard, but let's see. Codemo tends to go to the Industry 5.0. Some say that Industry 5.0 is already here. Others say that it's a little bit of a vision. It's something that is going to happen, because it's what is usually defined of the super smart industry, or if we go to the Society 5.0, is the super smart society. What does it mean actually? Well, let's see. It takes the part of digitalization and sustainability that characterized the classical Industry 4.0 that we all know, and it puts together and it brings forward the human factor, the human centricity. Actually, if before we were focusing on being more efficient, of using technology, of using robots to make things more easier, we got to the point where we realized, well, human resources are important. We need employees. Yes, in some cases they may feel lonely, but we need their skills, we need their abilities. And what abilities do they need? Because currently the companies are crying out that they cannot find the right employees. There is a lack of skills. So we have a skills gap. On the other hand, we have the technology that keeps progressing and progressing in a faster pace and brings forward the AI development. About AI, I'm sure that you all heard, not like the Industry 5.0. So we try to put a little bit in common and to see, can we use AI in order to cover the skill gap? Can we use AI so that we can basically develop and establish personalized learning path, which means that each learner has the freedom to select what do they want to study, what is the skill that they need to develop or they want to develop. So you have an adapted curricula. And can we use AI to do the work for us? In order to have an answer for this question, we did what every researcher does. We start with data collection. And in order to do that, we basically use the Prisma guidelines. Meaning that we went to Web of Science, the big database with all the research articles that have been published for the last 10 years, and we selected all those articles that had included the words AI, for artificial intelligence, learning, personalized learning paths, to see if we can identify those articles that focus especially on these topics and have those words included in title, abstract, or keywords. At the first stage, we got happy because we found 390 articles. Well, it's going to be a lot of work, but at least we have something. We continue with the content analysis in order to see if those 390 articles are relevant for what we are looking or not. Up to our surprise, we saw that only 71 articles out of the 390 were really focusing on using AI within the educational environment. All the other ones were focusing on how to develop AI on the learning mechanism, basically a learning algorithm of AI, and not on its use within the educational framework. Therefore, we had to say goodbye to the other articles. We went forward with the content analysis, and we focused on the approach, the main topic, and then we included all the data in both viewer and performed with the use of similarity matrix, a cluster analysis, and then we moved forward to the density analysis in order to identify the hot topics, what is basically developed currently. At the first stage, we identified that there was a boom of interest, to call it like this, for using AI within the educational framework in the years post-pandemic, to call it like this, in the first year post-pandemic. After that, the interest started to decrease. Basically, as human beings, we are tempted to go back to what we knew, to the comfort zone. So AI was interested, we can study, we can use it for project, we can use it for the industry, but not very attractive for the teaching activity. More, if we look at the main journals in which the articles are published, we will see that only one of them falls into the educational area. All the other ones are into the economy or technology science. Looking at the content, getting the things a little bit more interested. And we notice that there are only two clusters. One that focuses on the model, on how to use AI within the cluster and to develop, and most of those papers are basically conceptual. And on the other hand, we have how to apply AI within the learning process, or better said, within the teaching process, because they are based on a trial and error approach, and we focus mainly on the interactive tutoring system. If we go further and look basically on the hot topics, using the red, green, and blue approach, where red is basically the elements that capture the attention nowadays, and the blue ones are, let's say, the research gaps. Where should we look forward? We can notice that there is a requirement for developing AI-based technologies that can help with the teaching process, meaning developing content, assessment, and why not interacting and fostering knowledge sharing between teacher and student, and also among students. Because whenever we are talking about teaching, whenever we are talking about personalized learning paths, we are talking about a two-way street. It's a share of knowledge that is done during the process. And we could use AI within this framework. In conclusion, the research that we made so far had identified two lines of research, one that is basically technology-driven, the other one that focuses on learner needs and tries to get a little bit closer to what we need today, because today we are talking about a different type of learner, being from the organization or from the educational institutions, students normally, that want for the content to be adapted to their needs. They want their interests to be considered, they want their learning style to be considered. And that's the area where future research should be developed. We have to mention that basically all our results are limited by the fact that we analyze AI from a general approach. Different results may have been obtained if we will search for ChatGPT instead of artificial intelligence. Or if we have looked for different databases, not just from the Web of Science. If we have mixed with Emerald or Scopus, different results have been obtained. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Okay. Do we have any questions? Okay, I also have one. So.
That's why we went for the Web of Science and not the Scopus. Yes, it is true that from time to time you can identify several duplicates between Web of Science and Scopus, but when we talk about Web of Science, they are recognized of the high quality research. In Scopus, they are mixed. So we went only for what was already certified, to call it like this, as a high quality research in order to determine if there is a use of AI for personalized learning paths for the educational framework. Yeah. That's why we included it as a limit. These are the results that we obtain for what is known, let's say, in the scholars area as the high topic and the high research. The best research out of all, although you can identify in every area and in every journal. But we focus only on AI and not included specific ChatGPT, because I'm sure if we go to ChatGPT, we are going to identify a lot of articles that have been published in the educational field, since everyone is scared a little bit of the fact that the students are going to use it, they are going to cheat when they are developing the project, the academic project or not. So in that area, probably we would have found it. But we wanted to increase the search and focus on artificial intelligence in general, not just on a specific algorithm.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll have another interesting presentation, and this time we'll have two presenters. One I think should be already known in this part, especially in this part of the country. So Andrei Nistor, you know him from media. When you look on the newspapers, maybe sometimes on the lower part you'll see his name. He's the journalist, entrepreneur, and the CEO of Polyglot Media Group. And yeah, we have the two publications. One is Știrile Transylvaniei, and the second one is Digital.io, and we'll talk especially about Știrile Transylvaniei because has implemented a way to filter fake news. And basically this will be the presentation from today, how to use AI to filter fake news. And the second presenter, because the solution implemented is based on Zeta Cloud, the second presenter, of course, it's the mastermind behind the CEO behind the Zeta Cloud, Emil Ștețco, co-founder and CEO of the Zeta Cloud. So let's welcome them.
So it's already a special presentation because we are two presenters. So thank you for having us. We'll dive today into something that maybe you know, maybe you already relate with. This is information overload or information obesity. I think everybody relates to this, and I think it's really a struggle these days. So here comes the product that will describe and demonstrate today. It's called Samarista. And Samarista is actually it's a WordPress plugin that we've developed that uses AI and natural language processing, NLP it's called, that analyzes the content of the articles and generates a summary of this content. And think about this as, it's not like skimming through the content. It's not like selecting some random sentences out of the content, but actually understands deeply the content and obtains or generates a summary for you. It's like having a efficient intern that not only highlights the most important parts of the articles or the documents, but actually shows you the deep understanding and the most important things of this content. And now the most special functionality that we've implemented is also understanding content in multiple languages and also generating summaries in multiple languages. And from my point of view, that's huge, because this is opening or destroying the language barrier that we always had. Samarista is based on Zeta AI engines, and therefore I will take a couple of minutes to show you who Zeta Cloud is and what we've done through the years, because you'll better understand how we reach this strong connection. Yes, this strong connection with the press. Actually, I have here Andrei with me. He is the brain behind NGO called Press Cluster, and together we've put this initiative forward. So we are founded in 2013 in Cluj-Napoca. We are pioneers in fake news detection. We do, we productize AI, natural language processing engines, and we also do no-code machine learning solutions. But I think that's the best slide to show what we do. So we started with an application called Știrile. It's a Moldavian name, Știrile, but it's actually Știrile without E, without EU, if you know what I mean. So it's Știrile. I think it was 2013. The product was really ahead of time. So it was really ahead of time. That was the first moment where we started to work on natural language processing algorithms for the Romanian language, because the Romanian language is not so represented in the area of algorithms for natural language processing. So actually it still works. The application still works. We didn't maintain it really well in the meantime, but the application still works, and what it does, it actually understands the content, it understands what you read, and then it recommends you, it gives you a stream of news that the machine thinks you'll be interested in. So that was the first contact with the press. And then we had the chance to get a grant from Google DNI in 2017, and we've put together this platform called Transylvania. That's a platform that analyzes a lot of content, so a really huge volume of data in terms of news, blogs, and other posts, and it connects this together with the objective to understand how trustworthy or how quality worthy this content is. And also it has something that I don't think we have a match in the industry right now. It's called P0. It's from the health industry. It's when you look at an article that is analyzed by Transylvania, you actually can go back in time to see what was the first article that mentioned the same things, so the same event. It's the patient zero, exactly. In 2019, we've actually understood that the engines that Transylvania was using, actually these models, these natural language processing models, they have a real value in itself. So therefore we productivize these engines as IntelliDockers. I know it sounds technical, but it's actually, these are self-contained modules that have expert models in them, and they can be really easy integrated into other systems. Like think about summarization, sentiment analysis, entity extraction, or other classification. Okay, and the last but not least, the last product in the timeline here is Factory. This is the platform that we've built for our users, so that they can train their own models and also generate their own engines. So Factory generates IntelliDockers without technical knowledge. Why we've done this? Because we've realized that there are cases where our customers cannot give us the data to train the engines. The data normally is private or part of the company, and they will not allow us to see this data. But of course, not all customers have an IT department or AI engineers. So they need it, and we've produced it, and it's a product now. They needed a way to train their own models and retrain them and make them better over time using a no-code AI platform, and we've called it Factory. Did you see a pattern here? If not, I'll tell you what it is. So Zeta Cloud is trying from the beginning to make AI much more practical and much more user-friendly. So that's the idea. We wanted to make you use this AI in your day-by-day life in a easy, practical, user-friendly way. Now I'll let Andrei to say a couple of words about Press Cluster. Andrei is as I said, the brain behind Press Cluster.
So Press Cluster, it's the first cluster type association of media in Romania. We are a couple of friends, people coming from media, but also some people coming from new technology sector, because we believe the future of mass media is linked with technology. We cannot talk about mass media without thinking about what is happening in the new technology sector. So we are founding this, and also my friend Emil, it's a founding member of this Press Cluster. And of course, we are already having multiple projects, but what we want to do, first of all, is to get access for financial support for mass media, especially for local media, not for central media. We are looking to train our colleagues in mass media with different type of programs, and also we want to help them develop their businesses and make them more efficient. Of course, because we wanted to help them, one of the first things that we are thinking was, how can we bring AI to mass media? And we started with this small project, and we proposed to develop a tool that takes the content, a news, and it transformed the news, it summarized the news in 4 languages. But I will show you after we have a small demo for you to understand. First of all, we've took one of our mass media product. It's Știrile Transylvania. This is a newspaper, a regional newspaper. It's in our portfolio. And we've implemented one AI solution that it says like this. It is a small robot going for news all over the net. They bring the news in our platform, of course saying what was the source of the news, filtering by fake news, and then the news is let in a draft, and a human editor is going to look over that news, and if it's trustable, he can publish the news. But now it comes the second AI tool, the one developed by Zeta Cloud, which makes this process of summarizing in 4 languages. I think it's going to be more clear when we show you live demo.
I'm just saying one thing, because I got from the moderator the information that we have only a couple of minutes, so I don't want you to lose the demo. So for this slide, I'll only say this. Imagine that instead you are on your newspaper, on your blog, your favorite one, and instead of reading all these headlines to understand what you want to read more, I mean go into detail, you will have for each and every article a summary that is automatically generated. You go through that summary and you decide for yourself if you want to go deeply into that. Of course, we've made the plugin very easy to be installed and so forth and so forth. So I'll let Andrei to do the demo, because that's,
Yes.
I think that's the most important
We have
thing.
prepared here the demo. So,
Așa, dacă nu intrăm și duplicăm, dacă nu știi. Azi, dacă nu.
So, we are in WordPress. It's a simple WordPress, like I think everybody knows. And we have this tool, as I told you. Our first AI tool is the one who search over the net and brings a feed of news ready to be published. So the news are taken from all over the net, and they are ready to be published. We could make all the process automated, but we did not want it. We want a human to be the ultimate mind to set. So here it's, as you can see, we have some news ready to be published. It's draft, okay? So I take just the first news, edit. It's over here, as you can see it. And if you look here I just must choose the category. Doesn't matter where it goes now, just a demo. And here it's the second tool developed by Zeta. I can push this button to generate a summary, and I can choose if this summary is just simple bullet points, or maybe I want an analysis, or maybe I want something descriptive, or maybe I want something abstract, or extractive or narrative. Usually we use these bullet points because it's the most wanted. I can say our readers need these bullet points. I just want 5 bullet points to understand what it's all about in that news, right? So it's this bullet point, and I check if everything is right, and then I just go publish. I'm sure, yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm really, really sure. So, the news is now published. Let's hope the system is...
Yeah, it's analyzing it.
Yes.
Hopefully, not like in Windows 95 situation. Generate the summary.
Yes. Works a little... Yes. So, the article was published now, and we can see the article now. Yeah. So, this is the article, and you can see here we have summarizing in Romanian language. We have also English, Hungarian, and German language. Okay? So if you are some very well-known professor from a university in Germany, like over there, you can understand, I think, you can understand what's all about in this news, right? So we've just managed to have our beta version of this plugin. But what I want to say is that this plugin is going to be very soon available for everybody. But first of all, it's going to be available for the members of Press Cluster, and then for everybody. Okay, so this is the tool. But I go back now to show you something in settings, right? Please help me. Summary stuff. Yes.
Okay.
So
here we've put couple of parameters. So you have the maximum tokens. You have some temperature for somebody that understands generative AI. You'll understand what this is, and also a list of languages you want to generate and display, and the number of paragraphs you want to show. Yeah, that's it from the point of view of Summerista right now. I'll have only one more slide because I know it's really late, but I just want to leave you with the ideas that we have in mind when it goes to future development. So, do you remember that we have that ecosystem with IntelliDockers, Factory, and so on? We want to use this ecosystem to make the summarizer better and better with user interaction. So we said here interactive learning. So we want users to be able to rate this summary and the machine to use this information, and in a continuous machine learning loop to make the summarizer much better. And two more things that we have, two more things that are really strong from my point of view, that are part of our future developments are visual summarization. And that's something that you take the content and you make a story as an image. An image says more than 10,000 words, and that would be really huge. And the other thing is we want to do voice summarization, so that when you drive or when you cannot read the article, you just hear the summary and actually you have your own newscaster for yourself. So that's it. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
If there are questions, please.
Exactly.
The second question I did.
Pricing.
Oh.
This is a very tough question.
It's all about money, always.
I'm an entrepreneur since, I don't know, 2011, but I don't like to speak about money. So anyway, it should be something that should be appealing for, for small news, newspapers or news, blogs or whatever. You asked me about the quality. The one thing that we'll do, and you didn't see here, is before publishing the article, we'll actually bring the summary and the buttons in the draft version so that you can, check what the machine generated. Right now in this alpha beta version, we don't have that. But it's not bad. I mean, it's in production. So still Transylvania has this already for 1 month, 2 months?
About 2 months.
2
Yes.
months. And
We are
nobody said
testing for 2 months.
that this translation is stupid. So I hope this will not happen. And anyway, as I said with the last slide, our aim is to let the user, give feedback, and also let the user change the summary. Propose another summary if he wants. Because with this, I can tell you the idea behind this. With this, we'll have a lot of AI annotators for our models to be trained. So it's a win-win situation.
Please.
Okay. Please.
I will explain you very, very shortly. Yeah, the second one is very hard. But I will say, yeah. The first one is like this. The first tool what I told you about, it's that is going all over the net, searching for news and bringing the news in my platform, right? But this platform covers with informations only the western part of Romania, not all the Romania, not Europe, not just 16 counties, okay? But the algorithm brings a lot of news that are not interesting for my readers, right? So I put a human at the end of this process, first to check if that type of news is the one that my readers want or not. Because if it's a news from, I don't know, Bucharest, it's not for my newspaper, right? So the human decides this for now. But you tell me, what is the future? In the future, the human will be eliminated, right? But now we try the model, okay? But we need a lot of time to train the model to understand what type of news are we looking, right?
No, I still want to go to your question, because I think from the engineering point of view, I can give you some answer. So the answer is why, I mean, the question is why you need a human in the loop. You know why? Because for this case, there are other cases, of course, but for this case, we use a generative AI model. Generative AI models, they hallucinate. And that's not an error, that's a design. So they hallucinate by design. So if you want quality news, or if you want quality answers, okay, you need somebody to fact check and to understand if what machine generated is what you want your readers, in this case, but you know, this is huge. I mean, it can go to other industries, but you want to make sure your readers are reading quality news.
And fake news free. No, it's not.
They don't care if the information is not okay, but me as a producer of the news, I care. I mean, I want to believe that serious producer of news, they care about the quality. If they don't care, yeah, then you don't need a human in the loop.
And maybe you don't need the mass media at all. You just took your news from social media. But I want to answer you. This is a tool developed for today, for today's generation. Today's generation, they don't have time. They want to read very, very, very fast and understand very, very, very fast in just 3, 4, 5 bullet points what is about in that news. I don't know what's going to be tomorrow. I don't know how is going to this world is going to be transformed.
Yeah, the question about future is really hard, and it's really risky to say it will be like this, because you know
I think we
okay.
are.
just one thing. We Zetacloud, we are in this industry since 2013. We were working with transformers and even GPT-2 before ChatGPT came out. We could not see that. I mean, we knew about generative AIs, and we knew that there are a lot of, money pouring into that, but it was like a black swan, because we didn't know that OpenAI will open this, Pandora box. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker comes from Germany. She studied at Free University of Berlin. In 2008, joined the Design Thinking Research Program at the Hasso-Plattner Institute. Currently, she is Head of Strategic Innovation at the German University of Digital Science, Senior Researcher, and she leads the Neurodesign Research Group. So let's welcome Julia von Tienen.
Yes, great to be here, finally. I've heard of these Sibiu Innovation Days for quite some time. Very happy to be here now. And while it's building up, let me start maybe with 2 reflections regarding the morning session. So we heard this morning about maybe some concerns even regarding innovation and AI, that there is so much technological development going on in North America, whereas here in Europe we seem to be more on the applied side. And as an observation from the innovation perspective, maybe it's not such a bad field to be in, because when you consider the difference between invention and innovation, very often it's years or decades in between something technologically new comes up, but then it takes the good idea of what to do with it to actually have an impact in society. And surely a lot can be done in that regard with AI. Second reflection, you mentioned obviously the Sibiu Innovation Days are about bringing innovation to the area, and in that regard I'd like to add an additional question, and that is what kind of innovation is actually brought. Because when we look at innovation, quite often we see that many have a local benefit, especially to the user, obviously, and also to the person who maybe sells a new product, but how about the wider system? And I'll dig a little deeper in that direction. Sometimes maybe at least badly made innovation can also have quite some detrimental effects. So let's rather go for the comprehensive design approach and really putting benefits to the systems. So as you mentioned, and we also heard it from Christoph Meinl, let me just reiterate the invitation that he spoke. So if you come to Berlin, Potsdam, that area, then maybe consider dropping by, because it's a digital university, but on the other hand, we also have nice headquarters and you'd be more than welcome. And to mention some of the projects that we engage in, and you could consider whether there might be some areas for connection. So for instance, we're designing a completely virtual university space, and while obviously this offers a lot of creative opportunities for really designing that space afresh, there's also a digital twin of our cloud house from Potsdam, and just imagining we could also have maybe this room duplicated, and while this place actually is some flight hours away, in the digital space it could be just neighbors, so maybe that could be quite nice. And then also there is obviously this topic of education that Christoph Meinl raised this morning very strongly. How can we actually establish social connections over distance, or also the use of AI in adding tutors for students who are available around the clock, for instance, and also bringing real-world projects by means of connecting to the industry. But today I'd like to present one subject in particular, and that is starting with this question of the impact of innovation that single projects bring about. And personally, my background is in design thinking and innovation engineering for almost decades in the meantime. And design thinking traditionally has this question about ethical implications. And traditionally that would be for a single user and particular user needs, but this is really widening the question of implications. So when we talk about creativity and innovation in engineering, obviously the goal is typically to develop something that is both new and effective. And what in design thinking we often ask is this question of what actually makes a solution effective. And clearly there's always some kind of a task description. It could be given by a teacher, or it could be something that the company seeks. And then we want the solution to be effective given the task that has been set. But in design thinking, we like to ask this additional question: is actually the goal set in a suitable way? So is the product supposed to do the right things? And that is raising this question of values, and in particular, today I'd like to emphasize this subject of sustainability as one of the values. So one perspective that I'd like to draw your attention to is the impact of the environment on the creative processes that we elicit, and in that regard, with sustainability implications, it's quite obvious that exposure to nature is actually something that is very important for us to even think about this implication of what do our solutions do in a wider sense, for instance, regarding the natural environment. And in that context, it's quite interesting to observe the kind of environments that we design for creative work, for decision makers, for people to ponder important issues. Here, for instance, that is the Deutsche Bundestag, where political decisions are being made, which is completely shielded off from this natural environment. And also, when we look at this room, it's very nicely built and designed, and also it is very much designed to shield us off from this wonderful, beautiful environment that Sibiu has. Even there are window blanks that help everybody to concentrate on a subject that is being discussed, and other subjects are shielded away. And that will be one of the design angles that we take in this particular project that I'm going to share with you in a little bit. And just maybe as a reflection, I'd be very interested to hear how this topic is being pondered maybe in Sibiu and beyond. So in the field of design thinking, there was so much optimism regarding human-centered design, but in the meantime, this topic has become quite touchy, saying that creativity and innovation, the way that it has been conducted since basically humanity's prehistory, it has also produced quite some unfavorable consequences. So here, plastic, for instance, would be one of these inventions, and when we look at climate tragedies, quite often some creative invention and culturally introduced practice, some innovation, if you will, can be traced among the causes of such developments. So people tend to move towards new keywords such as planet-centered design, life-centered design, or even more than human design. Interesting to, so that's definitely something that is very largely discussed in Potsdam, also at the MIT and at Stanford. These tend to be the direction people take. And at creativity and innovation conferences, the topic is really coming up very strongly. So I'd be curious to hear how it is perceived here currently and being discussed. So this particular project has been conducted in collaboration with the MIT Media Lab, and maybe you know that that is a place they really like to push the boundaries a little bit. And here the concept is to reshape the environments for design teams. So where the new ideas emerge, where the prototypes are being developed, and then concepts are being tested. And the way we approach it, there are two components. So one is automated sustainability analysis. So the teams are there, they have a design prompt or they work on a project, and then the conversation is being recorded and automatically analyzed for sustainability implications. And the second component is a technology-mediated naturescape. So for instance, this can include a soundscape. So in a very primitive sense, for instance, it could be wind and it could be birds. It can be many different things. And you can imagine a gradual progression of feedback. So it can be, naturescape can be passive, just introducing this nature in the room. But it can also become more active. So for instance, if the automatic analysis detects that the design team is not being very sustainable and it could have quite unfavorable consequences, maybe the birds could cease singing as a natural signal of danger. Or there could be even more intervention, as though we really pulled off the shields, the window shields, and allowed nature to listen and to be somebody, an actor, its own force that is intervening if natural aspects are not considered. So in a way, maybe that's also a bit like the project we heard previously about, where the top management would have potentially negative feedback from AI, and here it could be top management or anyone in particular. And the models for this automatic analysis that we initially used were based on SentenceBird, and if you input texts that specifically target, for instance, social inclusivity or the natural environment or innovation for sustainability purposes, you see the exact peaks as one would expect. So in that sense, it works. But I can also share, we heard about greenwashing previously. We actually dropped this model in the meantime because we found that this is success is vulnerable to greenwashing. So if there is a team and they have a solution and they maliciously describe it in a way that makes it sound more sustainable, then this model is, tends to be biased and would overestimate the sustainability. And there are better models. But when the design teams are just naive and don't have any particular intention, then it's totally fine. And so what we did here is an experiment, a randomized experiment with 27 participants and 9 teams. And there was a control condition, and in each time the teams would do 2 design rounds. Both times a mobility design task, either just 2 tasks, one after another. In the first experimental condition, there would be this automated feedback on sustainability performance in the break. And in the third condition, there would be naturescape exposure in the second design round. So there would be the soundscape, there would also be wind indoors and some natural aspects. And what we see for the feedback condition, that has been very, very effective. So we had, in that case, 5 performance dimensions, and just to mention it, these were assessed by human raters, 3 human raters with very high inter-rater agreement. So human expertise as ground truth, if you will. And we see that the teams in the feedback condition did significantly better than the control teams on all dimensions. And then regarding the naturescape, we were mostly interested if sound and wind indoors might disturb the teams so that they could potentially have reduced design performance. And we found that this is not the case. So basically one can say it's safe to bring in these factors. So only 2 increases in performance, but no detrimental effects. And as a vision in this particular project would be to really incorporate all the senses to introduce connections to nature in a room, also as a way to provide feedback. And generally the message in that direction obviously is let's really be mindful of the kind of innovation that we're fostering, because there can be many varied consequences, and especially if we want sustainable design, then we also really have to facilitate it. And as a final slide, just mentioning a few of the projects that are currently going on at the intersection of AI and sustainability, or let's say design facilitation, especially among students. One would obviously be energy efficient low-bit networks. That's one area of research. Then also we are going in this direction of AI tutoring as an addition to the real person lecturing. And that could be, for instance, also in building on a model from the MIT, taking in the corpus of thoughts of literature from someone and then using that, for instance, to have reflections on the values of design teams and their project solutions. And then also utilizing the power of AI to adopt non-human perspectives. So for instance, in this example, there could be a fashion design team, and then there is a whale as an artificial agent to interact with, and the whale can point out, let's say from a user perspective or from a stakeholder perspective, let's please not use polyester or nylon because they are derived from fossil fuels. And for instance, the search for oil that is required for these resources that is based on loud bangs underwater and then harming the whale's ears. So AI sometimes can do this quite well to assume this non-human perspective that otherwise is hard to reach for the human design team. So if any of that sparked your interest, just please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have any questions? Well, I have one. Is this methodology already applied on, let's say, doing real designs, or it's something which is still on research phase?
Basically, it's available, so it can be used anytime.
Okay.
maybe it wasn't easy to hear in the background, so the idea was that it's difficult to bring in nature in a place that is already designed. At least in that particular approach, actually there's not too much, let's say, real nature that is brought in, no plants or so, so it could even be used in a hospital where they have very strict hygienic rules. It's mostly loudspeakers and fans and multi-sensory displays that bring in aspects of nature, such as, for instance, really the wind at some certain place, so you really mimic yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I will invite next Professor Francisco Carmelo Almeida Rodriguez. As name said, coming from Spain. He has a PhD in computer science, and his research interests are mainly in high-performance computing and different optimization methods. The talk addressed the needs of advanced proposals that allow the acceleration, optimization, and compression of model of machine learning-based models.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to Adrian for inviting me to be here. I come from La Laguna University, from Tenerife, Spain. I belong to the High Performance Computing Group. I'm going to talk about machine learning acceleration, optimization, but from the perspective of the high performance computing, not from the machine learning perspective. Typically, if one wants to know how long time will take an application to run before in advance, the first thing is to know the number of operations this application must to do, the flops, the number of floating point operations, and the speed of the machine that will run this application, the flops, the number of floating point operations per second. From the perspective of the supercomputing, now we are on the age of the exaflops supercomputers, where we have computers that can solve problems at a speed of 10 to the 18 operations per second. From the perspective of the energy, if we know the time one application will be running, if we know the power of the machine to solve this problem, we may know the energy consumed by this application. Typically, watts hour or kilowatts hour, whatever. A couple of references for what will follow. A standard Intel processor will vary its power between 50 and 250 watts of power. And I have made an estimation, self-estimation, of what is consumed in Sibiu by the homes of Sibiu. That could be 250 gigawatts a year of energy. The geometrical scaling of the technology have offered us in the last decades this evolution of the supercomputers. We arrived to the gigascale during the 80s, terascale, 10 to the 12 in the 90s, petascale, 10 to the 15 in 2008, And at that moment, there was a common reflection that the energy that will be needed for the next scale, the exascale, would be too much. There was an estimation of 200 megawatts, and there was a common reflection that this should be stopped. And the next supercomputer, the next generation, arrived in 2022, 14 years later, broke the relation, the former relation, with one exaflop consuming 20 megawatts. There was a strong research to achieve this point of energy consuming. The important thing is that most of the big models based on neural networks, current models for solving AI applications, far exceed this capacity of computation. If we analyze the evolution of the architectures, we can see that the geometrical scaling has been overpassed by the innovations in the hardware architecture. We have better performances if we do different things in the architecture. Has been a shift towards accelerating the development of architectures for a specific domain applications. And the main conclusion, or one important conclusion, is that the energy should be another parameter as the algorithm and the architecture if you want to solve efficiently a problem. The same thing was happening with the memory. The scale of the needs for the neural network models in memory was higher, the speed of increase was higher than the scaling, the geometrical scaling of the memories. So that forces to parallelize the applications, what reduces the peak performance of the architectures. If we analyze what has been leaked from GPT-4, GPT-4 was trained by using a supercomputer, a parallel computer, using 20,000 GPUs, A100, during 4 months. It consumed about 50 gigawatts, what means approximately a quarter of the energy consumed by the homes of Sibiu, because we are talking about 20 million of exaflop operations. An interesting thing is that the architecture used to solve this problem has an important feature, is that the performance is better if you reduce the precision of the numerical precision of the variables involved. You may vary from 10 teraflops for the higher precision to 1 petaflop in the lowest precision. That is important thing. GPT-4 is included in what are considered models that have hundreds of millions of parameters. Similar magnitudes of trainings have been found in the other models that are moving in these magnitudes, and it has been observed some kind of a slowdown of the increasing of the services provided by these models. It seems that at this moment to offer more things is not so cheap as before. Now we are in some kind of race to provide models using trillions of parameters. To solve this kind of models, clusters of 100,000 GPUs are tried to be built. In this case, we are talking about 600 millions of exaflop, what means that we are again talking about 4 months in this new cluster for training, but we are talking about 1.5 terawatts of energy in 1 year. That means about 200 millions of euros to train these models. In this point, it's not a matter of throwing money to solve the problem. Now we have a different problem. Maybe in the place you want to build your cluster, you do not have a provider that can provide this such amount of energy. So different things must be done. In 1 month ago, approximately, Elon Musk posted that they have built this such a cluster in a record time of 4 months. Nothing was posted about the energy that this machine will need, and they have promised in a couple of months a bigger machine like this. Is it sustainable? Some optimizations are being introduced at this moment. One of it is the quantization. The quantization means to reduce the precision of the variables involved in the model. That can reduce the size of the model, the memory, and can accelerate inference. The things that weights are easy to quantize, while activations are not so easy to quantize. This idea may allow to reduce the models and run them in perhaps more restricted architectures. We have tried to check, to test, as part of our research, this kind of idea, with the having in mind to run in edge nodes, in personal computers, and also, if possible, in IoT devices. We compare a personal computer against the Jetson Nano, which is a device provided by NVIDIA. It's a low-power processor that is being used as an edge node and in some contexts as an IoT device. We have tested that the GPU is a more powerful machine, go faster than the Jetson device, but the energy consumed by the GPU is quite higher than the energy consumed by the Jetson device, both in CPU and in GPU. We have trained networks that vary from millions to hundreds of millions of parameters. And here we can see that the accuracy is not so compromised. So the idea could work. There are a couple of papers that have been very influential in the last year. The first one is a paper that not only quantifies the weights of the network, but also the activations. And this model of quantization have been applied to many big models. The second model is quantization based on just one bit and a half. And this is a very influential paper. In this race, we have seen that Microsoft has open sourced this quantized one-bit model, and they have proved that in personal computers the energy saved is quite important. A second way to optimize could be to do some pruning, what means to remove weights from the network according to some criteria. The idea is that there are some architectures, in particular the former device, that can perform very efficiently this particular operation of sparse matrices when we introduce zeros in the matrices. We checked these operations, and we have seen that when we do these operations with small problems, we do not see too much benefit, but when the problem is high, the benefit is very important. We are now attending many news where the big contenders are offering small and optimized models according or applying this kind of techniques. For example, the most recent model is the Llama model, where they use pruning and distillation to offer more efficient models. As a conclusion, we can say that the energy is a big issue, if not a barrier to, in this context. Now, there are many open questions, and there are a lot of opportunities from the hardware perspective. New designs, new architectures may open new doors in this scenario. There are also opportunities from the perspective of the software, new algorithms, new techniques to optimize, so on. And just a word, because for the students, I come from the university, many of us come from the university, and it was supposed that there were students here, and this message, part of this conference was oriented to the students, because some of the solutions to these problems will arrive to us from the innovations provided by this young. The message is stay hungry, stay foolish, in the sense that should try always to try new things to solve problems. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you very much. This is the end of my talk.
Thank you. So, do we have any question? Yeah, of course we have.
Some of the figures included, some no. In some cases, you have to include this too. Let's assume that this amount of energy is 50, you have to include some more quantity of energy. Yeah. Yes, but the standard is the architecture of this work with this range. If you look to the first slide, the architecture what offers you is this kind of precision. Yes, there are ways to do it. This is the one bit model. They are doing it with 1 and -1, only with 1 and -1, and they have, instead of the product of matrices, they have a sum of values. And you build an architecture that can produce sum, additional and subtractions very easily. In this work, for this reason, Microsoft has opened this source code. Yes, in general, it's more or less assumed that the current models are solving the problems, but they have used more or less, say, a brute force. They had a model that was working, they added the new layers, so it still works. They add more layers, it still works, and so on. And they know that maybe some part of this model are not useful. And some part of the work will go in this direction to remove subnets of the net, or remove some values of the network to do it more efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Okay, next speaker, it's actually not new to this event. We can say that can be included in the organization committee because he joined every year until now. He is digital advisor at the University of Burgundy and also known as Man with the Questions. Today, Man with
He
the
forced me
Answers.
to come, basically. But I'm happy to be here anyway.
Okay, Frederic Hilon.
Thank you very much. I try to be quick. It's already quite late. First question is about like the real black box, in my opinion, which is human intelligence, because it's a very difficult thing to explain or to understand, and in a way we kind of don't know how it's working, you know. So this is a slide. Sorry, it's in French partly, but it's how the definition of intelligence evolved over time in the French language. And as you can see, it changed a lot. You know, at first it was like understands, like some spirit capacity or godlike spiritual thing. Then way later, it used to be something like to adapt to situations, or also like the great minds, Einstein and so on. Very late definition was like the artistic capacities, like Da Vinci and so on. And you have all the relation part, like empathic or in good intelligence. And this is also from where come the expression like in CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, like to get information, secret information. And way later you had this this notion of artificial link to intelligence. Because for centuries it used to be something natural or spiritual, but certainly not artificial. Okay, so yeah, that's no surprise. Modeling intelligence has been kind of an ongoing quest. Here I try to map like some phases of the history of artificial intelligence, and I would say there are like two main big paradigms, like the good old-fashioned AI, which is about symbolic thinking, and later in the 80s, like the connectionist approach, also like the what I call behaviorist approach, like reinforcement learning, GANs, and so on, where basically you give sugar, carrots, or you hit with the stick intelligent agents, and so yeah. It sums up like a long, history, but basically modeling intelligence, that's my point, is a very difficult thing in itself. So that's where like the black box of AI comes into play, because we've seen all this success with a connectionist approach, where we can have very impressive models doing very impressive things. But at the price of this black box question of we don't really know what's going on. And so when you look at, like, for instance, H5 model, to see the weight and so on, this is very abstract, For instance, this one is about brain tumors. Like the input data set is about like pictures of, brain scans, and then you get this abstract series of figures, which is really not really intuitive or explainable. And so, yeah, basically the knowledge is baked into the network and is not really easy to grasp. So, yeah, these black box models come with a lot of, I would say, opportunities. For instance, you can see, like, on this chest stuff, A and B are exactly the same color. You can check with Photoshop, it's like the same hexadecimal codes, but our perception makes it like super, different. We can try our best, but we see two different colors. So yeah, one opportunity of those black box models is to think that they're gonna bring some unbiased learning to humans. It can come to blind trust, because when those black box models work, like for instance, you can see on the bottom right corner, this is a startup working for the Situation Room in the US. So they kind of predicted Putin's move way before they happened. So when this happens, you can think about, it really works. This stuff is gonna wipe all uncertainty, all what's blurry. And so this quotation from Jacob Ward, we have something which is totally controlled thanks to this unbiased learning. So this is, like, I would say one big opportunity of those black boxes is blind trust. And this is also a money opportunity. So I don't know if I think you followed these statements on AI risk by many influential researchers and players saying, you know, we should control those black box models because basically humans are threatened because those stuff are so smart and so on. It was actually denounced by Yann Lequin, who said, okay, those guys are just trying to get control over AI by a few number of actors, few companies, big companies, instead of open sourcing it, you know, which might be the case, you know. So this is an opportunity, but this is also a problem. First of all, an ethical problem. There was this book by Joseph Weizenbaum, who invented the first chatbot, Eliza, saying we have this tendency to put on the same level human judgment and machine calculation, you know, and it has huge impacts on many fields, health, justice, and so on. And we kind of take it for granted, like it's a big move, big tendency to adopt this kind of machine decisions, automated machine decision making. It's also a cost-benefit problem because if you think about it, you know, the cost of training those large black box models is increasing, but our trust and the added values for companies is not maybe as high as the cost it implies. And there might even be a bubble, we don't know, you know, so there's been so much money invested into trying to follow this big trend, and the results for companies are not so clear at the moment. So I'm trying to be fast. So, so yeah, the problem in short is this black box models. They provide outputs, but we don't really know about their values, and it's hard to account for these decisions. In a way, they are like digital sophism. You know, it can be true, it can look true, but it has no kind of logic or explanation behind. So yeah, approaches to solve this black box problem could be three kind of families. First of all, would be to explain the models. The other one would be risk management, and the third category also would be trying to put more meaning in AI, like to avoid black boxes in the first place. So for the first family, explainable artificial intelligence, there's a lot of work on this field. One very interesting one is about like Anthropic. Basically, they instead of focusing on the individual neuron weights, they find some patterns for some given terms or some given inputs, and basically they can trepanate a model. Like let's say they identify some zones or some patterns which kind of induce like nasty ideas or this kind of stuff. They can simply delete them and change the model's output. So yeah, it's an interesting field. The other one being risk management. So we have all this regulation, AI Act, for instance, and also the private sector, very greedy about it, you know, trying to audit what's very hard to audit, because how do you audit like a series of weights? It's super difficult to do some intuitive work here. Yeah. And so you have like this trying to avoid black box models in the first place. And so Cynthia Ruden, who was talking about this black box problem, says we should like try to find other solution and avoid these nebulous things. So yeah, I would like to illustrate some of the limitation of those models that we use massively. Gary Marcus called them autocomplete on steroids, and you can have an example here. Okay, human, what's your favorite band? Avenged Sevenfold. Okay, that's a good answer. What's your least favorite band? Avenged Sevenfold. oh, I thought you liked Avenged Sevenfold. Yeah, that's my favorite band. So that's really digital sophism, you know, this is nonsense, but this is produced by a large language model. This is another example. So my father is a pathologist, and so I had access to MedPalm and other models by Google. Unfortunately, not MedGemini, which is like their most advanced language. They released in May. But we try to evaluate those models, not to do diagnosis. So what we are planning to do is like the medical chatbot, basically. You're just like saying, okay, it's itching, and the chatbot's MedGemini is saying, okay, can you take a picture? You take a picture, and the chatbot's like then says, okay, it must be this, this is a treatment, and so on. Okay, we try something different. We didn't evaluate like the diagnosis capacities. But instead, like, how could it be used for learning experiences? Like, for instance, let's say you have a student, medical students, who is given like a medical case. It would provide some answers to questions. And instead of, you know, the current examinations for medical students are like check boxes, which kind of degrade the medical thinking. And so instead of this, you would have like the old school time, like the medical teachers, they used to, you know, to have huge, huge sentences to try to analyze like a case, medical case, and they would take time to correct this. So we try to do this use case with MedPalm and other models. And basically, we can see that if the fake student copy has wrong diagnosis, as the large language model is autocomplete at steroids, it's just focus on the words and, you know, gets the idea that this fake diagnosis, this wrong diagnosis, is the right one. And basically, this is what we have with our phones. When, you know, when you type a message, you just type first word and you get suggestions, and basically this is like the super version of it, you know, but this has no sort of logic behind. So you also have like those data-driven inconsistencies. So this is a very interesting study which showed that there is a strong correlation between accuracy and frequency in the training sets. So for instance here, 24 was seen way more time than 23. And therefore, the calculation is wrong in one case and not the other. So this is purely driven by the data. You also have these task-specific inconsistencies. So the table on the right is very super insightful, I think. For instance, you can see this image. One is a pure signal, the other one same image but with noise. For a human, they are the same image, but for computer vision, they are super different, and we can see this with this example on the left. You know, the school bus, if put on the wrong position, would be a snow plow. You know, so and it's super sensitive. Those computer vision model is super sensitive to this kind of changes, but they are not for text. They are super overly stable for text. You know, for instance, like in the middle, you have this adversarial testing. If you introduce like a wrong sentence, quarterback Jeff Dean, you know, like this is a wrong one, or you know, and so the chatbot would reply correctly without it, but then as it's autocomplete on steroids, it sees the wrong answer and it jumps on it, you know. So, yeah. Then you have inconsistencies over difficulty levels. So for instance, large models can be super smart at very difficult tasks and super stupid at very simple tasks. So yeah, it's not consistent here. You also have inconsistency over time, you know. So this study, for instance, they checked out like GPT-4 and 3.5 on various tasks. And depending on the month, the results would be super different, you know. So it wouldn't be stable. It would be, you know, dramatically different depending on the month and the version, basically. So yeah, the point is training distribution is not logic. Here we can see La Joconde, we do this operation of, oh, this was just simply reversed. So for us, this is the same information, but just a bit changed as we are humans. But for black box models, this is completely different stuff, you know, because this is XY matrix, and it has no way to identify that's the same thing, you know. Another example from Gary Marcus, take this simple table. We have input, output. We would say, okay, we put equal sign because it's the same information on the left and on the right. But if you provide new examples which were outside of the training distribution, such as the one you see on the bottom left, we would have a typical human response saying, okay, this is the same, so we put the same, you know, on the right column. But those models, what they did identify in the first place is that there are zeros everywhere on the right, you know, in the first example. In the training set, zeros everywhere. So this is the pattern identified by the training distribution adaptation. And so there is no equal sign, which is possible. And so we are able to do this equal sign. The connectionist approach is not able to do so, you know. And so, as some colleagues said earlier, maybe those like models, black box models, are bound to hallucinate because they are basically digital sophists in a way. They don't know what they're talking about. There's no semantic, no logic. So what's next? I don't know, but maybe we can see again this this stuff. You know, you can see we had like more than 30 years of symbolic approach, followed by more than 30 years of a connectionist approach and behaviorist approach. So as we might be facing some limits here, it might be possible that they kind of converge and they kind of like unite their forces to overcome the limitations that I showed earlier. So yeah, to find like the best aspects of each. I don't really agree with this table because they say like connectionist model are more computationally efficient, which is not always the case. We can be super slow compared to a knowledge graph, for instance. So yeah, current how to do this neurosymbolic approach would be like the retrieve augmented generation, for instance, retrieval augmented generation, or the classic knowledge graphs. And also, as Google DeepMind achieved some success with alpha geometry or alpha proof, for instance, in the research fields, you don't only need to look like you're clever, like large models are doing, but actually, you know, have some sort of logic. And so, yeah, Google DeepMind has been having great success with this stuff. So maybe. So, mulțumesc mult. Merci beaucoup. And yeah.
Thank you.
Any question? Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah. So. Mulțumesc frumos. Yeah. Good point. So yeah, for sure, as we saw in the previous presentation, yeah, it's massive greedy stuff. Even if they are trying to optimize, which is also very interesting lead, you know. But yeah, real life, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Okay, we still have one presentation remaining. So the next presenter, it's Vadim Fântânari. He's head of AI Stipsoft, Rebel.company.
everyone. I'm going to be short to spare you the time. I know it's quite late, but I want to present today more of a maybe a commercial take on what's going on and why is everybody talking about AI. For the sake of curiosity, I also checked Sibiu Innovation Days in 2021, I think, what were the subjects, and artificial intelligence wasn't in the subjects, directly stated at least. But the interesting thing is that now everybody talks about it. So who am I? My name is Vadim. I want to present myself first. I'm an AI engineer by training. I'm a company founder by choice. And as of lately, I'm leading one of the largest AI and data engineering teams in the country. And that happened as part of an acquisition of a company which I co-founded around 7 years ago, which now basically has started growing way faster as part of this process, and has led us to working with global brands all over the world, working with startups, enterprise-type companies. One of the funny things that I've learned recently from one of our clients, they told us that every second liter of beer is produced by one of their machines, and we're basically building AI for that. So it's a funny thing that I've learned. So what is changing? How does all of this change and all of this growth happen? And where does it come from? A lot of people ask this: is it just marketing? Is it just kind of clever positioning? Is it just because of the attention that all of the AI companies get through the Silicon Valley drama and so on? And I want to just take you briefly through some of the simple processes of how maybe traditional AI is trained and the way we build models. So let's say traditionally, you would normally find a problem to solve, and problems are easy to find. They're everywhere around us. And then you need some data, which you have to use the data to reflect the solution. So you need data, you need smart people, such as the people that we've seen today, to label data and to create all of these very good data sets that are very reliable. And then you need some sort of very expensive infrastructure. You were mentioning like zettabytes and all of these compute that is needed to train and run these models. So by the end, you're finished. You're basically investing a lot of resource. So you need relevant data. You need skills that are expensive on the market. You need production setups that are very complex and require a lot of compute. And the bad news is that usually one model is not really enough. So if we're talking about maybe performing a much more complex task, you usually need multiple models. You may need a model that detects faces, then a model that detects some sort of emotion in those faces, then maybe some other behavior of users, customers, and so on. So you're ending up with a process that is doubling the effort or tripling the effort, also with the resources that are involved in these initiatives. So the challenge that we often see in these processes, they start from the fact that there aren't so many dominant designs. So yes, there are certain designs and architectures that are very popular and they solve a multitude of problems. Look at CNNs and so on. They require some expensive infrastructure, and yes, there are services that companies do, and they do as a service. So maybe it's less expensive and less challenging for companies to use, but usually they appeal to masses. So they try to solve those problems that appear maybe in 70% of the cases or 80% of the cases. So some of the problems still do not get solved. And the change that we see in all of these companies that wanted to try to implement AI features or AI in their products but didn't have the resources is now they're experimenting more with the transformer architectures, the language models, and everything that comes from that. So some of the clients that previously would spend maybe an enormous amount of money to train and experiment and R&D the right models are now integrating all of these APIs and SDKs directly into their code bases, building features, deploying within weeks, not years, and they actually get the benefit from the market. So they solve the problem that the users of AI have. So today we've talked a lot about kind of the researchers behind AI, but ultimately everything that we do and all of the work that we do is for the benefit of users of these technologies. So we see that companies use these technologies, they don't need extra infrastructure, their turnover time of features and improvements and innovation is much, much faster, and that's very, very interesting. But some of them say, okay, a language model is definitely not enough. We solve a very complex problem, so how do we apply that to this? And I very much liked the presentation that was before me because it touched on some of the points. So usually it's a problem of explainability. And the problem of explainability doesn't come only in the AI space, so the model space. It also comes in the problem space. Oftentimes, we cannot explain the problem well enough. So the way our team approaches these problems is we're trying to see if we can explain it well enough. Because if you explain it well enough, you can usually find a way to map a model or map a way, even a language model could solve that problem given the right data, given the right context, and so much more. So there are architectures that are currently built and developed for that. So, and we see that these architectures basically help companies now solve a ton of really interesting problems. Some very singular, like summarization and content management and maybe speech to text. Some are more complex, more clever. But in the end, like, the architectures that are being built and the agent word is thrown around a lot as of lately. Basically, what an agent does, it allows you to solve a very well explained problem. So you understand in the problem space that you need certain type of information. You know exactly what type of information you need. You need certain type of memory in the process. You need certain type of reasoning steps. You need certain types of solutions. So basically, after having explained very well the problem, you can apply such agentic frameworks or architectures that are more often seen to solve those explained problems. So this essentially democratizes access to technology. It's not just about the really great models that have been created and trained in the lab but are very expensive to run. It's about democratizing access and allowing everybody to use them and integrate them into the apps and so on. To be honest, one quick experiment that I've done, I still code every day. So one experiment that I've done is I tried coding on a plane, so I don't have Copilot and all of the great tools, and it felt like I didn't have an arm because it's so deeply ingrained in my brain right now, and this is the type of technology that we see now being distributed, proliferated, and democratized within the company. So last year, after all of the OpenAI drama and all of the attention that it got, companies were in a bit of a shopping spree. So us being a service company, essentially, they were asking a lot, like, what can be done? How can we explain these problems better? How can we solve these problems? We have this and that and so on. But this year it became much more serious with also the advancements that have been done in the field, but ultimately I think also with all of the great tools that have been built on top of these base technologies. So all of the frameworks, all of the great, just the development frameworks that can be used to abstract some of the complexity that comes with it. All of this democratization brings also a lot of challenges because you cannot just expect that you give immense power to everybody and everything just runs smoothly. There is data privacy issue, GDPR issue, ethics. Some of the times you're sharing maybe a lot of customer data or user data with all of these companies. As I was telling you before, like, some of these companies make use of the APIs and the OpenAIs, the Anthropics, and everything. So whenever you're processing something, you're basically saying, hey, here's my user's data. do something with it and give me a result. So it's really a thin line there of ethics and data privacy and so on. So there's definitely risk involved. And we see regulators step in and they try to solve maybe a field that's not very well understood, and it annoys the people in the industry, and we've all heard the conversations. But a EU AI Act is a real thing. I think it will be enforced. We see in the market now enterprise type companies being worried about this and trying to already step in and introduce all of these auditing rules within the company and how they build AI, how they use AI. So it's a real thing that we have to take care of. The good news is you can drive innovation, be innovative, while still staying safe and being safe. So there are services that you could use. There are private ways in which you could use language models. There are ways in which you don't have to share and spread across the internet all of your data. With solid data governance, it's a very popular topic now. So it's not only about, okay, let's solve this problem as quickly as possible, but let's make sure that we're not sharing more than that we need to, and let's make sure that in case we've shared more than we need to, we have rules and ways in place to limit that damage. Robust pipelines and observability and monitoring, we want to make sure that we understand exactly what is happening. So maybe deciphering a bit of that black box, but not in a sense of what is the reasoning behind it, but in the sense of what am I sending and what type of data is, in a way, leaking out whenever I'm using such a model. These are just some of the tools that you could try even this evening if you're curious enough to maybe experiment a bit. Some of them are kind of agentic flows, and you could create clever stuff like summarize all of your email. I hate email. I think I have like 60 unread right now. So I use some of these tools to summarize stuff and get maybe the most urgent ones so that I know if I get fired. So yeah, some of them are also frameworks that you can use to build technology, to build products, to build really, really cool tools for customers and users all over the world, as we do with some of these companies that we work. Yeah, this is my last slide. Try to be short. If you want to get in touch, that's my email. And if you want to take a look into some of our work, those are the links to our website. We do also research and stuff. We don't just build the products and implement them into products. But I wanted to take a more commercial approach and how that can be used to drive further innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the time for the questions. Do we have some from the room? Okay.
Most likely, yes. But I'm going to pay extra attention. And that's a wordplay. Yes. Good question. I think it's not about the models themselves, because the models do not retain anything. They don't have memory. They're just next word prediction machines. So in a way, just like humans, but without memory, because I don't know exactly how this sentence will end, but I know how to predict the next word. So I think it's more about regulating the companies that put in the training data. And the kind of big surprise that you see is some companies don't even know where that data comes from. One of the greatest things that you can find on this is actually an interview with the former CTO of OpenAI when she was asked, like, what type of data did you use to train this model? And she was like, we don't know exactly where it comes from. So I think the traceability behind the data and the fact that data is checked and doesn't contain maybe private information about somebody's life and somebody's identity, that's the key there. And then the way that we're using these models and the way that we're sharing these data to be further used in training by these companies is a bit dodgy. So I think it's partly that, but just the way how private companies use that data to further train these models. Yeah, not really. So for that, there are some better tools, especially like with us working in the enterprise space. That's very complicated. Yeah, like Copilot, if you have an enterprise contract with them, they basically guarantee that no code is being added to training, and they're liable legally. So if somebody sues you, you can sue them further. It's not a word that you want to be part of, but you can do that. But there are private ways in using these models, and we've had tremendous success with even like using small models offline, fine-tuning them for different tasks, and those are confined within our infrastructure, so they're quite safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Okay, and that's all for today regarding AI. So no AI talk until next year.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for supporting until this hour. I invite you to dinner, and in almost 12 hours we will meet again here with a keynote speech from OmiLab Community of Practice. So I invite you to dinner in the same place, so please start, because we are late also.